Good morning, gamers, and welcome to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English IV, and casting with me all afternoon on this channel is going to be Tangerine. How are you doing, Tangerine, this morning?
I'm doing wonderful on this fine morning. I think that it's going to be a nice day. I got some good sleep. I'm ready to see some good Overwatch, and we got an absolute banger of a series coming out right off the bat, Will.
Absolutely. So once again, I want to thank the Overwatch community, the 20 plus teams, the 120 plus players, and they're all ready to go for this tournament. We started off with 19 teams. We started off with 4 teams in the play-ins, and M Monkey won last night and got the privilege to play in Group B, I believe, in the group stages today. So we are going to go through all of our group stages games this afternoon, and then we'll figure out who's going to make it into the challenger bracket and be inside the money. But first, our first match of the day is going to be Slug Snacks versus Attack Mode. And man, you're right. It's gonna be a bar burner right out of the gate. I mean, like we have a tier 3 team right as its first match on this channel. So
I mean, this is just going to be crazy. Just looking at SRs just right off the bat, they're actually fairly similar. They're not too far off whatsoever. I mean, attack mode, of course, I would definitely be giving the upper hand here. They have definitely, proven themselves within even like the tier 2 scene. They're an absolute crazy team, but Slug Snacks is definitely not to be underestimated in this. I have not personally seen them play.
right.
But that means they're a wild card, Will. They could do anything. That is
half the field
terrifying.
we're not familiar with, but there's a lot of high SR teams in this tournament. So like anything can happen. And plus, don't cut out the teams that have lower SRs. Doesn't mean that they're not as skilled. It's a team game. So I mean, like anything can happen at all. So
yeah, I mean, when teams come alive, they come alive, and sometimes SR could just be thrown right out the window if every single person on a team is firing off on all cylinders, communicating, really just getting their heads into the game more than the other team is. Then anything can happen, and I'm excited to see exactly what happens with this matchup. I think it's going to be an excellent way to start off.
Right. So just to give you a quick heads up for the group stages. So every match in the group stage is going to be a best of 3. So first to 2, however you want to set it up. And the maps for each of the group stage matches have already been preset. So we already know what we're going to be playing against. And I was meant to do that as a random draw for the show last night, and I just forgot. So I ended up doing a random draw off camera. But trust me, it's fair. We're gonna make sure we can cover at least every single map that we have in our pool for the group stages. And also the assault mode has been banned. Assault game type has been banned for the group stages as well. So we will not see any of those maps. Although those are my favorites, like I happen to love Temple and Nimbus, but a lot of players did not like Assault, and I just learned that for this tournament. So I was like, all right, cool, that's fine. I mean, I can live without that. It's only a best of 3. But when we get into the knockout stages, though, we do have Assault in there if you make it to map 4. So if you it's incumbent upon the team to win 3-0, and then you don't have to play Assault. But it's just an incentive, just an added incentive.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's always a nice little incentive whenever you're playing a match. If you get that swift 3-0, you get the nice satisfaction of getting the 3-0, and then you also get the double woot woot of not having to play an assault map usually. So I mean, it's big smiles all around. But I mean, once the challenger bracket starts to take form, that's when things are really just gonna take off, and we're gonna get some absolutely insanity on this broadcast going on. It is going to be sparks flying everywhere once that bracket starts to come up, Will.
Yeah, what's really nice about both these teams is like it sounds like they're long-term and storied squads here. With with Slug Snacks, like what I forgot last night as well as I messed this up, but this is the University of California team actually. So I think it's Santa Clara, I believe. So it's UCSC. So I'm making sure I said the right team. But like, I'm just happy that most of these college programs are part of the team. We got like half the field is mostly college teams and squads, and so like I'm just very grateful that like they want to come and play in this little tournament here out in the Midwest, and so to prove the medal is pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. And coming from a collegiate player myself, I mean, it is literally just it's so amazing to be able to see all of these collegiate teams come out. It's such a nice little community that goes around throughout all of these colleges. It almost feels like the top schools, every single player knows every single other player.
Yes,
I can guarantee you that the 2 UCal teams on here know probably every single player from the other team as well, possibly have even scrim with them. I mean, the
Yeah.
community is really tight knit, and you could see that as they enter into this tournament. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so good to see that community thriving.
Absolutely. We've already had some trash talk between teams, and it's just like it's just unexpected. But again, I'm not familiar with most of the tier three scene, and it kind of shows. But I just didn't think that like these teams would know each other that well. But man, I mean, like some of the blood is already boiling, and again, we haven't even started. And so I get to learn as we go. This is kind of fascinating for me as well. I get to learn as teams go through. It's like, oh, this team doesn't like this team, or this player doesn't like that player, and then and it just adds to the drama of the tournament. It's gonna be so cool. But outside of that, I mean, what else do you expect this? So we also had the group draw last night, and again, all the Kaiji Core teams ended up in different brackets. Attack Mode and R0 are in different groups as well. So, like I said, we might have a repeat. I mean, it's entirely possible. We might have a repeat of the Overwatch Tranquility tournament if Hour Zero and Attack Mode is possible for them to make it to the finals and face each other. Because I don't think they would play each other in round one either way. So, especially if they're first seeds.
Yeah, actually, I even did more research on this, and apparently France tournament, the
Oh,
Overwatch Community Cup, they played up against each other in the grand finals too,
oh,
and
wow.
I don't think Attack Mode ended up winning that one. Hour Zero ended up winning that one, and then in the next tournament, Attack Mode ended up winning that tournament in the grand finals as well. So we got some crazy, crazy rivalry going on. If we see those two in the grand finals, that'll be the third tournament that they
Right.
would have played against each other in the grand finals, and at that point, it's winner takes all, baby. I
Yeah.
mean, you're a
Yeah.
1-1, you get that third one, it's gonna be
Yeah.
magic happening.
Well, again, I'm extremely grateful to have both of those teams in this tournament, and just again from a relative nobody for somebody to like that just I just put my name out there and put it out there. I'm just happy like I got this competition, and even when I signed them up for the tournament, I had no idea. I had zero clue. So I wish I had known beforehand. I would have been like, oh, I would have hyped this up a little bit more if I know. So anyway, we're about to get into our first match here between Slug Snacks and Attack Mode. And we're gonna go to our map set real quick.
Yeah,
And I always
it's
forget what
gonna
the first map is.
yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time. We're gonna be starting, of course, over here on Oasis. No more 70% tick rate.
Oh no.
Sadly,
Oh, this is
however, the
real.
Overwatch. Yeah, the Overwatch is going to be coming in bigger chunks now. We're giving you at least a little bit of a taste of what's to come before we get into the best of fives. But starting out on Oasis is going to be very interesting. Control maps are always great to see the versatility that comes out of teams, and it's also good to see if teams are like kind of set in their strategy and to see if there's a special strategy that they really enjoy to run. Because if you stick through one comp throughout all of the control maps that you play,
Yeah.
you can safely assume that that's probably your favorite comp, and it's good to get a read on teams on the control maps. So it'll be interesting to see what both these teams want to roll out on.
So yeah, especially if we're like the meta has just changed. Like there was just an update before this tournament started, and so we've even seen some interesting comps just from last night on the control version of our tournament. Like I know it was a different different tick rate, but we were trying to look for a preview. It was what's to come in this tournament. So like, what do you expect as far as compositions from either team, or just in general, even if you have an idea?
I mean, there's a few things that I'm expecting to see. I would say that Sigma Ball is good for countering the rush comps. I think Double Shield is still somewhat viable on certain
Ooh.
maps, but most interestingly of all, Dive works really well right now, actually, if you
Yeah.
have that Zenyatta. Dive is actually like coming back. A lot of people foresaw it as possibly being like a season one kind of comeback with like the Genji, Tracer, Zen, Lucio, Winston Diva, or Winston Ball kind of Dive. But so I could definitely see those kind of comps coming back out. I think you're primarily going to see around those three realms of comps as we continue to go on in. You could definitely see some rush on like some more close quarters maps, like a lot of control maps. Some rush comps can definitely work pretty well, and on King's Row as well. So, I mean, we could be seeing anything today, Will.
Yeah, we could be
It's a
seeing
toss-up.
anything. Yeah. I mean, like all heroes are viable. By the way, we're also on competitive settings as well. So it is 2-2-2. We're still sticking with that. So we haven't changed anything else. I know we threw a curveball to everybody yesterday, but no, nothing else has changed. We're all in standard competitive settings. This is not a ghost tournament, so we're definitely definitely gonna stick with 2-2-2. But I'm hoping that I'm hoping at least to see some dive comp. That was my favorite meta. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but just like for me, dive was my favorite meta. So like I love the Tracer, I love the Genji, I love the 6K blades. I just want to see all of that. But I don't know. Like with both of these teams, I'm not sure who plays what. Now, once our next match will be in familiar territory for both of us, so we're going to see some of the players. So here we go. We're going to go into our first map into Oasis, Slug Stacks versus Attack Mode, and wow. Oh, actually, I do see some familiar players on attack mode. Afro-Lect? Wow, okay. I know these guys.
There is a possibility that this might not be. I believe that this is IW Esports going up against Kaiju Core JJ. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Actually, this is interesting, but I mean, we'll roll with it. I suppose.
Yeah, we'll roll with it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, it is Kaiju Core JJ versus IW Esports. So either way, here we go.
Yeah, so it looks like as of right now, IWE actually got a pick right off of the bat. They're going to be rolling out here on this kind of divey comp, which is somewhat what we expected. And JJ is rolling out on a bit more of a rush comp. And honestly, I'm pretty certain that IWE's comp counters pretty well what Kaiju Core is running here. However, Kaiju Core very experienced within their playtime, Will. So we're going to see how this pans out.
Yeah, for sure. So again, so now we're back into familiar territory here. We're familiar with Afro and Lect, being the players that they are, and already Kinsey and IW Esports is just wrecking house here with the Tracer.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely just mopped the floor. But Lect is finding these headshots. Lect found 2 headshots to get this fight up, and a massive ante comes through as well to kind of clean up that fight there. Well done from JJ, and a nice superstar performance from Lect, who has been definitely making a name for themselves within the Chicago community as well.
Yeah, for sure. So IW Esports coming, by the way, a former DPAL player from Blitz. He's actually mentoring the team, or coaching the team, as it were. And then Kaiju Core JJ, again, a very storied franchise within the community. But Afro on that Echo is going to take down the opposing Echo as well, and he's going to clone the Diva. That sounds like a good move here. And we're going to rotate back over to Kinsey on IW Esports. The kill feed's lighting up for Kaiju Core JJ as well. They're going to take down 2 and flip this point back over to their side, and the percentage increase is counting.
Forcing out that res is huge. Like, if you want to get that res out really quick, that you're both playing Mercy, the person to use their res first is already going to immediately be at a disadvantage. So that was very, very well done from Afro, and then ended up getting the copy off too, so that they didn't die in that fight and ended up using their own res. And the stagger onto the Diva is just so brutal, Will. This is going to be coming close on to like the penultimate fight. The IWU really need to win here. They do have a couple of ultimates to be able to do it, but JJ is stacked up with ults right now, especially the grab, and it looks like Dash is just taken out immediately.
Oh my god. So IWU is collapsing a little bit here. I mean, the 70% tick rate is, oh, not 70% tick rate. They're at 70% for Kaiju Corp as well, and the tick rate is climbing. I mean, IWU is almost in final fight territory, at least this first point.
Alright, we're getting back into the fight. A nice little rally of sticky bombs comes out from Dash on the Afro. Wins out that Echo Duel, but the Grab Dragon comes out the anti-nade as well. It's huge. There is absolutely no way that IW is going to be able to come back from that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's like they're going down, they're getting cut down again, and it looks like that Kaiju Corp will hold and get this first point. Oh, we're going overtime. There's a last minute hero play here, but they're just going to get cleaned off the point, and Flashblade just tries again with the ball. The desperation plays are coming in, and that's going to be it. The first point goes to Kaiju Corp JJ.
You gotta love the little shatter that came out there from Spooty too onto the wrecking ball to make sure that they couldn't stall the point. Honestly, I felt the pent-up aggression within that shatter. I mean, if you have a ball spinning around on you as a main tank, you do not want that ball on the field anymore. So good from Spooty to land off that shatter. I'm sure that was a nice victory within him himself. But we're gonna be rolling out here on the city center on Oasis. A little bit more of an open map, a little bit more space for this IWU comp to shine.
Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. So, what do you expect here in this? Like, are we seeing any comp switches here, or what do you expect for this next point?
Well, right now, the openness is definitely seeking out Kaiju Core JJ to actually switch over to the Zarya Ball, which we saw a little bit of yesterday. Honestly, this comp was not on my radar. However, when I talked through some of my players with it, it definitely seems like it's a very, very viable strat. The Zarya gets quite a bit of charge and can just kind of the idea is literally to just have the Zarya protect the backline while everybody else just kind of goes insane. And the bubbles give you so much charge, it's hard to dive the backline. But we're picking off on this fight, and Afro already found to pick on the Flash Fatal.
Oh my goodness! Here we go again. Here we go again. Just Kaiju Core JJ just playing in dominant fashion like they normally do, and 2 down yet again. And then we're gonna get this first percentage going in this point. As soon as they can clear off the members of IWU, and it looks like they're just falling one by one. Afro on that Echo, just wrecking house. And man, what a game it's coming out to be. And Lect also on the Tracer as well, gonna take down 2, and our percentage is gonna start climbing for the side of Kaiju Core JJ.
Very clean fight win there from JJ. An incredible plays from the DPS coming out there. You can actually see Afro is already 84% to that copy. So, I mean, the Echo's been doing damage, and Afro is known for doing damage. I mean, Afro has just been an absolute beast ever since that I first saw him play. So the copy's already up from Afro. We're going to see what actually happens here. Lect is looking for a pulse bomb, though. Goes into the back, throws throughout the sticky, is able to find the McCree, and that fight is pretty much already over because they don't have a Mercy to res that.
Absolutely. So, man, I just you just hate to see it. Like, you just hate to see kind of like this is kind of Core JJ just came to play, and they're just gonna keep clearing all these players off this point, and it's just like IW cannot even touch it. They cannot touch it without even getting plucked out. Maybe they can just reset and regroup here. They might have a better shot at taking this point and get a little bit of ult economy in place. So.
Yeah, the copy actually comes through onto the Brig as Kaiju Core JJ are going to be pushing in a little bit more here. Lect finds 2, finds 3, the Discord Orb well placed from Scoot to be able to call out those targets and get rid of them. And that when you copy the Brig, there's no way that anybody on your team is going to die ever if you have 2 supports up. There is absolutely zero way with that rally armor that JJ were going to be able to fall in that fight. And now it's pretty much last fight territory.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So 82% and climbing for the side of Kaiju Corp JJ. It looks like it's going to be a very quick finish here for Kaiju Corp. As but again, the hero plays are coming in, and IW can rally up here, try to save their ultimates for this last fight, but they're down for 6 percentage points. We're clicking down, and JJ is just dominating here. They're not even touching the point here, and the D.Va gets cleared off as well. We're into overtime. It is 99% on the side of Kaiju Core JJ. Like, you don't want to go out like this, but at the same time, that's not all I can do here. All right, Transcendence also has come out as well. The Desperation plays are coming into place, and it looks like that JJ is going to finish this map if they can just get the Wrecking Ball off the point.
Yeah, I mean, Oasis City Center is just the place to stall, it seems, but it doesn't look like stalling is going to matter anymore. Kaiju Core JJ wrap this up. Overall, I mean, it just looked like JJ had a little bit more organized shot calling throughout that entire debacle. I mean, the Discord orbs seemed like they were constantly called. You could see the Zen assist coming out, and as I'm talking about the Zen, Scoot ends up getting the play of the game here. Some nice shots coming out from them to just kind of seal the deal up on this entire series. So very well done from Kaiju Core JJ to just be able to get all of that cohesion in together.
Right. So again, our apologies for the technical difficulty. There's a little bit of miscommunication on the back end, but that's fine. You know, we're gonna we roll with this now. So now we're not talking about the other TZs. We're talking about IWE Sports and Kaiju Core JJ. So in this particular case, yeah, IWU being led by a former default player in the Blitz Bolts. I know that he's watching, and then of course the story franchise from Kaiju Core JJ. So I mean, just again, Kaiju Core JJ looked like they're coming out to play, and I know they practiced very diligently. I know that they were extremely prepared once the groups were announced, who they're playing against. And again, in this particular group, these two teams are somewhat familiar with each other, even if they are in different schools or different locations here. So I mean, I come to expect this from Kaiju Corp. I just hope that it continues, and maybe they'll get the 2-0 real quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiju Corp is not to be messed around with. Kaiju Corp is kind of a staple within the Chicago scene, as we've been saying. And there's a reason for that. It's because their teams just absolutely dominate. I mean, they just go into these situations and absolutely dominate the teams that they're able to find, and they don't, I believe they only scrim about twice a week too. So not as much commitment as some of like the crazy higher up teams. It's just mad props out to their coaching staff. You can tell that these players understand how to play the comp, and they understand their conditions to win within this particular matchup. And overall, it just looked like cleaner play from Kaiju Core JJ as compared to IWU Esports. Definitely saw a better shot calling come out from JJ there with the Zen.
For sure. So we're going to get into our next map here, which will be Eichenwald. And again, a very favorite map of mine. I know some folks may not think so, but Escort and oh, sorry, Hybrid. I should know this, but anyway, but we're gonna go into Eichenwald. Well, hopefully IWU can wrap it up together. Maybe they just need to check out the cobwebs for being this early in the morning, but they're on the back foot here, and Kaiju Corp will be on match point here going into this map.
You know, that is true. It was the first map. First map doesn't always dictate how a series is going to go, and IWU definitely had some flashy moments. I definitely think that if they're able to kind of congeal a little bit as a team and are able to kind of capitalize on some of these stray targets that Kaiju Core have on the field before they start tackling the main core of Kaiju and start winning out those 1v1s, I think that IWU definitely have a shot here. But we are on Eichenwald, and Eichenwald is a little bit odd considering first point's kind of close, second point's huge, and then third point is obsessively small. So different comps can come out for each point on the map, and I kind of expected the ball to be played here for both teams, at least on first point, and it looks like that's coming true, Will.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here we go. Kaiju Corp JJ, IW Esports, Eichenwald, and Kaiju Corp will start on the attack.
All right, let's see how they roll out here. Oh my lord! What a crazy volley coming out from Chigs, already able to just stifle that push a little bit more. I don't think they're going to be going for the... Well, they might go for the res now to the fact that Afro actually got a pick onto Kixie. I don't think they're going to be going off for this res, though, Will.
I mean, they played very far forward and got the kill, but Kaiju Corp Afro's just the Echo just decided to punish that right away. And so we got another T-fight coming in for this first point.
All right, they're rearing up, ready. Just some nice little stray poke damage coming out here from the damage boosted Echo. However, it looks like Flash Fatal is going to be slamming into the ground. Actually finds two from the pile drive. Great focus. Flash Fatal finds two more. What is going on? Flash Fatal just put on a wrecking ball clinic, Will.
I mean, I didn't know you could play Wrecking Ball like a DPS and just take out players. Like down 4 already, and it looks like Kaiju Corp just had to reset. You know, just reset and try again.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from IWU. Exactly what I wanted to see. Their play is becoming so much more coordinated, and they're following their main tank up on these dives. However, Afro finds 2 picks immediately. Nice Discord focus coming out there. But Spoody and Galileo are fairly low. However, they are winning out in this fight.
Oh my, and then oh, the 2-bomb coming in for Kixie as well. And it looks like the IWU Esports just needed to wake up. They just needed a couple minutes to shake out the cobwebs, because now they're playing very dominantly on this map as well. Like Kaiju Corp is not even, well, actually they're now getting some ticks in. I'm not sure who's on the point at the moment, but Kixie's trying to come around the back, be very, very sneaky, and take out the supports. It does so, gets at least one down. No, that was actually Lied on the Echo, but of course he gets taken down as well. Oh man, but Flash Fatal is still holding on to this point. So while all this was going on, like Kaiju Corp did get at least 2 ticks off of this point, but that's not enough. You need the 3 at least to start the sweep phase of this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was just a wonderful hero play coming out from the DPS of IWU. They eventually were able to shut down Afro, who was trying to put on a hero play of their own, but that pulse farm from Kixie just swung that fight around. And also props out to the res that came out from Snobus. They were able to just kind of get this fight back up, and it looks like 2 picks come out from IWU, only 1 come out from JJ, though. So this push might be stifled again. The grab comes through, though, and Chigs uses the trans immediately, and it's going to mitigate that dragon damage.
Oh man, just the counter coming from all the different ultimates coming off of this fight. They just like try to empty the clip here. Look, a minute 13 on the clock. I mean, I guess they're just trying to reset and see if they get one more fight out of this. But again, it looks like that IW is still holding on, but the point is being contested at this point. I'm not sure what else is going on here with the Kixie. He's trying to take down some backline supports here. He gets taken down. And Galileo with the minefield is just going to clear off some more IWU members. And just still, and then Flashfield also comes up with a kill as well. So like, it looks like that, oh my goodness. It looks like that Kaiju Corp is going to have to reset. And now they're kind of in danger territory. There are 33 seconds left on the clock. They might have one more fight. And Afro's going to copy the Roadhog. Let's see if Bromwich Valley gets out of it. Gets nothing from the hook. No way. No way. He's just still standing there. He just takes down two. Just let them stand there? No way.
I just cannot believe it.
No.
Oh my lord. Afro is just putting on an absolute show. Just absolutely dominating this lobby right now. This is crazy. I was so stressed when Galileo ended up dropping those mines. I thought the fight was already over, but they managed to scrap it back out. And that's what you love about these comps going up against each other. It's picks flying out left and right. The Roadhog's gonna get you random picks. The Wrecking Ball's gonna get random picks. The Hanzo's gonna find those stray shots, and Afro's just gonna do Afro things and just find these picks.
Man, I mean, just well downtown. It was like it was usually like for the 3-point line, hooked up out of the air. That was just amazing. But anyway, back to the match here. So IWU like almost had the full hold for Kaiju Corp KJ, and now we're into the street space here, and the payload is moving, so at least they know what a payload is. But we're just getting some team fights here on top of this, and two go down on the side of Kaiju Corp, and it looks like they might have to end up resetting here again. But man, I mean, they made a last-minute effort just to get to this phase, and they're just getting shut down yet again. I mean, this time they've got at least a little bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, the only thing that happened though is Spooty was so high charge. Spooty ended up getting an incredibly high charge and just ended up beaming everybody down, despite the fact that Chigs was able to win the 1v1 up against Lect on that Hanzo from the high ground. And this is just a tip out there to those Mercies. Don't be afraid to pocket your supports. They will win duels like that sometimes. So, yes. I mean, the copy does come out onto the Wrecking Ball here. I'm not sure what's going to happen though. It looks like they're going to be going up for a slam, try and get this minefield. The minefield comes out right onto cart.
Oh my goodness. But right as the Echo copy goes away, almost had that ultimate to come out and it didn't come out in time. But Blank goes down. I'm sorry, it's line, not Blank. So like I read that in the back. Goes down. But we're going to have another fight here towards the second point on the street space here. And that Wrecking Ball still lurking around. They finally take down Lect. And it looks like that Kaiju Corp will get this second point here uncontested. Oh wait, now the Wrecking Ball is going to come in and dive in as well.
Yeah, this is the go signal right now for IWU. You get that pick and you want to try and fight this. It does end up forcing out the grab from Spooty to just make sure that Kaiju Corp JJ is able to take that fight. But look at the ultimates that are about to come online for IWU if they're able to withstand this next storm. Now, on the inside, on third point, though, it's going to be very, very difficult for both of these comps to be able to kind of shine out. It looks like Codex is actually going to be going on to the SIG, and Snovis is going to be switching over to the map because of this close quarter play. A nice shot there from the try shot coming out from Afro to get that headshot off, though, and Lect ends up falling early. So this is going to be the go button right now for IWU, even though they lost Flash Fatal. Kixie misses the pulse bomb, sadly, but the bubble was there anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much.
Oh man, the Griffin the copy gets 3. It takes 2 down with that blast, and Afro just shining yet again. He's like, I don't care that it was EPS, I'm just gonna take the take and clear off IWU. That was darn near a team kill, and they're just gonna push this point forward. I think they're very close to finishing, and Kaiju Corp just bravely playing up front into the pulse bomb at spawn. Oh my goodness, they do not care. They're just gonna dive in and see what happens. And again, Kaiju Corp is just clearing off these players, and it's just desperation plays are coming in from IWU. They try to throw everybody they can on this point, and it's just so close. Less than a meter to go, and again, the lighting up kill feed for Kaiju Corp. There's just madness going along everywhere, and the confidence ultimately coming out, and the gravitas starts coming at the last second, and Kaiju Corp completes Eichenwald with a pretty, well, I want to say a healthy time bank, but close enough. 46 seconds. We'll take that. We'll take that after the stumble in the first part of the phase.
Yeah, I think the most important part is that they finish with time there. I mean, finishing with time is huge on Eichenwald, and it also means that if IWU end up finishing with no time, that Kaijikor have a win condition here. So this is going to start to get interesting. Also, I found it incredible how much Lect was playing some sort of bullet time game there. Yeah. Lect managed to avoid like 18 different things that was thrown at him. Ended up landing the sticky on the pulse bomb onto the defense matrixing Diva, and then jumped over the flashbang that came out from Kixie. Literally just jumped over it, blinked into the back, and then took out Kixie. Well done there from Lex. Some nice maneuvering, but I mean, you have to give props to Afro. Afro has been just putting on an absolute show since map 1. There is seemingly nothing that is able to stop him right now. However, the first point defense coming out from IWU was so incredibly strong. I want to see if their attack starts to look the same.
Absolutely, Afro is just the all-star this match right now. Like, what position can he not play? I mean, he plays DPS, but like that echo allows him to copy, you know, anybody else on the enemy team, and it's just like it's crazy. So here we go. IWU is now on their attack, and again with that low time bank, there's an opportunity here to kind of take control of this map and take control of this match. But here we go. Let's see what they can do in their attack.
This is the setup. This is the absolute setup right now from Flash Fatal. We saw some flashes of brilliance come out from Flash Fatal right at the beginning of the boot forward. Almost kills the Zen, does end up getting the Zen. The Discord Orb beams down the Sigma. That fight is already over. Woo! That was so fast. It's so incredibly well set up. The coordination was amazing from IWU.
What a read. What a read. And it flashes abilities from Flash Fatal. And it looks like they're just going to keep rolling ahead. They just captured his first point. And the street space is beginning. And man, IWU, like I believe they just had to wake up a little bit, shake out the cobwebs and keep playing. So now we're going to the street space very early on. I mean, if I'm Kaijikor JJ, I'm shaking a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, that's a really rough loss. Honestly, you get a lot of time from that first point if you can. Flash Fatal knocks Booty up the edge too, and Codex hook shots and kills Scoot. Oh, that's so unfortunate right now. IWU are just putting on a show on this attack, and it's all being led off of this tank line right now coming out from IWU. Brilliance is being shown by Flash Fatal and Codex.
Oh my goodness. So, like, right as we say that though, like Codex was trying to be sneaky in the back lane to get that, but he gets taken down and punished for that, and Lex just like, see ya, have a nice afternoon. So this payload is moving for IWU though, so like although that they're getting a couple key picks here, it's just like that payload is moving forward and no one's contesting it, they're just marching forward.
Yeah, the copy does come out though from Afro onto the Wrecking Ball just to get a little bit more disruption going in, see if they can clean up the fight. Nice shots coming out from Afro 2 to take out Ixie. You know, this is going to be an interesting next fight coming out. There's a lot of ultimates coming out from both sides here. 4 on the side of Kaijikor JJ, about 5 coming out from IWU, but it's not going to matter if Afro finds that pick first.
Oh no,
Tentacles ends up unleashing that Valk 2 to make sure that res doesn't come off. However, the res does end up going off, but Afro finds the pick onto it immediately, and that's going to stifle this push an incredible amount.
God, that's big. Oh, did he get it? No, he did not.
He did get the stick, but the trance came out.
Oh man,
wonderful.
Well,
Great play there.
That's a good value trade for that. And here we go again. Kaijikor is just trying to hold on a little bit here, and they're just putting up actual defense for this point. Like the payload hasn't moved since last time I talked about it, just marching forward here. And a copy coming in from line as well, but goes down, does not get any ultimates off. And the Graviton Surge comes out as well. And a little bit of value from this is just like, okay, that's fine. I'll just take that time to focus fire on you and get you down. So again, Kaijikor JJ putting up a defense here, and we got another 300, but they got to do this for a little bit longer than that. They got 3 minutes and 26 seconds to kind of hold on.
Yeah, it seemed, I'm not sure, it seems like there was a miscommunication that came out there for IWU. I think IWU knows. Ooh, good shots though onto Tentacles. They have nothing right now to defend up against these double supportals that could come out from IWU. However, it looks like they might not even need them. But Flash Fatal is just finding these picks everywhere that he can. Lect is also finding these picks though. Right now, it's just going in a stalemate of who can get the picks the fastest. Afro copies off to the Roadhog, doing some nice damage there, not able to take out Codex though. As I say that though, as soon as they get out of the form.
Yeah, but that's
as
okay.
As soon as it happens.
That's okay. But like while we're saying that the payload is moving forward, I'm not sure who was on the card at the moment, but again, you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock almost, and I mean, like, they've been doing good so far, but it's kind of evening out a little bit in this matchup.
Yeah, right now I just want to see the IWU communication maybe step up a little bit. I think they could have won that last fight so incredibly easy. They had 2 support ults to be able to burn because Kaiju Corps had 0 support ults left on the field, and they just didn't take a coordinated push together and didn't push in with the Valkyrie. I think they could have easily won that fight if they just had Valk, but it looks like Flash Fatal looking for a minefield right now. Gonna try and bully this Zen as much as possible. A nice bubble, though. Comes out, though, and their 8. Scoot finds Kixie throughout all of that.
Wow. Just the picks are coming in, and it looks like the IWU is going to back up and try again, but I mean, they've got some time to play with. I mean, they have some time to give, but now we're just approaching a little bit of dangerous territory here. I mean, they'll get some time if they cap this next point, but man, like, what a difference from the first point to the next. Just a solo kill onto the Spooey, onto the Zarya, and man, this payload is moving forward now. Just a couple picks go down. What did... Oh,
Afro copied the Tracer. Trying for a hero play, I think. Trying to stall a little bit. Tracer's a really good copy if you're able to get it off. And when you're in the hands of Afro, who can play basically anything, this is what you want. Afro does end up finding a pick on the Codex with that applied pressure from the copy. And Lect ends up finding a pick on the Flash Fatal. The res is going to come through, but I don't think it's going to matter much. I was worried about Kaiju Corps JJ's chances in this fight after losing Spooty with decent charge so early on, especially with that grab. But IWU doesn't seem like they were able to capitalize on it. I think that the Echo copy was proving to be a little bit too difficult for them to handle.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So it looks like the Kaiju Corp has gotten their mojo back, and they're still holding strong on this point. Now, IWU has 45 seconds left to push this payload to this next point. They'll get some time, but like, time is not in their favor at this point. They do have pretty much all their ultimates on deck, minus the 1 support ult, and of course Navis goes down. This payload's moving. What is going on here?
Wait, are they...
Just Tracer's just sneaking.
No, they see it. They see it. Oh my god, I had a heart attack there for a second. If Kixie would have actually managed to get that off, that was going for a long time.
Yeah.
The ults are on both sides, though. 5 ults coming out from both sides. Both sides just missing that Valkyrie, so this is going to be an all-out slaughter fest for the last fight.
Is this like a stalemate here? It's 10 seconds left on the clock, and no one is on the point. The copy comes in for the wrecking ball from line. Oh, and here we go. It's final fight territory, which is all the ultimates are coming out. People just like, oh, wait a minute, it's almost an overtime here. So,
ooh, that's just a rough loss. You gotta pocket your copy. You always have to pocket your copy. If you pocket your copy and you just get minefields up immediately, they absolutely win that fight. But it looks like the DPS are gonna be able to throw something together here from IWU, combined with their tank line. Kixie putting on a show right now. Look at that tracking coming out onto the Valking Mercy. Is not going to fall to that focusing beam coming out from the Echo. Tentacles is so low, trying to get this res off, I think. Not going to be able to do it. Staying elusive as far as that Valkyrie is concerned. They're able to stall out this point for a decent amount of time, though. Kaiju Corps JJ are coming back into this. Afro finds a pick.
Oh my goodness.
Link also finds the pick. What is going on? They were able to stall out point for so long. IWU were just not able to deal with that Valking Mercy in the sky. The Focus Fire didn't come out correctly to be able to deal with that. And just like that, Kaiju Corps JJ are going to win their first group stage match.
Woo!
Wow.
Well, I mean, for as long as that was being stalled out, we were thinking that, like, this was going to go a little bit further. We're going to this next point, but just like that. Woohoo! So, congratulations to Kaiju Corps JJ for winning their first group stage match. And like, I don't want to say it's 100% dominant fashion, but man, I mean, like, it took a while. It took a while for everybody to get online here. So, but this is just the first match of the day. I mean, I'm sure that things are going to get better as time goes on. But congratulations to Kaiju Corp, and you know, again, they got 2 more games to give. So, like, IWU has to wake up here. If this is their first game, and they got 2 more to go, and against some really prominent squads.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to get a lot easier for IWU. Congrats over to Kaiju Corps JJ. They played so incredibly well, recognizing their win conditions in every single fight that they were able to be in, realizing the fact that they need to be stalling for as long as they physically can with that comp, getting people back in time, winning fights on the brink of a loss. I mean, that was so incredibly well done from Kaiju Corps with some excellent communication. You could tell that the comps were flying in the chat.
Absolutely. So with that being said, I mean, like, it's like I said, it's just very early on in the tournament, so I mean, like they have some time to recover. I think we're gonna have some highlights here from this matchup here, but if not, I mean, if not, we're definitely gonna go to a break here, and we're gonna figure out what our next match is gonna be. Like I said, if this is the action we're gonna see, we have a lot more to come. Stay tuned. 4th, and casting with me all afternoon is going to be Tangerine. How you doing, Tangerine?
I'm doing great after watching that match. I mean, that was just that was so entertaining to watch. I mean, watching some nice Overwatch play is always the best way to start your afternoon, in my opinion. Will.
Absolutely. We're going to be doing that a lot this afternoon. So we already saw one Kaiju Corp team, and so now we're going to switch over to Group A and another Kaiju Corp team in Kaiju Corp Clover versus the Indiana Tech Warriors. And again, these two teams are going to be extremely familiar with each other because they're both Kaiju affiliated teams. They scrim against each other all the time. And so it's going to be interesting to see what they come out with, because obviously you don't want to reveal everything for your tournament, right? But just like you can scrim against each other, you try different comps, but now we're going to see what they come up for real, and see how much knowledge that they retain from their scrim matches, from their information and stuff like that. So this should be interesting. This should be an interesting game.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be a pretty close one, honestly. I'm expecting some good play to come out of here from both teams. I think Indiana Tech have the SR advantage, but I've seen Kaiju Corp Clover personally play, and I know that they play a decent amount higher than their actual SR states.
Right.
They have the coordination, they have the skill. Even if they might not have the technical numbers, I think that this is going to be an incredibly close match. I could definitely foresee this one going all the way well.
Right, so we're now in the second round of the group stages here, so we're going to be switching maps. So the first map for this contest is going to be Nepal, and again, another control map. Like control is going to be the first game type for every single group stage map. But like Nepal, what do you think? I mean, just like it's going to be like, what kind of compositions are you expecting on this to pull out for Nepal?
Ooh, Nepal's weird. Oh, Nepal is so weird. On Shrine, I'm kind of expecting the same ball comps that we've been seeing, primarily for Shrine. Ooh. I would say in Village, you could probably are going to see kind of the weirdest comps. I could see within the other two rounds of Nepal, where you will probably just be seeing like the same kind of comp that we've been seeing. However, I definitely think that if we head into Village, that you could definitely run some rush comps there. You might be able to run some May. May is incredibly good on Village. If you just rush right to point, maybe some Sim. We'll see what happens. I mean, the world is their oyster in terms of these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, our second map will be hybrid on Kings Row. And again, that's my favorite hybrid map, so I'm looking forward to that as well. And then finally, if we get to a map 3, we're going to get to Rialto. But just like some of the other matches on the other side on the bracket, like these games are going quick. And so we had a kind of like an hour and a half banked for these matchups, just in case of tough. But like just a lot of 2-0s, a lot of stuff. So I mean, I'm hoping we can get some brackets and game updates soon. But it looks like we're gonna go into the game here, into Nepal, Kaiju Corp Clover versus the Indiana Tech Warriors. And what do you see so far? Just the preparation.
I highly doubt that the Bastion is going to be coming out. However, it could be possible if maybe they run it with the Symmetra. Indiana Tech seems like the comp that I would trust more out of these two, but Kaiju Corp Clover are definitely coming out with an interesting comp. I would not be surprised if Hood went on to Sim. Yep, Hood's probably going to either go on to Sim to either TP everybody out over to the low ground, or they're going to be staying on this Sim and they're going to be trying to fight in the main area. So this is going to be incredibly interesting. Right now it looks like Indiana Tech are going to be wrapping up to the right side. And I don't think they're going to meet each other. It looks like Kaiju Corp Clover are going to be taking point first, which is a strategy I personally enjoy.
Right. So Indiana Tech took the high ground and Clover took the low ground, and that's okay.
Yeah, right now it looks like just some poke is going to have to be done. It's hard to break into a sim comp like this. But however, it doesn't look like Clover are taking the space that's required. That's what happens when you don't have the May on this comp. Now they're all going to have to back out using the MO, forced down on both sides already. Felix Francis finds up a couple picks, but it looks like Indiana Tech just played that incredibly well. When you're going up against the sim comp, the thing you want to do is poke as much as you physically can, get rid of the sim as quick as possible, and once she's gone, fold in, and that's exactly what Indiana did.
Yeah, and so Devo on that McCree takes down 3 for that first fight, and they capture the point, and the percentage increase is starting. So Kaiju Corp Clover, I believe it's Felix Fellas. See, I messed it up too, so that's okay. But they're gonna regroup here and try to get back on that point. But Devo just like, no, the gun of justice here on the McCree is just gonna take people down, and then just. Wow, Geomaster and the Echo as well. It's just going to take down 2, just very casually. And Clover is just run into a brick wall versus a movable object. It just gets shut down again. They have to reset.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, the DPS on Indiana Tech are doing work right now. Depot is finding these shots. Geomaster is finding these incredible sticky bombs that are just getting so much ult charge built up. But now you have ultimates built up for both sides. Indiana Tech clearly has the advantage here. You're probably going to see this window come out from both sides pretty quickly here. A window does come out from Clover. The anti-nade lands, though, forcing out the immortality. Now they're going to be wrapping around to the backside of point, which is what you want to do when you're running the rush comp on this. But the nano comes out on a Nosy Paladin, I believe, who's at a decent high charge, and they're going to be taking out quite a few. Billy Beans does find something with the Deadeye, but the grab is huge from Nosy Paladin, and it's just going to be cleanup from Indiana Tech. But Clover were able to cap that point, which is actually pretty big, because all that percentage does not go to Indiana Tech anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Like just stalling a little bit here, but Indiana Tech has come to play, and they're just dominating this point here. They're at 68% here. We're approaching at least Final Fight territory for this first point.
All right, they're rolling in. The poke war is about to start. Only a couple. Oh, the nade! The nade was huge. The nade landed on 3 people, and Hood and Punky just fell immediately. That's already a lost fight. Luckily, though, Clover managed to cap that point prior, so they're gonna get one more fight in, but it's gonna be a close one, Will.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. They're gonna have to get to this point quick. Kaijikor Clover is a little bit of the back foot here. We'll see when they come out in the desperation plays, but this has just been a dominant performance coming from IT, and then like, oh, and the Geomaster is trying to copy the Hanzo, and does not get any value out of it. So Indiana Tech with the first point, and we'll see what we can do for the next phase.
These DPS are monstrous on the side of Indiana Tech. I mean, they are doing so much. And I mean, the supports of Indiana Tech as well, I have to give a nice shout out to Ono, because they have been landing nades the size of Texas. They have been absolutely dominating this lobby with those nades. I want to see Kaiju Core start to shut down the potency that Ana is getting, and also try and keep track of these DPS. If they keep running this rush comp, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to kind of deal with the DPS. However, it looks like Indiana Tech are going to be switching up a couple things, and this is basically a direct counter to a rush comp, Will.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go again. The second point is going to unlock in 20 seconds here, and it looks like Kaiju Corp is just going to jump onto the point again, but it runs into the Wrecking Ball. Wait a minute, it's a little bit of a switch over from the Hawk to the Wrecking Ball.
All right, it looks like G2GU is going to be finding that pick off from the nice swing it around right onto Hood. Gonna see if anything else comes out of it. Felix Francis is you know, antied and deleted from the game. So I mean, Kaiju Core Clover just kind of fell incredibly fast there, and I mean, that's just the power that the separation of Indiana Tech's comp has on this rush comp.
Oh goodness, here just again, Indiana Tech is just what, like, they just sweep over Kaiju Core Clover. You would think that, you know, the Warrior versus a Kaiju would be a different kind of fight, but I mean, I know it's not a comparison, it's just a horrible fight. But anyway, Kaiju Core Clover's just gonna have to regroup here and see if they can just get any value off of this comp here. But it's just like they're just getting stalled out on the high ground, and they're gonna try to dive into this point.
Yeah, this is a nice pick that you want first. So Geomaster was about to get that copy up in the middle of the fight. If Kaiju Core Clover can use this comp for what it's meant to do and just absolutely beam into people as fast as possible, they can win this fight. Archimedes, she finds a pick off onto that Wrecking Ball, but Geomaster is now back in the fight, takes a bite out of their main tank. Kaiju Core Clover now having to work, still down 1. On the side of Indiana Tech, but Nosy Paladin is gonna make sure that that does not matter. The point was capped though from Kaiju Core. Indiana Tech had the great instincts to just back off a little bit, come back in and stall a little bit when they had enough heroes back on the field, and then absolutely dominate the fight.
Yeah, so yeah, there was a point switch between there, but we're back to Indiana Tech Warriors in control. They're at 54% and climbing, and like I'm not sure what would change on the side of Kaiju Core, but man, the window also comes out as well, and they're just gonna stand here and clear them off again. The window's just on the point.
I mean, Nosy Paladin is just lobbing out those right clicks, landing 3-pointers, if you might say, through that window, yes. And just takes out the back line through literally just the right clicks through the window with 100 charge. You will not live that. there
you
is
don't
barely
survive
any
that at
heroes
all.
in this game that will live that. I mean, it's hard to be able to tank if you're on Kaiju Core, but they have 6 ultimates coming into this fight, including an EMP and a beat. So if any fight is theirs, it is this seemingly last one as they initiate in with this beat.
Yeah, final fight coming in. And all the ultimates are coming out to the side of Kaiju Core. Both support ultimates. Oh, they just say Geobasket gets shut down, but he tried to copy the Reinhardt. And he's going to get caught by the grab. And Debo is just going to stand back up and clear off this point. It's just like we have one last copy from Reinhardt, and he gets slammed as well. It goes down, and that's going to be it. And then just the confidence ultimate that then comes out. Doesn't even need to shoot anybody. And Indiana Tech Warriors will take this first map in almost very dominant fashion.
Indiana Tech played around that rush comp just about as well as you could play around a rush comp. As soon as Kaiju Core pressed W, Indiana Tech pressed S. They backed up as far as they could and just made sure that they could re-engage in on this fight, and Nosy Paladin just came back in with this charge and was able to just dominate the rest of the entirety of the team. Every single member on Indiana Tech 2 was playing incredibly well. It looked like the synergy was on point. This team is not to be messed with right now in this Group A bracket.
Yeah, not at all, not at all. So, like I said, Indiana Tech Warriors came to play. So they're up 1-0 in this best-of-3 matchup. And again, I mean, like, I'm not sure what you could change on the side of Kaiju Core Clover. I mean, I know, like, we saw some small flashes of light there, as you know, they did retake the point. So it's just more of like, you know, do they need more ult charts? They just need more synergy. I'm not sure what's going to help, because like I want them, again, I want them to do well, and I want them to kind of move forward in the bracket here. But I mean, like gotta do something. It's like, guys, something's got to give.
Yeah, as of right now, I mean, Kaiju Core look best when they find those picks first and are able to get a little bit aggressive and are able to just completely roll over somebody. That's what a rush comp wants to do. They want to steamroll over just one singular target and then win the fight from there by steamrolling over several things. But the problem with the comp is that Indiana Tech are running heroes that cannot be steamrolled over.
No, not at all.
So hard to find any value right now from the comp that Clover is showing us, because Indiana Tech are literally just disengaging as soon as Kaiju Core engages and then are re-engaging. So it's difficult right now for Clover with the current comp that they have, but there is definitely some individual flashes of brilliance coming out from Clover, and I want to see that expand more out as we head into this next map, which is going to be King's Row, which is where you want to see the rush comp.
Yeah, where you want to see that. And again, one of my favorite maps in the Overwatch collection here. So I'm looking forward to this. So we're going to go into King's Row. Again, the Indiana Tech Warriors are up 1-0 in this best-of-3 matchup, and they could win it all here and move on in the group stages here. But we're going to see if Kaiju Core can come up with something to play here. For. But what do you expect for composition wise on the side of or on either side on King's Row? Like what do you expect for the plot?
I don't expect Kaiju Corp's comp to change whatsoever. I honestly, if they were going to be running Rush for the bulk of Nepal, despite the fact that it was not the comp to really go into, you can tell that this is the comp that the team is very comfortable with and wants to run. So I'm expecting to see the Rush come out on King's Row, where it is a better pick for the rush comp. I don't expect Clover to change much. Indiana Tech, though, could pull some weird stuff out of their sleeve. I'm not quite sure what they could be running yet. We did see them primarily running the ball Zarya, which seemed to be working well for them, but it's a little bit more difficult on King's Row to make the ball work. Yeah,
it's a little. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit more difficult. But again, I'm hoping for some action here from Kaiju Core Clover. I'm like, obviously my caster bias is showing. I'm just hoping that I want them to do well. But again, the King's Row is also notoriously difficult for teams to finish, right? So like we've seen some interesting finishes on the map, but just like that last corridor towards the end is usually where teams stall out. But I'm hoping that somebody here is a little bit smarter than I am and can do something with that. So here we go. It looks like we're going to be into the we're going to be in the map pretty soon here. But again, thank you for all the teams that are participating. Thank you, Tangerine, for sticking with me all afternoon here. We still have 3 other streams going on right now, and all the other games again in the bracket are going quick. And again, not too many upsets as far as I can tell, but definitely these games are going quick. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. I mean, again, hopefully we get some updates later on in the broadcast to see where teams stand. But again, we're gonna get this match pretty soon here. What else about IT? Like again, they're a Kaiju Corp affiliated team, and I mean, again, they should be extremely familiar with Kaiju, and that might be showing off in kind of their gameplay right now, just that they're familiar with their tactics and their game styles and plays. But here we go. We are now going into Kings Row. Indiana Tech up 1-0 for Kaiju Corp, and they will start off on the attack.
Now, this is a comp that I like to see from Kaiju Corps. Oh, yes. Add the Mei into that rush comp. Please. I was actually shocked when they didn't roll out with the Mei on Village of Nepal. I think that Mei is such an incredible resource, especially if you want to hold the main choke there with the Sim. But we're not on Nepal anymore. So Hood rolls out with this Mei, and they're going to try and be, yeah, exactly. Hood is set up to wall off this choke right now. As soon as somebody from Indiana Tech pushes through, it's going to be just a hard push coming out from Clover to see if they can get anything. Let's see if Debo, though, can find some shots out, and if they can clear the wall fast enough.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And like Devo is just gonna be on that Hanzo and just try to snipe you from the air. Like you don't want to see a Widowmaker in that position, but that's okay. Maybe they're expecting it. But Kaiju Corp looks a little bit more solid on defense here. They're stalling on a little bit, but then they got the back up. Like there's no kills coming through yet, but just Kaiju Corp is just backing up here. They're pressing W instead. Pressing S instead of W. Holy crap!
Yeah, that was a little bit of an unfortunate pick, though, on Archimedes, actually just getting shot through all of the poke damage that ended up coming out. The shield went down for about a fraction of a second, and Archimedes ended up getting picked. Felix also ends up getting picked as well, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult for Kaiju Corps to be able to gauge on when you don't have your Zarya bubbles to be able to shield your Ryan in. Now the Ryan is just going to have to push in with their shield up and hope that the DPS are going to be able to find something, but it's going to be really difficult. The Mei wall comes out to split Indiana Tech and freezes up the Reinhardt, but without the Zarya, no capitalization is able to be had. The Nano comes out on the G2GU, and that is all she wrote. Well,
yeah, that's the fight, and that's the game. And Indiana Tech Warriors is just going to take advantage of this and just roll forward. It looks like they're just going to chase Kaiju Corp back to their spawn, but Indiana Tech has captured the point, and now we're moving on into this freeze phase of Kings Row.
Yeah, you know, Clover it just couldn't hit Q fast enough, as it seems. Indiana Tech hit Q a little bit faster, ended up winning that fight. Debo, though, with a little bit of an overextension, will end up getting picked off by Busy Beans. So this is exactly what you want. You would have liked to see the Rhine charge in there to try and get rid of the Rhine shield to make that Deadeye a little bit more potent. But the wall comes through from Hood, able to find the main tank of Indiana Tech, and this fight is spiraling a little bit out of control, though, as the grab comes off. The Shatter doesn't find anything but a great wall from Hood to be able to mitigate the damage. However, it looks like it's even, and in fact, Indiana Tech are spiraling back into this off of the back of that grab.
Yeah, for sure. Like just a key play for that grab is going to kick 4 down on the side of Kaiju Corp. Almost near taking kill. We're just going to get another. I mean, like the play level is just moving forward here. It looks like that just Indiana Tech, I just have to recover a little bit. Again, Kaiju Corp has flashes of brilliance, and we're doing well just to hold it up, but Indiana Tech is just barreling forward here. I think this is going to be like the fastest like round I've seen on Kings Row if they can keep this up.
Yeah, it's going by pretty fast. I mean, Archimedes has this Nano, though, which is good. It looks like they're waiting to confirm it. Ended up confirming the Nano, and now they're just going to be rushing forward as hard as they can. But the Reaper drops into the back line, ends up finding 2. Nobody was able to shut down that Reaper. There were no sleeps, no flashbangs, and the wall was not able to come out in time. That is all she wrote off of the back of a great Death Blossom from Geomaster. Yeah, murder she wrote indefinitely here. So the IT Warriors is just going to clear off Kaiju Corp again, and now this is not even stalling here. It's just like this payload is going to go to the end of this point here. There is nothing it seems the Kaiju Corp can do. They've got 2 ultimates on deck, but that's about it. It's just a wing and a prayer. The grab comes out as well from Felix Fellis. It's just going to try to get some value off of it. Take down that Geomaster. Okay, that's fine. It gets 1. But you need more than that to cut a hold here. Wait. Here we go. 2 more goes down by the side of Indiana Tech. And here we go. But now he's Nosy Paladin with the... comes up again with the kill onto Hood from the Tracer.
And Glitch, okay, they're starting to recover here. And just Busy Beans in that back line is going to take down 2. And we get a hold. We get a hold, ladies and gentlemen. The Kaiju Core's Clover is awake and alive, but that payload is, darn near the end of the map here. I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought it was going to be very close here, but they got to do more than that. And they got to do this for at least another 4 minutes if they want to try to hold them off.
I mean, Kaiju Core manned Indiana Tech sweat a little bit there. That's exactly what you like to see. Busy Beans finding those picks incredibly important. The Shield War is going to be playing out here. The Deadeye comes out to try and relieve some of the pressure that's coming out from Indiana Tech. Not really finding anything, though. Just a nice little Deadeye to make sure that nobody gets aggressed on too hard here, especially with the Discord Orb. It makes it very, very, very hard for Kaiju Core to stay alive for extended periods of time. The Nano comes out onto Glitch, and they're going to see if they can find anything else. It looks like Bulsari is on the field, are down. G2G is going to be just going to be backing up, and I think Kaiju Core Clover managed to stabilize here yet again. And what you said, Will, about teams usually holding over on that third point seems to be holding true as of right now.
Yeah, it's like this map is notoriously hard to finish, and it looks like Kaiju Corp Clover at the very least understands defense, and they're just gonna hold again. They force Indiana Tech Warriors, I think, for the first time in this match. They kind of just back up a little bit, and that payload is just gonna also go backwards as well. But here we go again. Indiana Tech will a full stack of ultimates. They're gonna try to start this fight again. I'm looking for that grab from Noisy Paladin as well to see how many players they can get. And they do. It gets 2 with that blast. And the shatter as well. Coming up with 4. Oh my goodness.
That counter shatter just saved everybody on the side of Clover, including that grab. I mean, that was wonderful. Sorry, not that grab, but that shatter just saved everybody from Clover. Absurdly incredibly done from Glitch there to be able to mitigate out that damage. That's exactly what you need to have happen. A hero play coming out from your Reinhardt there. And also, it was already a little bit of a stifled push as soon as Debo got picked off by Hood right at the beginning. So, great work there from Clover with some incredible individual plays to keep them alive throughout the rest of this push. And now Felix ends up having this grab for this next fight with no support ults. It's basically a guaranteed fight win here, Will.
Absolutely. I mean, Kaiju Clover finding signs of life here, and just again, like that last chord is all thing. Here comes the grab for Felix as well, and we just switched away for the last second. We're not sure. We got 2 off of that, but then Felix goes down, and it looks like Indiana Tech. Oh, wait a minute, but it gets hooked. Stays alive though through that, and they're going to try to just chase down this Roadhog. I'm not sure if this is a good play, but the Deadeye is for Dizzy Beats. It goes down, and Nosy Paladin gets 3, and looks like the payload's going to move forward. He's just going to put the grab out as well for a solo grab to get another kill, and now they're just going to camp spot, and it looks like the Indiana Tech Warriors with a few meters to go will Dragon right to spot as well. It's just like we don't even care, and that is going to be the map. And a little bit more of an result here, a little bit lower of a tie break, a minute 17 on the clock, and we'll see what Clover can do on their attack. But man, it looked grim. It looked extremely grim for a while for Clover, but we can work with this. If they can do the same thing, just show the same cohesion on their attack, I'm sure that they can make a better time bank than Indiana Tech Warriors down here. But man, whoa, what a ride, man. What a ride. It's just this heart can only take so much.
That third point defense was really, really good coming out from Clover. I think, honestly, what happened is Glitch might have just gotten a little bit of tunnel vision, and I think the shot calling was all going out onto that Roadhog, but that Roadhog was just getting pumped full of healing, and had the orb on them. They had the take a breather as well to be able to just get the healing back up, and that Hog never ended up dying, and Nosy Paladin was just able to beam everybody down as time passed. So a little bit of tunnel vision coming out there from Clover, but other than that, that was very well done coming out from them, giving us a little bit of a spark of life here. And now we're going to be moving on to Kaiju Core's attack here. I doubt that the Winston's going to be played, but if the Winston is played, I would love to see it, and it looks like they switch back immediately, but they're showing some prowess on this rush comp right now, Will, and you love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it. So here we go. Like the Busy Beans is gonna pop up that the double sniper in the window. So the Hanzo hit the Widowmaker from Busy Beans. How much value is he gonna get off of this? I mean, it's very sneaky plays, but that's good. So like, and Glitch is just gonna run far forward. He doesn't have a support behind him. What is going on here? It's gonna be that brave. He's just getting melted. Oh, that's okay. The rest of his team is coming to play. Oh man, that was scary. That was scary. I mean, that was very brave, but very scary.
Yeah, Devo was unfortunately held up a little bit there in the hotel, and Kaiju Corps had a great call to just swing through hotel and just absolutely decimate the Junkrat on the team of Indiana Tech. And Hood also ends up finding a pick. They're finding picks through the shield comp, which is not what you want to have happen for Indiana. You want to have people behind the shield trying angles if they can. Just pins in the backline, finds Archimedes. What a crazy, crazy play coming out from the Reinhardt. I don't think it's going to matter in the end, though, as the DPS from Kaiju Corps are starting to come alive.
Yeah, I was watching that in slow motion because they got out of the way, and I didn't see the pick on the other side. But here we go, Kaiju Corp just showing signs of life here, and they have captured the first point, and now we're in the street space of Kings Row with plenty of time bait to go. Let's rock and roll here.
Yeah, seriously, it looks like it's going off for a good start for Clover. The Nano is also available for Archimedes to be able to push them through this archway, which is notoriously awful to push through if you're held at it. So I think that warranting the Nano here onto Glitch and just pushing as hard as you can is going to be the move here. However, both support ults are also on the side of Indiana Tech, and Kaiju are not engaging. Oh, but Hood finds a pick with the Dragon Strike. That's exactly what you want. The trade does come out, though, and the Transcendence comes through. A nice block, though, from Glitch is going to deny that Shatter. And Kaiju Corps don't seem to be
the Dragon, he almost got it.
But they pushed in. They pushed in at just the right moment. Well done there from Kaiju to weather the storm that was coming out from Indiana Tech. The Nano was very well timed from Kaiju.
Wow.
And very patient play from them on this rush comp.
And they're just gonna go forward here. They got some key picks off of that. I saw, again, I was watching some stuff in slow motion. I'm like, oh my god, Deadass gonna come out and almost got that out. But man, Kaiju Corps Clover, this is almost a brand new team here. It's just like they're getting right to this first point almost as fast as Indiana Tech did on their attack. So this is gonna be interesting.
Refreshed and ready are Kaiju Corps Clover. They do have the grab up for this next push. Only the copy from Geomaster. The nade. 4 people, Will! It is 4 people, and the grab is huge. Kaiju Corps are just gonna steamroll through Streets phase almost faster than Indiana Tech did, maybe even faster.
Wow, holy crap. Felix Fellas just the 4-person grab and 3 kills just to close this out, and they're just standing strong here. It's just, here we go again. They're just gonna keep playing forward. What happened? They're just taking down their tanks and just moving forward here. It is just amazing. What happened? I want to know what happened. Was it the shoes? Some Gatorade? I want to know the secret. Here we go.
Oh man, but this is the way that you need to stabilize if you're Indiana Tech. I mean, we're getting a little bit of deja vu here, Will. It looks like Kaiju Corps Clover are going to have a little bit of a more rough time trying to push out through this third point. They all back up into spawn, though, to make sure that the chip damage doesn't come through, doesn't feed any more ult charge over to Indiana Tech. However, Indiana Tech don't have many ults. Kaiju Corps have a ton, and this is what they're going to do. They're just going to push in as hard as they can, but the Nano comes out onto the Lucio on Punky, not able to find picks off the back of that. However, some decent trades come out. Debo does find 2 picks, though, and is able to stifle that, and the Nano going out onto the Lucio, I think actually might have cost them that push, Will.
That's fine. Okay, you know, they made at least one mistake, and that's okay. That's okay. Mistakes are good. You have at least 4 minutes on the clock, and you have a lot of time to work with. So again, it's better that they're not playing desperation plays towards the beginning of this. We're kind of stuck in the same phase. And again, Kings Row is notoriously hard to finish for most teams. So I'm not surprised at this. This is where they make their stand for Indiana Tech.
Oh, I love the way that Kaiju Corps uses Deadeyes. They use the Deadeye and they just push in as hard as they can. Speed boost in, try and force people back with it and take space that way. But as soon as the pick comes through, Indiana Tech just fold in as much as possible. I love the Wrecking Ball on this comp, honestly. The Wrecking Ball splits people up ever so slightly, just enough to make sure that they can't get off a clean rush on this third point defense. On this third point offense. So, well done.
Busy has swapped off the McCree over to the not Busy Beans, to the Reaper. And Indiana Tech Warriors will have a lot of ults coming into this fight. I mean, I'm not sure what the idea of what the swap was, but I mean, Kai's Corp must have a better plan because they got at least 3 minutes left on the clock to try to make another push. Maybe want to try something else and see if they can draw out some ultimates here.
Ooh, but the Cole ends up finding 2 picks, and they invest the beat! Oh no, Punky uses the beat in the end of that fight. That's really, really, really rough. As soon as you see those 2 picks come out, if I'm Kaiju, I'm trying to save ults as fast as possible, but I think that Punky thought that they could save their teammates and potentially win and swing the fight back in their favor with the beat. Unfortunately, not coming out, though.
Yeah, not a lot of value out of that whole fight here. Yeah, Tech Warriors only had to pull out 1 support ultimate. Oh, the Shatter against 5! Nosy Paladin! Oh my god! Right when we say that, it gets 3, and another teammate comes in just off the 1 Shatter. As my friend Captain Jack was saying, the fat Shatter comes in. Holy crap!
My jaw is on the floor right now, Will. I cannot believe that Nosy Paladin was able to do that. Just sat in the back there, shattered the entire Kaiju Core Clover team. Kaiju Core Clover are going to be initiating with this grab dragon, though. It's absolutely huge coming out. A great grab coming out from Felix Felicis. And incredible play. Felix has been coming alive. She has been doing incredible throughout this map, and it's great to see the Zaryas really coming to life here. However, Geomaster might stifle this push a little bit after landing that nice sticky volley off on the hood. It's going to mitigate a lot of their DPS, but Kaiju Core were able to clear out throughout this first choke point, which is huge, but Depot ends up falling too, and now Hood is going to be back. This is a push for Kaiju to win, Will.
Yeah, this is almost in the last push territory here. A minute 15 on the clock, so there are less to time bank for the other player. But here we go. Geomaster copies the Reinhardt. It gets a pin, and the ultimate as well. And man, they're just going to chase Kaiju Clover back. Oh my goodness! And now we're kind of in last fight territory here. Kaiju Clover is going to have to come up with something inventive here. They've got a minute on the clock, and that payload has not moved an inch.
That was actually pretty decent there, though, from Billy Beans to be able to... They ended up pushing the cart just a little bit more past that choke, and now they actually made it into one-fight territory no matter what. If Kaiju Core are able to clean up within these last 40 seconds, they're probably not gonna be able to win the map, but they could potentially finish with a draw, and getting rid of Ono, who was playing some weird Red and Lucio games there, is a great way to start. However, Archimedes falling is gonna spell a little bit of disaster coming out here for Clover, and now Clover only have 20 seconds to recuperate and get a nice push off.
Yeah, and India Tech is going to chase them down. They understand the position that they're at. 15 seconds left on the clock. And Kaiju Clover, if you want to be, if you any time to be a hero, the time is now. 10 is on the clock, and there's no one on this payload here. What is going on here? Come on, let's go. What are you doing? What are you fighting for? Hold up!
They have 2 seconds. Somebody is contesting the point. Archimedes was able to feed it.
Death Blossom comes out to save their chances, and look at this. There was 2 going down for the side of Indiana Tech, but oh my goodness, they're carved to recover. And oh my god, I don't know if there's a miscommunication or not. There is someone still at this point, but they're trying to hold on with lower numbers. Overtime is ticking away, and it looks like the Indiana Tech Warriors would go, hold on, wait, nope, that's going to be it. It ticks down, it goes away. What happened? Congratulations to Indiana Tech Warriors for winning the map, but what happened? Like they were like there's almost like they were staring at the last part of this. What happened?
I think they thought that they were going to be able to get a coordinated push in time. The stagger pick that ended up coming out there just a little bit later actually spelt doom for Kaiju Core Clover right off of the end of that, and that's just so unfortunate. I mean, they had a great opportunity to be able to push in and win that fight, but there was just a tiny stagger pick. They thought that they were going to be able to push in with all 6 with 20 seconds left. Unfortunately, did not make the moves fast enough, and that's going to move Indiana Tech 2-0 in the series, cleaning up house right now are Indiana Tech, and they're a force to be reckoned with within this Group A bracket.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They're a force to be reckoned with. Man, oh man. So congratulations to Indiana Tech Warriors for winning 2-0 against Kaiju Clover. They will, and then have one more game left in the group stage bracket. And again, I'm not sure of the standings here, but just I'm going to assume that it's going to be pretty close as far as standings here. But I'm sure we have some highlights here from that last shatter and then that tournament. Man, oh man, like I think it got 5 with that. And I guess we'll see that in the replay when we get to that. But outside of that, I mean, what a game! What a game! Like Kaiser Corp came alive towards the end of that matchup here, which is good. It's just shows signs of life, and that, like, and again, King's Row is notoriously hard to complete. So again, I was not like, it seems like everybody had a strategy for the first half of it, and then like towards the end and through that's where champions are made, and that's where champions are born here. So again, very awesome play for both teams though. So I hope they're not disappointed in this in their gameplay.
No, they really shouldn't be. I mean, both teams played that king throw incredibly well. I would have to say. I think that even just getting that close to capping on King's Row, I think that's a great feat. Kaiser Court did incredibly well within that regard, ended up swinging things back into their favor. Unfortunately, not able to finish up, moving Indiana Tech +1 win in this group stage bracket.
All right. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have our last match of our group stage coming up pretty soon, and I hope we have a highlight of that shatter as we're going out. See you guys soon.
Looks like they're waiting to confirm it. Ended up confirming the nano, and now they're just going to be
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have a bonus match for you guys. We're going to have to wait for UCI Esports to finish that match anyway, and since we've been going so fast, we now are going to bring you UCI Esports versus Gaia Esports Hysteria, and they've already started at map 1, and it is on Nepal, and it looks like the Gaia Esports Hysteria is already up 1 point already, and we'll see how the rest of the match goes.
You know, I love it too. I'm seeing the mirror here. There's definitely a clear defined meta that's going on amongst these two teams. However, it looks like even trades are going to come out. Popple is kind of just dominating right now, though, despite the res coming out. Both DPS on the side of Gaia and UCI are finding these picks that are needed. What a one clip coming out from Fade there, and the bomb to clean it up. UCI are going to be up in this fight.
For sure. So UCI Esports on the right-hand side here, and again, very storied franchise. I love all the players from the setup as well, but it looks like that it's going to be another reset coming in for Gaia Esports Hysteria as well. UCI is up 75% here, and it's looking pretty glum for Hysteria.
Yeah, and rolling through the Zen like that's so difficult. The sticky gets eaten though. Oh, what a great E coming out from Masao to be able to protect the Mercy like that. Now we have a nice even fight coming into this next point. The copy comes out for Danichi onto the Wrecking Ball. Gonna try and see if they can create any space, but the pile drive does end up missing. The stick comes through. Danichi is forced out of that copy. Ago does find a pick, though, onto Clover. A massive pick coming out there. And UCI are stabilizing off the back of these picks. Very well done from UCI. You can see some nice coordinated team play coming out there. That bomb is unfortunately going to find Danichi, who cannot go into the back room, but it's not going to matter in the end, as UCI take a nice, clean win here on Nepal from what we could see.
Yeah. For sure. So again, just we have to drop right into the action here. So congratulations to UCI Esports for getting the first map, and we'll see what they're going to do on their next one. But man, I mean, just for what we see so far, it just seems a very dominant play coming in from UCI.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they looked really, really good on this comp. They were causing a lot of chaos in the backline with a lot of their stray heroes. They were consistently in the back. I vividly remember Ago just being in the back line of Gaia Esports Hysteria and finding a pick onto their Zenyatta, so it's a little bit unfortunate there. Gaia Esports are going to have to keep an eye out for a lot of those flanking DPS and tanks.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very, very sneaky. So we welcome you back to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English the Fourth, and I'm casting with Tangerine this afternoon. And again, we have a bonus game here, so we were going to have to wait for UCI. That was going to be our last game, and I forget who they're playing against. But we're going to get you this match and get you some more bonus action. So I'm like, we're just going to cram it all in. Most of the matches in the bracket have gone to be very, very, very fast. So it works out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of blazing through this at breakneck pace right now, but the Overwatch is still great. I mean, if we're looking at some of these teams here that are coming in, every single match that we've seen today, there's been sparks of brilliance coming out from both sides of every single team that we've been seeing. Despite the fact that they have been 2-0s, the score line is a little bit misleading in some of those facts. I mean, you win a map doesn't necessarily show how close that map was, and a lot of these maps have been fairly close, actually.
Yeah, the scoreline doesn't tell the story. I mean, you have to see some of the team fights and the strategies and stuff like that. And a lot of, like, I will say, some of the maps have been extremely close. So it's not just like, you know, it was like a 2-0 and like there was never a chance for the other side. But I mean, definitely we're seeing like just some really just strong play and a lot of recovery too. Just like if you lose, right, the mental fortitude to kind of keep going and keep playing. You know, it's just like, no, you got, just because you lost doesn't mean you can't win the next two, right? So just like but we'll see. So again, UCI Esports, University of California, Irvine, again, very storied franchise, and I'm very happy that they're in the bracket. And then again, Gaia Esports Hysteria was one of the last teams that joined up for the tournament, and apparently they have 4 other squads. So I appreciate it again for them being involved in the tournament. Again, this has been going so fast. Like we had like emergency plans for this being going all afternoon, but it looks like, you know, it is going super quick here. So I'm also grateful for that too. So we've I think we've had one game that has gone they had a draw in their game, and I'll find out what that matchup is. But outside of that, I mean, it's been going very smoothly so far. So, you know, thank you for everybody that's involved. It's been great so far.
Yeah, I think it's been absolutely wonderful, and we're seeing some great Overwatch off of the back of it. I mean, when you get to see an incredible top tier team go up against anybody, you know that it's going to be a fun match to watch. UCI right now is notorious for being one of the best collegiate programs in entirety of collegiate Overwatch. They are monsters, and I really want to see them either go up against Attack Mode or 0 Hour, or Hour Zero. My apologies. No, that's my mistake. Okay.
You're allowed to make mistakes in this broadcast. It's okay. Mistakes are okay. I've made like 10 of them already. So I mean, like somebody could like string together my mistakes and just make a whole highlight reel out of them. So it's totally cool. But anyway, it looks like we're gonna get into this next map here, which is gonna be back on Kings Row. So we're back to the round 2 matchups here. So UCI Esports is up 1-0 in this matchup here, and we're gonna go into Kings Row and see it again. It's gonna be pretty cool.
You know, my fingers are crossed here too that we eventually see Rialto. Rialto is one of my all-time favorite maps. I absolutely love the map and everything you could do on it, but I digress, as we are on Kings Row here. Looks like pretty standard comps coming out from both sides. One thing that is interesting though is Gaia Esports Asteria are rolling out on the Brig here, which I believe that they were running a Mercy last time, if I remember correctly. This is good though. You saw the UCI were just like inting in on your backline at random points and times. If you want a backline protector, Brig is the way to go. So good call here from Gaia.
Absolutely. So here we go. UCI Esports is going to be on the attack, and they're going into Kings Row, and it looks like that Gaia Esports Australia is going to try to hold them here at this first point.
Yeah, they're winding up right now for the attack. They're going to try and split them off as much as they can. UCI are running this rush comp, but UCI are playing this very interestingly. It doesn't look like they're taking a necessarily coordinated rush. They're waiting for the hacks to come off. That's what's going around. The hack comes off on the lull. It's SRJ, and immediately gets beamed down. I love this version of the rush comp that they're playing. It's so smart to be able to deal with the extra stragglers that come out on the sides of like these chaotic comps, but XL Joey does end up finding a pick onto that key player that is the Sombra, so this could be a turning point here for Gaia.
Absolutely. So again, there's a little bit of stall out for this point here. The pulse bomb is gonna come up for XK as well, but it's just standing strong, just like no support. But gets the stick, but the bubble wells him up, and Popol is going to copy the Zarya as well, and gets the ultimate. But big hit hack right before that. Oh, holy crap! He's like, yeah, I got this, and then nope. The Sombra comes in clutch, and so looks like the UCI Esports have cleared off Gaia Esports Asteria, and they're going to hold and get this first point into the streets phase on Kings Row. What a sequence of events! Holy crap.
No kidding. I mean, this Sombra is finding so much value on the side of UCI, and now they have that EMP. However, PG1 is going to be taken out right at the beginning here, off of the back of landing literally every single sticky that Popple had, going right onto that Zarya without a bubble, so that Zarya was taken out almost immediately. The EMP comes out, finds the Tracer. That's a great pick you want to find. Another extra hack comes out onto this Echo, waiting for other people to see if the Echo will be countered up upon, but it looks like Fade is going to be able to deal with that themselves. And now 2 up in this fight are UCI with spawn advantage, so it looks like Gaia are gonna have to back up a fair amount here.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it was a nice idea, and definitely the minefield like stalled it a little bit here. But wait, we have Clover on the back line just trying to take out a couple players here. But that Sombra, the Fate Sombra, is just putting in work. It's just like getting the hacks off, just going in the back line, and just like, oh wait, it's even seen. Wait, boom, that was scary. Almost got taken down here, but stays alive even though it's being sneaky in the backline. It just got found. So
yeah,
it's moving though.
Yeah, the payload is indeed moving. Danichi taking a little bit of pressure here, has that Death Blossom, is going to try and look for it most likely within this fight. The Shadow comes through, lands it onto the Wrecking Ball. Death Blossom comes through in the back, finds Popple right off of the bat. That's a really nice pick, but the grab is pretty decent. It's also separating out the Trans from all of the other players, so nobody can push out even though they are in the grab. So it's a 1-for-1 trade there. Grab for a Transcendence, pretty commonly seen. As Clover pops the rally here, though, it looks like Gaia Esports are going to be able to stabilize here unless UCI are able to weather this storm. The EMP comes out from Fade, is able to find the ball. The beat, though, for extra assurance on UCI. They want this fight win, Will, and I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, I think they will too. As 2 goes down for the side of Gaia Esports Hysteria, and they're just holding on, like just the Sorcery was putting in work, but then goes down, and it looks like but the Minefield gets 2. Whoa, that's just that was
the shatter.
The shatter, and then just right as we were saying that, it looks like that UCI Esports is recovered. Then they're gonna copy the Reinhardt as well on just on top of that, and Pulpo just goes down as well. It looks like that UCI is just needs a couple more kills to clear off this point, and they're gonna get this point to the last one to point 3.
Oh my lord, somebody call a junkyard because this fight is scrappy. This is absolutely insane. Popple just went absolutely crazy, and all of the players from Gaia Esports Hysteria were able to get back onto this cart before the cap went through. UCI threw a ton at that. Unfortunately, though, they were able to build back up yet another EMP. So Fade is going to have an EMP coming in for this fight. Not a lot of follow-up, but Hell Judge will get that Coalescence. So a nice little EMP speed boost in with Coalescence is probably going to be the play here, but Gaia holding as very, very split. Their main priority is making sure that this Zenyatta does not get hit by this EMP. And they do.
Oh my god.
It's a 4-man.
And it does.
A little bit unfortunate there. It looks like Danichel is going to find a pick off the back of that, but things could have definitely been worse. However, they are spiraling a little bit out of control now. The Transcendence comes in a little bit late here from Schwartzy, and the backline is just starting to get meticulously picked apart here from the side of Gaia Esports Hysteria, and UCI takes second point.
Yeah, they're still after a long fight. Looks like UCI is going to be moving forward here. They're into the last phase, which again we saw on the last matchup as well, like how much they were stalling out in the last for the last fights here. So here we go.
The fact that Danichi was removed from that high ground is actually massive. Danichi is looking for a Death Blossom right now. XL Joey, it needs to be on XL Joey right now to mitigate the damage that comes out from this Death Blossom as much as possible. But if I'm Danichi, I'm looking for that backline, but you can't get too close to Clover because you're going to get bashed out as well. It's going to be really difficult for Danichi to try and find this Death Blossom coming out here. It looks like a copy comes out from Popple, ends up finding the copy onto the Lucio, but gets hacked immediately, so is not going to be able to build up that beaten time. Oh, Excal almost landed that stick, but the beat wouldn't have made it matter. The Death Blossom comes out, finds Schwartzy. Great plays, coordinated plays coming out here from UCI as the bomb finds nothing. Cap God cleans up 2. Great plays coming out from UCI.
I like how the beat came out exactly when that Death Blossom came out as well. It just got no value off of it, even though it's like shooting heads. And it looks like UCI is just almost there. And oh wait, no, like the Wrecking Ball's gonna come in. The Shadow gets 2, and it's just like final cleanup kills coming out for this point here. But it looks like UCI will finish. And there it goes. UCI completes King's Row, and we will see what they can do. What Gaia Esports can do on their attack. 1:37 left in the time bank, and it's pretty healthy. Again, we had 1:17 in the last map, so that's just pretty close to expectation as you can get for King's Row.
Yeah, pretty much. Also want to highlight that literal 180 counter pin reaction time that came out there. I believe it was Stadium. Stadium just went back, did a complete 180, and then ended up countercharging the Rhine as they were pinning out of spawn, killing the Rhine. Excellent plays coming out there from the main tank of UCI. But things look a little bit grim here, actually, for Gaia Esports Hysteria, finishing with that much time on King's Row, as we just saw in our last match, is very, very difficult to do. So yeah, well done there from UCI, and it looks like they're going to be playing a little bit of a odd kind of rush comp with some added sprinkles of poke damage coming out onto it with their next comp.
Yeah, for sure. So again, Gaia Esports Hysteria is going to be in the attack, and they're like, and UCI is on match point. All UCI needs to do is hold them, or at the very least, if Gaia Esports completes, they have an opportunity for a draw or a win, maybe if they can do something on their stack as well. But you know, all eyes on that time bank. If they can get at least a better time bank than UCI, they might have a better advantage going into the next fight. And here we go. It looks like Popo is going to try to. Oh no, that was just a troll pick. Oh well, switched over to Echo. Well. I was looking for it. Yeah, we can dream. Someday that comp will work. Some of those work. Anyway.
At some point, it definitely will. Here's to hoping. But I find it interesting that both of these teams are sticking, both of these very high tier teams, mind you, are basically auto-locking the D.Va, which is interesting to me. D.Va I was expecting to be a fairly good tank coming into it, but I didn't expect her to be as much of a must pick as we've been seeing with some of these higher tier teams. As Lawlet's SRJ rolls into the hotel, tries to find a nice little boop off pick, isn't going to be able to find it, but gets out immediately. This rush comp with extra added poke that's coming out from UCI is applying so much pressure to Gaia Esports Asteria's front line as they try and push in that it's just making them unable to push. You really need to see XL Joey try and mitigate some of the damage that's coming out from some of these poke heroes. Maybe get a coordinated dive off coming out from the tanks. Right now, it just looks like they're kind of staring at the point, Will.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a stall coming in as well from UCI. And like, I have not seen any like touch this point just yet. It's just like we're just playing ring around the rosy at the moment, and it's just so I'm hoping that whatever Gaia Esports has in mind, I'm maybe just grouping up here on the high ground and see if they can just take it all at once. But man, like 2 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh wait, what, the dragon that just gets a snipe off? Okay.
Oh no, they have to be ready for that. You have to be ready for that if you're Gaia.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my lord, Danichi! Danichi is just putting on an absolute clinic right now. I wanted that shot to land so bad. I really, really did. Doesn't seem like it is going to be able to land though, and XCal is actually going to find the pick onto Danichi, who got a little bit overzealous looking for the clip there.
Oh my goodness.
But wonderfully well played there from UCI to be able, and Danichi especially, to be able to force out just a fight win just off of the back of a dragon, which you don't usually see happen, Will.
Yeah, not at all, not at all. So here we go again. Oh, wait a minute. The wall comes out as well, and the window comes out, and it just gets stuck at the top of the side here. And UCI is just gonna keep going. Wait, the 2 goes down again. Wait a minute. Stadium copies, and then Povo is gonna copy the Diva. See if he gets the bomb off of it as well to clear up the point. And they're capping. Gaia Esports Hysteria is just waking up here. They're capping the point here. And it looks like they can clear out the last 2 members of UCI. They might get this, but who knows? Oh, wait, but they get stunned out of the air, and the shatter comes out of the air to get the echo down. And here we go again. Oh man, that was so close. It was so close. And the stagger pick comes out from the DB Diva as well. And man, we saw signs of life. But a minute on the clock here. We're in desperation times here. If Gaia Esports Hysteria does not get their act together, they're going to be gonna lose this map. But the stick comes in as well. Oh my god. Right on the Lucio. Wow.
The Diva flew into the Lucio and killed the Lucio. That's just so unfortunate. Also, where was Stadium when Stadium landed that random fire strike from behind the Tracer and killed the Tracer up on the high ground? I don't know where Stadium was. Stadium is flying around the arena, but it looks like Stadium's obscene antics on this Reinhardt are not going to be paying to fruition. But Danichi is in fact carrying this fight on their back. Incredibly well done there from Danichi to be able to find these picks that are needed. Danichi is putting on a clinic right now.
I mean, Danichi doesn't have a bow in his hands. He's got a sniper rifle. I mean, he's just taking players out. So here we go again. It's like 17 seconds left on the clock at Gaia Esports Hysteria. Again, the hero plays have to come out. If there's a time to step up, it is now. And they've got 10 seconds left on the clock, and no one is on this point. At least they show some signs of life. They got sniped off again. Another pick comes in. That's so unfortunate. The backward is coming out for Clover as well as to try to save these team members, but it is not working. We are in overtime, and the wrecking ball is on the point, but UCI is just surrounding these team members and taking them down. The desperation plays are coming in, and that is going to be almost in here. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go again. He's going to clear off this wrecking ball. Wallace RJ is going to do a copy. Wait, they got 2?
The mines.
The mines.
The mines can come through here, too.
Oh my goodness, so the dragon comes out. Oh my god! Puts out. No, he doesn't put it up. But wait, they're getting the picks. They're turning this around. It's almost great. The Transcendence comes out as well from Gaia Esports Hysteria. They're trying to hold on here. 2 ticks on the clock. It's going crazy here. Paul Blood's going to copy as well. And it looks like they're going to cap the point. The last second, 10 seconds on the clock, and they get this off. But now, you got to keep the momentum going. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock in the street space. And oh my god, it could have been disastrous. And they're going to play forward. It's just going to keep going.
My hands are on my head right now out of disbelief. That was absolutely insane. I mean, Gaia Esports Hysteria, I gotta give credit to Lawlet's SRJ. Never died.
Never say die.
Just was not feeling the death thing at that current point in time, and just absolutely stalled the point out there as long as humanly possible, and were able to come back in and not even commit the minefield so they can use it
he
for
held
future
it the entire
fights.
time. The entire fight. My
Absolutely
goodness.
perfectly well done there from Gaia. And now they have this minefield, which on street phase is absolutely insane. If UCI Esports push through this choke and Lawless SRJ just minefields the backside of that long streetway, then there's nowhere for UCI to go. But UCI Fade does end up popping out the tack visor. Gaia Esports Hysteria runs away out of response. It is an even fight coming out right now. Lawless SRJ does end up popping down the minefield. XL Joey will find a pick on to Danachi. It is anybody's fight right now. Stadium swinging away, trying to find that extra damage. XL Joey is going to invest the bomb into this to try and get a bit more time. Don't know where Cap God was going because his Reinhardt with the shield was standing right behind them. And I think that that's actually might gonna cost them the fight here. PG1 does find a pickoff onto the Mercy though, which is absolutely massive. And this fight is swinging every which way possible as Popple pops that copy off. Pops the copy off onto that soldier. Gonna see if they can find anything to do with the rest of this. Look at that tracking wheel. Oh wow, my God. This is crisp. This is absolute crisp play coming out right now from everybody on the field.
This is almost surgical. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like that Gaia Esports Hysteria is going to actually cap this next point. If they can just keep going, keep the play giveaway is going, and there's no one from UCI at this point. The Shatter is going to come in as well, but like, again, my goodness, what is going on? It's a different game.
I thought that XCal C9 them off a point for a second there. I thought that the Doom 9 just happened, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb's going to come out here from PG1, try and wrap up this fight. Fade also pops the tack visor, finds XCal, which is the first pick that you want to find when you're trying to clear off stagger targets. More cleanup comes through off of the back of it, and despite Gaia Esports' best efforts, UCI Esports are going to be taking this group stage win.
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
That was crazy.
Man, that was my heart is still racing from that first point. But congratulations to UCI Esports for pulling this out. But man, what a match. What a match. It's just like Gaia saw, like, it was almost like the deadline, the deadline, the timer ticking down is what motivated them, and they finally just came together to get this thing out. But my goodness. Woo! Wow. All right. So, again, once again, congratulations to UCI, and we will see them again. They're going to be playing their last match in the group stage, and Tangerine, the rest of the group stage is almost is done. We're going to be the final two games. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I am left absolutely speechless after that King's Row. I mean, if that is the way that Overwatch is going to look, I want it to look like that forever. That was so absurdly back and forth between the two teams consistently. You never knew what was going to happen because you have so much independence in Heroes right now. Yeah. There is just so many different ways for different players to just pop off at any given moment, and all of the ultimates are finding so much value. I mean, it's just looking like some clean Overwatch right now, Will.
Yeah. Very, 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 very clean, very, very clean Overwatch, and that's the way we like it. So, again, we're gonna take a quick break. I mean, after we got to recover after that one. We will have the final game for UCI coming up after this. Versus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have some more bonus action for you. We're actually tuning into Stream C with Attack Mode versus Kaiser Corp. And again, we're going to just cast over this. Like the MI Blizzard is covering this game, and I'm sure Jack is screaming to the top of his lungs about shatters. But it looks like we just got.
I think it's done.
Well, we tried to do some bonus stuff, but Attack Mode just won their map on 2. So I guess we'll have to go back to break. I'm sorry. We tried. We tried. Yeah.
Wonderfully well done from Attack Mode there. Great job from Attack Mode there. Going up 2-0 against Kaiju Core JJ, who we saw put up an absolute clinic earlier against IWU. I mean, Attack Mode is fairly good, but we're going to be going to break. Please don't go anywhere as we ready up for our next map.
And welcome back to the Invitational. Again, my name is Willingus the Fourth, and we have yet another bonus game. We tried to get another bonus game from the side of the bracket, and it didn't, it ended right as soon as we came into the broadcast. But this time we actually got to the start of one. So now we have Kajikorp King Caesar versus Gaia Esports Hysteria, and I believe some tournament standings are on the line here for this matchup, right, Tangerine?
I believe so too. I believe whoever wins this goes to Challenger, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be a really, really good match. Not to mention, both of these teams are incredibly incredibly close in terms of skill level together. I expect this match to go all the way if possible, and it looks like KNGC are going to be teleporting over to point first. This is a common strategy that's used on Night Market of Lijiang Tower, is to run this double shield along with this sim, but it looks like Gaia Esports Hysteria has the number written down on it, because Lawless SRJ just moved through there and picked off Tengu almost immediately. Now it's a scrappy fight, but it looks like Kaiju Corps are able to regain some stability off of the back of a nice Mei wall coming out from Hida to mitigate as much damage as possible.
Man. So looks like that Kaiju Corp has captured the point, and time is going to start moving up here. And yes, it's so nice to see Tengu, but he's not in the signature Senjata. He's on the Baptiste. I mean, it must be interesting composition for him.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, Tengu is generally, we consider him to be like the Zen god, making plays happen every which way. But I mean, we're seeing the BAP come out right now, and Tengu's doing his job. I mean, and I love this teleporter setup that they have, but it looks like Betty tried to take the teleporter, and it got destroyed right before Betty could take it. So Hida finds a pick, but Crimson is down, and that's going to weaken this hold right now for Kaiju Corps King Caesar, just considering the fact that without your sim, you don't have as much damage to be able to spam down on the enemy team. Lawless SRJ is going to be going in for a slam, but slammed into a blizzard, and is now dropping the minefields onto the point, but Popple is making everything better by just finding these random picks off in the middle of these fights. Very well done from Popple, and Gaia Esports Hysteria are going to take cap of this point.
All right, so Gaia Esports Hysteria is showing signs of life here. It is going to get the point back from Kaiju Corp. Now, I don't expect, like, if I know Tengu, the strategist and the shot caller that he is, I'm sure that this was planned and this is going to be okay, and they'll take the point back and win this first point in the map. But either way, we're just going to see a little bit of sneaky play going from Popple. Just going to stand around this little corner here, see if he can pick up anybody going by. And of course, it's going to drop on the Crimson. Let's see if he can get that. He also has copy online. Let's see if he's going to copy a tank. He's got that right heart. Yes, he does. He goes for the copy to the right heart. And will he get some value off it? At least one ultimate. Yes, he does. He gets the shadow. He gets 3 with that blast. Oh my god! But does not follow up though. That's okay. But that's enough. That's enough. Like, but then of course Insane Wire with the counter shatter gets nothing for it. But that's okay as well. Insane Wire though is going to follow up. Whoa! What a shatter! What a tie! Or that's good. Like bring Captain Chat that huge fat shatter coming in.
As it seems, but it looks like Kaiju Corps are able to stabilize here. They were able, despite the fact that Crimson fell down, and they got absolutely insanely shattered. Betty dropped one of the biggest beats that I have ever seen in my entire life and saved Kaiju Corps there from dropping in that fight. And they're now going to be going up into what's about to be last fight territory. And the only ult there are about 2 ults that Gaia Esports has right now. They're about to come up onto that ball ult, and this Pharah has this barrage. If this Pharah can find value with the barrage, this could be a completely different story. But they ran out of fuel! They ran out of fuel! No, let's go! Oh!
You hate to see it. You don't want to go out like that, but Kaiju King Caesar is at 95%. There's no one on this point. The Pharah was the closest one to it. Let's see if they can get back. And that's okay. Well, somebody's on the point, though. But both members of Kaiju Corp are as well, and they're going to take down this Diva, and the desperation plays are definitely coming in. Just throwing all the buyers on here, but the Kaiju Corp is cleaning this up. Overtime is ticking down, and it looks like it's going to be it. But wait, oh, then the shatter on the mid onto Lois RJ. Like, that should be it. That should be it. They're rotating out. Nope.
Oh my
More desperation plays are
Lord.
going to come into play. The Echo goes down as well, just cleaning up some more points. And here we go. That's going to be it. Kaiju Corp gets the first point. Wow. What a sequence of events.
If you're XCal, you're slamming your desk right now. That is just so tough to deal with. It's hard to manage fuel on the new Pharah, to be fair. It is very, very difficult to actually precisely manage the fuel on the Pharah, and it looks like it just got a little bit of the better of XCal. Wasn't able to get back up. I could see that XCal was trying to boop themselves back so that they could get back and get more fuel, but it was just a little bit too short, and I think that it cost them the retake on that fight. But yeah. I mean, Kaiju Corps had a better position from the get-go, and we're going on Gardens, where Pharah is very, very, very prominent on, but the Sin TP it looks like it's going to be switching off to Tracer after this MTP. So it looks like a little bit less far, a little bit more of this kind of chaotic dive comp that we've been seeing so much of today.
Yeah, a little bit more conversation, a little more action here. And Tengu is now back on the signature Zenyatta. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. That's what Tree is comfortable on. But here we go on Gardens. The team fight's already come out for the first point here. Not a lot of picks just yet, but just just stalemate until the point gets open.
Right, exactly. And right now it looks like Kaiju Corps are just kind of bunkering down on this point as much as possible with this dive comp. The interesting choice to pick up the Winston Crimson ends up falling off the map, though. There has to be a wet floor sign somewhere, Will. Everybody just keeps falling off of the map, and XCal lands a gorgeous one clip off onto Betty as well. I think that pickoff onto Crimson actually spelled doom for Kaiju Corps for that fight from the get-go. They do manage to acquire 20% though, and are actually stalling for even a little bit longer, probably going to get more to like 25. And, you know, Kaiju Corps, they're banking up ultimates right now. Gaia Esports Hysteria doing the same though.
Absolutely, like you can't be slipping on this map, man. You can't be slipping, can't be caught slipping. So
Definitely
either
not.
way, again, I'm not too worried about Kaiju Corp at the moment because again, I know Tengu is a strategist. He probably called the team back and said, look, we'll just regroup and go for the next point. And they'll definitely have an ultimate match coming in. But then the early pick on the Tengu, as I say that, man, it's just Swartzy's like, nope, it's gonna Tengu v Tengu battle, or sorry, Zenyatta versus Zen battle. Either way, XCal on this Tracer though is just putting in work. It's just going through the backline, taking down players. It is insane, but that's okay. Like it's just no challenge or whatever. And the Tracer is weak. That's the thing. I'm sure they want to pick it up. But either way, Kaiju Corp is going to regroup here again, try one more time. They might play a little bit forward. And here we go again. The monkey gets copied from Popel. Let's see if he can get into the primal range territory. Yes, he does. And there comes that range. He's going to try to boop some people off of this map. Meanwhile, Hida is on this point just clearing off players, and finally that Tracer goes down. There we go, that's what you want to see. And now he goes down the side of guys with Esports Hysteria, and looks like that Tengu's strategy comes to life, and he's going to recap this point.
Yeah, it was a great trans, honestly, but it does look like Kaiju Corps did layer their support ultimates over, which could be a little bit difficult for them coming into this next fight, considering Clover does have that Valkyrie. Now Kaiju Corps are gonna have to do their best to try and stall out that Valk for as long as possible. And anybody who's played a game up against a Valkyrie Mercy knows that Valk feels like the longest ultimate in the game. But it looks like they might not even need the Valk. Schwartzy is basically acting as a third DPS on this Gaia Esports Hysteria team and just finds 2 picks right off of the bat. And that's probably gonna seal the deal already. And the bomb is somehow, for some reason, is invested. I think they think that they can win this fight, but Kaiju Corps are just consistently losing members as the fight continues on. Might have been a little bit of an over-investment there unless Pixie's switching.
Might have been. It looks like that this point's going to flip back over, and we have a little bit of an even matchup going on here. Gaia Esports didn't have to invest a lot of their ultimates to get back this point here. They just had a solid play, and all the members of Hysteria just stepping up one by one. You know, the previous match as well as RJ, XCal1, and now Schwartzy on the Zenyatta is just, as you said, the third DPS is just coming up huge with a couple of kills in that last fight. So here we go again.
The dive initiated here. Crimson finds 2 immediately with the stickies. That's absolutely amazing. And Biggs gets a follow-up pick. Now they're up 2 in this fight, only down their main tank. But as I say that, the main tank gets rezzed. There is no focus fire from the Discord, but with only about 2 people left on the field for Gaia Esports Hysteria, I mean, Kaiju Corps are just going to clean up this point off of the back of a great right click coming out from Crimson.
But don't breathe just yet. Like Gaia Esports Hysteria has been holding on to these ultimates for the majority of the match. Like they can just empty the clip and get this point back, and they're at 93%, so it's gonna be dangerous territory. So just hold on a little bit, where it looks like we're gonna get another dramatic finish here.
Oh, I wonder if this is going to get eaten. This has to get eaten if this value wants to be found. But Betty wasn't able to Guardian Angel away properly, and Masao found them with the bomb. That's actually such a massive opening pick. The Transcendence comes through out from Tengu to be able to try and stall this as much as possible for people to come back. But Tengu gets knocked off the map, actually, and Insane Waya finds 2 picks. It looks like Insane Waya is trying so hard to bring this fight back from the brink. Hida also finds the pick, but stickies land from the side of Popple. Popple's about to be dropped down, though. Hida and Insane Waya are cleaning up the point all by themselves, and I think they've done it just off of the back of these 2 players themselves. Kaiju Corps, King Caesar are going to be able to take this first map.
What a play! What a play! Insane Waya like went down. He actually went down. So we're gonna cut to a quick break here to recoup after this, and we'll come back for the next map for Kanji Core King Caesar. And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English IV, and we're doing this bonus game between Kaiju Corp King Caesar and Gaia Esports Asteria. And Kaiju Corp King Caesar is up 1-0 in this matchup after this insane hero play. I wanted to say the insane Waya died in that last fight, came all the way back to hold the point and win that map. It's just came from death to pull that out, and it was just so amazing. So congrats to Kaiju Corp King Caesar for pulling out that first game. And now we're into map 2. On Hollywood.
On the map 2, this is going to be Hollywood. It's going to be interesting. It looks like Kaiju Corp King Caesar are actually still sticking on this monkey, which is interesting since we've been seeing primarily a ball diva today. But, I mean, Insane Waya has shown prowess on this monkey within the last map. So, not gonna mock it, because it's obviously working out for them. Insane Waya is gonna take a little bit of chip damage out there from the dynamite. It's gonna stifle out this defense a little bit. Right now, it looks like Kaiju Corp are just waiting for a moment until Gaia Esports Astria are able to come onto point, and then they're gonna try their best to dive up onto point, or Kaiju Corp are just seemingly looking for a pick right now. Crimson does end up demeching XL Joey, which already kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth if you're Gaia Esports Asteria. And as Ava Sif does fall, it looks like by Hida, actually, and Hida finding 2 picks there, 3 picks there. Hida's showing off a little bit, getting the 4th one as well.
Wow.
Wonderfully well done from Hida there. Nice little highlight clip.
So a little bit of insider baseball. I'm always stuck with the name of Northwestern University better than Hida. Here's Hida on King Caesar, just cleaning up house. So who's better than Hida? No one.
No one. As of right now, nobody. Hida does have that pulse bomb at the ready. Gonna try and find it. Does not get eaten, actually. I thought that it did get eaten there by XL Joey, but did not happen. Popple does have this bomb to try and send a point if they want, but XCal's gonna find Hida before Hida can even get out of the staircase. The bomb gets sent right onto the middle of the point as Insane Waya tries to mitigate some of that damage coming out, but ends up falling to the bomb in midair. Then he finds the res on Hida, but they're still down 1 in this fight. We're going to see some of these volleys out from Tengu, who's currently getting dived, is going to find anything, almost finds the Tracer with the shots, but the recall comes out, is able to find Tengu. And I think this is probably it here for Kaiju Corp King Caesar. They're probably going to need a reset. Biggs does find a pick. If this bomb could be huge, it could win it. The pulse bomb goes through! Oh no, but wait! King Caesar are finding picks off of the backline. Nothing's impossible when Insane Waya is on the field, ladies and gentlemen. And that is all she wrote. That was an obscene fight. Cannot believe King Caesar brought that back.
I know. It's just like every time we count them out, they just like Insane Waya just like says, no, I'm going to save the day. I'm going to leap in with my primal rage and clear people off the point. So at least Gaia Esports Asteria got 1 tick off of that point here, but they got a long way to go and 1:30 on the clock. And King Caesar, I mean, just like being the monsters that they are, the kaiju that they are just holding strong.
Absolutely, holding strong indeed. Hida does have this pulse bomb. Probably going to try and find something on the back here. XL Joey needs to be alert. Gaia does have the ultimate advantage here. The pulse bomb looks like it missed, and Tengu actually gets found out in the back line. Don't understand exactly why Hida decided to go back in there after using the recall. Just ends up getting picked out. I think that this is definitely going to be it, though. Gaia have definitely put the nail in the coffin here.
Oh my goodness. And so with 2 ticks going away, it looks like that Gaia Esports Asteria will move on to the streets phase in Hollywood, and we'll see what they can do versus this very dominant King Caesar's crowd. But again, do not count them out yet. Every single time King Caesar resets, I can imagine Tengu, making the call. I can hear him in my headphones making the call, and then they're just gonna regroup and try again, and then they'll come up with another play. So I am not worried about that. I'll be worried if they're down there. But no, I didn't even worry about that because even in the last map on Lijiang, they came back from the grave to pull that out. So I mean, anything is possible here in Overwatch, and we're seeing some really exciting play. But here we go, and we have Hida on that signature Widowmaker, but gets shut down, unfortunately. I was hoping to see something.
Could not quite find the picks. Is Hida. The pulse bomb does come through, not able to really find anything. Waya does end up finding a pick on the XL Joey out of the mech as well, though, which is going to be pretty decent here for King Caesar. They might be able to retake this in another fight, but I think right now what they're just going to try and do is back up a little bit. Popple's going to take space. The bomb comes through out from Biggs. It's not really going to find anything, but it creates the positioning So much so that Popple does end up falling down because they were not able to have that proper positioning. There was not a tank up to try and protect them or support. Tengu lands a full volley up on the X-Cal as well, and it looks like Kaiju Core are going to be able to stabilize here off of the back of a straggle pick.
Absolutely. Like, well, during that whole confusion, like, Pop will switch over to the Widowmaker just to challenge Hida off of that position as well. And then, of course, Hida then just switches over to the Tracer. So I was hoping to see the Widow v Widow battle, but, you know, joke's on Popple, right?
Exactly. But Popple does actually end up finding a pick very early on in this fight. Betty does end up falling, but I don't think that it's going to matter in the long run. I think that Gaia are not going to be able to have enough time here to really take as much space as they would have wanted to off of that pick because everybody was still resetting. Now Betty's back into it, and a Primal Rage is being popped out from Insane Waya, who is Discord Orbed and needs healing, but does not end up getting the healing. Hida, though, does find that pick off onto Popple. They need to make sure that this res doesn't come through if they want a chance in this fight. So Hida had to stay in the back, but Schwartzy proving that they are indeed a third DPS on the side of Gaia Esports Asteria, and ends up winning that fight over. It's not over yet, though, Will.
It is not over yet. It looks like we're gonna have some even ultimates in this next fight here. Oh, the pulse block comes out and gets no value from that, but that's okay. And the Valkyrie also got forced out from evasive as well. I'm not sure if they're just throwing this out here just to try to see if they can push this last point, but Kaiju Corp is still gonna hold value. They also popped the Valkyrie as well. We saw that in the Crappie is coming in from Crimson. He's gonna copy the D.Va. Might get the bomb off in time, and he does. Not a lot of. Oh wait, did he get something with that? But he got one with that blast at least. But 3 goes down on the side of a guy Esports Hysteria, and they're gonna have to regroup here. It looks like, but maybe wait, actually, maybe they may hold on. There's actually 3 down from Kaiju Corp side. My apologies, I had the wrong color in my eyes. So now they get to the next point here, and now again another map that's hard to finish, which is Hollywood. It looks like Gaia Esports Hysteria is setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaia Esports Hysteria set up a lot of those ultimates there, and were able to scrap out the rest of that fight thanks to the some great plays off of the back of X-Cal. Crimson tried their best, went for the copy, ended up getting a couple picks, but just not able to really sustain much after that copy. That duplicate ended up going away. But Biggs and Waya do have their ultimates. We're going to see if they can get this synergy off with the bomb Primal Rage. The bomb does end up coming out Primal Rage to try and boot people into it, and it works! Biggs finds 2 picks with the bomb. Insane Waya cleaning up. Absolutely immaculate plays coming out from the tank line of Kaiju Core.
Oh, you missed an opportunity there, Tejreed. Is this Biggs came up big. Oh. With 2 kills. So again, Gaia Esports Hysteria is going to have to reset here. They got 45 seconds left for the clock here to finish this map, and it's not looking too good on the side of Gaia Esports.
No, not whatsoever right now. I mean, they do have a couple of ultimates coming into this next fight with the Minefield and the Pulse Bomb. But as of right now, Kaiju Core is sitting pretty on about 3, with 2 of them being their support ults pretty soon here. Betty almost got picked. Great shots there from Popple, but a nice response to be able to just back out. Big, somewhere within that mess, is able to find a pick on the Schwartzy, which is a massive pick. However, the res does come off, and now Kaiju Core looking in a bit of danger. They're down 1. Now they're back in the neutral, though. That is the power of the Mercy, everybody. Could just bring the fight back whenever you want. Hida ends up winning out the Tracer duel, and Waya jumps into the back, is able to find Popple. However, it's now a 2v2. Hida is not able to really find any more picks off the back of that. Schwartzy is absolutely making a name for themselves right now in this tournament, Will.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are now in overtime, and it is slowly taking away. The cart is moving forward here, but oh my goodness, that Deadeye's going to hold. There goes Crimson. He's going to find 1 at least. Okay, that might be all he needs. He's going to try to get down the Zenyatta as well. He does get 2, and Popple pops his Deadeye as well, but gets a 1 off of that blast. This is all over the map here, and it's like, looks like, nope, don't count Caesar out, and he gets out the Mercy as well. And it were all, like, just Kriz is just going crazy here, and that is where it's going to come to an end. Gaia Esports does not complete, but they have 68 meters on the last point for point 2. So Kaiju Corp King Caesar will have the golden box of victory. They can win this match out and potentially move into the challenger bracket on this push, on their attack.
You know, this is the kind of Overwatch you love to see. I'm not just seeing individual. Of course, there are individual plays that are shining through, but those individual plays are happening from everybody on both sides, actually. Yes. I mean, every single person on both of these teams is firing off right now. You can see that. I mean, as of right now, Popple and Hida are coming to mind because they're probably the two flashiest players.
Yes.
But everybody on each one of these teams is doing their job incredibly well. The coordination that's coming out from Waya and Biggs on these dives, especially on that when they did the bomb and primal play, just showcase their synergy together. Betty and Tengu are sticking together constantly. And then on the side of Gaia, you have Excal and Popple just going absolutely insane. Lawless SRJ and XL Joey have just been very consistent in this front line. And Schwartzy is essentially a third DPS with Ava pocketing them. So it's going incredibly well for both sides here. It's interesting to see how both of these teams are structuring their comms based on the meta. It's incredibly interesting to see both of these two team styles be established so firmly right now.
I love the adaptation coming out from both sides. So here we go. Kaiji Corp is on the attack. Once again, they can win this map and win this match on this push here. So we'll see what they can do. A guy at Esports Hysteria is going to set up. Well, actually, Kaiji Corp is going to set up on the high ground here. They're just going to dive right in.
Yeah, Big Snow did get caught out in a little bit of an unfortunate position. Ended up jet boosting up and just got a lot of poke damage dealt to them. But he will find and win that Tracer duel out onto Excal. It looks like the Discord Orb 2 was on Avasif to make sure that that res is not able to come through. Popple getting out some more spray damage will end up finding Waya on re-engage. Schwartzy also finds Hida. So now Kaiju Corps are down 2, 3, 4, 5, and now it's just spiraling absolutely out of control. Well,
again, I'm not worried. I'm not worried yet. Again, I'm sure Tengu made that call. Again, I can hear him in my headphones as he's saying, nope, fall back, regroup, try again. That's okay. They've got a little bit of time to give. Not much, but they have a little bit of time to give to try this again.
Yeah, they're going to be setting right back up here. Both DPS ults on the side of Gaia are online. Kaiju Corps falling a little bit behind in the ult economy here. So this next fight likely will be going into the way of Gaia unless somebody can find a pick. But that somebody is not on the side of Kaiju Corps. It is indeed Schwartzy, who has been somewhat of an MVP in my opinion for Gaia, as we've been seeing right now, Will.
Okay, so the adaptation coming in for as well. The copy coming in for Popple onto the Diva. It has the ultimate in place. Let's see if we can get it off. It gets no value off of that, but that's okay. Betty with the revival as well. The fight still continues. Popple just gets copied out, as it were, as just gonna get some sticky bots on the. Oh my goodness! But yeah, Hida on that Tracer. On the other side, on Kaiji Corp though, and Crimson tries to do the copy of the Wrecking Ball here and tries to get some more value off of it, but they're getting cleared off of the point by Gaia Esports Hysteria. Now, I spoke a little bit too soon. Now I'm worried. Tangerine. It's just it didn't work out the second push, and they got a minute and 45 left of the clock here to make something happen, and then just you don't want to have that additional stress in the street phase, especially on this map.
Yeah, there's not much time left. The clock is absolutely dwindling down. Waya was just put in an unfortunate situation there when Popple popped right out of that duplicate. I'm gonna love saying that every single time. Actually ended up flying back in the air, and Waya just went on a really long jump. Tengu just decided to cross the alleyway there. Did not have any support come through onto him to make sure that Tengu was protected. The res will come off, but Waya does end up falling, so there's no way a push is going to be possible here unless another pick gets found out, which it does, and now they're going to Transcendence to make sure that the res can't come off. Beautiful play coming out there from Tengu, and now the tides have switched into the favor of King Caesar, recognizing their win condition within a split second, and a great bomb comes out to make sure that nobody is able to get back onto this point properly.
Yeah, for sure. So, but again, I had some concerns, but of course you saw Insane and Wyatt just marching onto the point here, and a copy is going to come out from Popple as well over onto the monkey as well, and it looks like get 2 sticks. They're getting cleared off the point here, and Popple goes down as the echo. And here we go. It looks like King Caesar will pick this up. The Primal Rage gets popped out as well. And Insane Wyatt is just going to play forward here and try to see if he can get some more calls off of it. It does not. And that's okay. He's just going to join his team back on the point. And here we go. Kaiji Corp King Caesar has successfully moved into the street space on Hollywood. All right. My heart rate is going up a couple beats, and now it's going to go down a couple beats. And it's going to calm down, start over again. But Kaiji Corp is marching towards victory.
We're stabilizing here, Will. It looks like right now, Kaiju Corps are going to be up a little bit in this fight, though. As soon as those doors open, the Xcal ended up getting a volley of sticky bombs right in their face and was just not able to do much about it. And the copy ends up coming through from Crimson to make sure that they can basically just force this Streets phase into one fight territory now, as Crimson ends up finding Popple. We're going to see if Hita's able to land a pulse bomb. It looks like, though, XL Joey has their number, making sure that they're trying to eat it, but peeled for just a split second. Fortunately, though, the pulse bomb missed. Hita will end up falling. This is looking a little bit better for Gaia, as they do have the spawn advantage.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And also they have the ultimate advantage as well. And they're going to just drop the minefield right in the back line here, right on top of Tengu's head. Oh my goodness. Looks like it's 1 kill down on Crimson. And we'll see if we can get some more value out of it. Hobo's in the air with that Echo. It's just trying to find whatever member in the backline he can for that. And it almost gets Hita down as well. But Tengu and Betty are just backing their team up and trying to get this to win this fight here. They understand what's at stake here. There's a minute 30 on the clock. And then Wrecking Ball just going across that bridge. Somebody get them up. Schwartzy pops his Transcendence as well to try to keep his team alive, and it's not working. I'm wondering where that Echo's going to go. Meanwhile, Extra's in the back line here with the Pulse Bomb in hand, and the Transcendence also comes out from Tengu. Is just trying to keep his team alive and keep this payload moving, and it gets no value off of the Pulse Bomb. This is getting crazy, Tangerine. It's getting crazy.
Oh my lord, Waya jumped out of the way at the exact moment that the pulse bomb went out. Don't think it's going to matter too much. However, the primal is popped out from Waya. They're going to see if they can retake this. Waya and Hita, a tale as old as time as it seems right now, are just going to try their best to double clean up this point. It looks like they're going to be able to do it. Waya is pretty low though. The bubble is dropped down, and some great focus fire out there from Biggs to make sure that Waya is... well, Waya does end up falling there, but Biggs tried their best to make sure that nothing else would happen. And now, Kaiju Corps have a wealthy bank of ultimates, but don't count Gaia out yet. They're definitely coming up with those online. They're going to try and go for a recontest here to see if they can get something done.
I mean, Gaia Esports is definitely stepping up their game here. They understand what's at stake here for their tournament lives are on the line. The Whitefield comes out as well. The same Wyatt just like goes out. Oh my goodness! That's a lot of stuff happened all in like 15 seconds here. And they're going to focus down the... Oh, nope. And it looks like the Gaia Esports is going, wait, we just take down the overtime. Wow, all this is going on. And the Tango goes to light Lucio to try to save this. But Gaia Esports Hysteria pulls it out. And just a random hole. It looked like the Kaiju Corps was in control here. We will go to a quick break, and we're going to get our last match after this. All right. Now this is real. This is real now. It's not a jumping game. Hi, my name is Will English the Fourth, and welcome to the Will English Invitational. We are in our final game in the group stage, which is going to be the Weird Squad versus UCI Esports. How are you doing, Tangerine? We've had a lot of action. Just some insane plays.
Yeah, my heart rate is going like absolutely insane. I guarantee you, if I was wearing like a heart monitor right now, there would have
I'm
been
sure.
several times where it would have told me to like take a deep breath and kind of just chill out a bit. Everything is just absurd. I mean, all of the teams, all of the fights, they're so back and forth. The way that this
Yeah.
meta is constructed is just so scrappy. I love watching it. It's my favorite thing to watch. I love it.
I mean, this is what we wanted. This is what we set up the tournament for. We wanted this kind of action, and just everybody's just stepping up. What I love is like you don't know who's the star of your team until you see them in battle, until you see them at the last second, right? Just like where heroes are made and challengers are made and whatever. It's like it's been amazing. It's been amazing to watch. So we see so. We do know a couple of results from the group stage. So at least Team PW and DePaul University have made it out of their group out of the top, and that was, I mean, like it was the expected result, but an unexpected result because I was thinking that I didn't expect one of those teams to make it out, but like they both did, and so we will see them in the winner side of the bracket hopefully later today. We're trying to finish up this last match so we can get to the bracket stage as well. So that is kind of what we're we're trying to get to here. But like there was a little bit of delay in one of the groups, but that's okay. It allowed us to kind of do more coverage and get at least King Caesar on the broadcast as well. So I mean, I'm very happy with the result. This has been an amazing day of Overwatch, and I'm glad that everyone's having a good time, and it's been some awesome matches.
Of course, any day where you can get to watch this much amount of high octane Overwatch is a good day for me, jumping between these different games, getting able to get a read on how these teams have been performing, what they prefer to be playing, who's the star player of each team. It's been incredibly nice to get to know kind of the backbone of how these teams operate too. So it's been amazing from a standpoint of getting to watch and see how all of these teams develop in terms of their strategy and their style, but it's also just been fun because casting good games of Overwatch, nothing can beat that. Well, there's absolutely nothing that can beat
Nothing
that.
can beat that at all. So a little bit of a schedule update as well. So again, we're trying to finish this last match so we can move into the challenger bracket, and all the four streams that we're broadcasting today will each have a winners round or a challenger bracket round one matchup for you. So we'll at least get to see one last game today after this is over. However, also all the rookie bracket matches. So we're trying to figure out who's going to still be left standing in the rookie bracket after this is all over, and those will be playing tomorrow on twitch.tv/landlords gaming. So that is going to be an excellent time for all those other teams. Again, it's just an opportunity to be casted, to be covered, and I hope they stick around for that. But in the interim, we still have our one last game, and I think we've only seen UCI so far in the tournament, at least on our broadcast. But I don't, and I also don't know if this match has challenge bracket implications either. But from what I understand, I mean the Weird Squad is a upwards of 4.4K team. So I mean UCI's game we saw so far was a little bit of a low dominant play from them, and it just looked like they were so in synergy and so in sync. But I wouldn't expect that in this one. I would not expect that in this game.
Oh no, actually, I believe that both of these two teams are currently 2-0 inside of their respective bracket.
Oh wow!
So this is going to be a final group match for the ages. This is going to be absolutely amazing. I'm excited to see exactly what both these teams bring out. We saw what UCI brought out, but now, regardless, we're going to be looking at this map set. So similar to before, we're rolling out over here on Lijiang Tower. Pretty good map, very diverse within its map pools and its different sorts of rounds that we got. We're able to play kind of like maybe a rush comp on Control Center. As we get into Night Market, you're able to kind of just play whatever you want. Sim is very popular. Then you get onto Gardens, and anything in the entire world can happen on Gardens, even Afara. So let's go ahead and roll out here, and it looks like we're going to be starting out on Night Market, Will.
Yeah, I'm going to start out on Night Market here, and again, we see a little bit of UCI in action in our previous game, but now we get to see our squad from the Weird Squad. I was going to say the squad from Weird Squad. Yeah, I messed that up. Either way, we see some interesting compositions. The Moira and the Lucy are going to come up for this. Wait, are they just going to troll here?
Oh.
What's going on?
Okay, all right. So it looks like they're going to be sticking in with this kind of ball diving comp that UCI was running this last time. Chris is going to be taking quite a bit of damage, though. I don't think they're going to be able to win that 1v1 up against the ball, especially with the D.Vas supporting them in the back. But Weird Squad did exactly what this comp is supposed to do. They're running a Ryan D.Va, which is incredibly interesting, actually, considering the fact that we have not seen a ton of Ryan today unless run in an explicitly rush comp, which it's kind of being run here. However, it's being run with the D.Va as well. A hack does come off on the PG1 after a boop is also found on the Hell Judge, and UCI are actually going to be losing this first fight here, and I'm pretty sure that the Weird Squad are going to be able to take first point control.
Absolutely. So again, like a little bit, it's nice to see UCI a little bit on the back foot here.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see it, especially when you see top tier teams start to get pushed to the brink like this. Everything goes. It starts to become a very entertaining game. It looks like some ultimates are starting to come online, though. Pulse bombs are going to be coming out here from both sides, and a minefield is online right now for Stadium, as well as a coalescence from Real Boss Baby. So we're going to see exactly how they want to utilize that. Ideally, you would be starting out with the coal, most likely if you're on the Weird Squad, as soon as UCI decides to push in. A recall is forced out from Fade, though. Fade is trying to look for this pulse bomb. What?
What just happened?
They just boop Hell Judge off the map with the rocket boosters, and the hack comes through onto PG1, and the super squad that we were seeing earlier is starting to get picked apart.
Whoa, what happened? What happened? Like, I thought you were always supposed to boop off of Lucio, and then you end up booping off with a D.Va? What is going on here? Are we seeing the match we were all expecting for? And then, but again, it does look like the UCI esports is just like they just didn't expect this to happen, or if they did, it's just a surprise to me too. Because again, I don't know this Weird Squad team. It's just very odd. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's very weird. In fact, the EMP decides to come through, picks off Hell Judge immediately. EMP Shatter is such an absolutely devastating combo. However, it looks like somebody was knocked out of the mech. I Can't Lose was knocked out of the mech, and the Shatter is actually huge coming out from the copy on Danichi. And this is exactly what you need. The copy, Shatter, and bomb ended up coming out. A tale is over. Is time within that combo with the bomb Shatter comes through, and UCI end up cleaning up. This match is going to start to get close, Will.
I think the word you're looking for is the beauty and the beast. So, so here we go. I mean, like UCI esports will flip this point, and they're up a pretty good percentage point. It's 30% here, and that Sombra is just looking for a little bit of a hack on the backline here.
The hack ends up coming, doesn't actually end up coming through, is interrupted almost directly before it was able to go out. Fade is finding kills. Fade is actually just finding 3 kills out of nowhere. Stadium also finds a boop off of the back of that Transcendence, though. That was the perfect play to do. All they had to do was use that Transcendence from Hell Judge, and they just immediately won the fight.
I mean, we need to come up with different names for boosts with different characters here, because that's going to confuse the heck out of me. I'm just thinking like Lucio's going in the back line. No, we get boosts from D.Va, boosts from the Wrecking Ball. I mean, come on. Like, Hamster putting in work.
Definitely, yeah. The hamster's just kind of spinning around on his little trackball right now, trying to conjure up a way to get everybody off of this map. The pulse bombs are going to be on for both sides. Both tracers, it doesn't look like Chris's is going to land, but Super Gomez is going to make sure that it doesn't matter, and they're going to be picking off. Both supports are down right now for UCI. Danichi invest the copy into this fight. An interesting choice, trying most likely just to stall out cap time to make sure that this goes down into one fight territory. And the copy is going to be forced out. It looks like the Weird Squad are going to be taking this fight.
Take this fight, take their point back. But this time it's a little bit dangerous though, because now they got to hold on at least towards the end of this. If the points get flipped, they're gonna end up back at 90%. Like UCI esports is at 97%, so you might see a little bit of an overtime fight here. But here we go, and UCI esports does have the ultimate management going into this fight as well. The only thing we see here is the EMP from the Sombra on the Emerin.
Yeah, that EMP is going to be huge, though. If it hits with enough people, they don't have any support to deal from it from the side of UCI. So Emerin literally just has to press the go button as soon as possible. They need to know this. It looks like they're waiting for people to come to point first. The sticky bomb lands onto the mech and then throws out the mech with the bomb. Actually tries to pick out the Super Gomez, too. A wonderful play there from PG1. The EMP is going to come out, mitigate all of the mines right now. But the Weird Squad are starting to resurge back into this fight. It's still decently even though, but the hack coming through onto the Echo, it doesn't look like there's going to be any other support. The translocator was thrown outside, but actually was thrown right onto a mine, and I think that's going to be it. It looks like the Weird Squad, in a surprising turn of events, are going to be taking a round off of the giants that are UCI Esports.
Oh man, oh man. And that was close. That was close, Tangerine. Like that was going back and forth, and it was amazing. It was totally amazing. So, we're gonna have the Weird Squad. This is gonna be weird to say every single time I say it. Is up 1-0 on Lijiang, and again, this is for placement. The idea is that whoever wins this will come out in first seed, and whoever loses this will go out in first seed and challenge us. That's that. So both teams are going to challenge her. This game almost doesn't matter, but at the same time, you know, you could dodge some of the first place teams, right? If you win this out. So, you know, we'll see how this turns out as well. But like, here we go on the next point here.
Exactly. If you lose this in your UCI, that might be an unceremonious exit out from this tournament if they end up losing this set, because they might go up against one of the giants on the squad, like maybe Hour Zero or Attack Mode, something of the similar vein. But it looks like Hell Judge actually just got deleted from the game anyway. So the Weird Squad are actually living up to what they have been doing on that last round. And UCI are looking to be in a little bit of a pickle, but the control has not even, control point hasn't even been activated yet. So not a lot is really going to be gained off of that next fight win. However, they do have the ult advantage by just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So here we go again. It's another fight coming through. And it looks like that the Weird Squad does make the cap of the point, and the percentage is increasing. But man, there's a lot on the line here, and I'm hoping that you can have the mental fortitude. We've been playing for about 3 hours now, so I mean, the mental fatigue does come into play here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they still got another one to go after this. I mean, they got a lot of Overwatch to play today. I hope they rested up and ate something. The hack is going to come through onto the copy, which is going to completely, basically, make that copy useless. There's no way for the bomb to be able to go off anymore, and now the copy has been taken care of. Danichi not having as much of an effect as they wanted. Actually, it looks like Danichi somehow managed to get back into mech, which was neat. But the slam comes through. Saprona's gonna jump off of the map as a result. And the Weird Squad looking really, really tight right now.
Yeah, really, really tight. So the percentage is increasing. I'm not sure if UCI Esports has even touched this point in this map here, but they're going to tighten up here and see if they can make another push from the back line here to get to the whole point.
Just a little bit of poke damage going on right now. The Weird Squad has a crazy amount of bank of ultimates coming online. UCI is going to start right off the bat with that Valkyrie. The minefield will be dropped from Super Gomez to try and block off that entrance. But Basilisk does end up getting the melee kill on the stadium before anything can even happen. It looks like they might have gotten hacked just based off of the user UI. But PG1 finds a bomb kill. However, UCI are still down 1, now down 2 within this fight. It is last fight territory. The res comes through, but the beat from Basilisk is going to keep everybody nice and healthy on the side of Weird Squad. And in a surprising turn of events, Will, I think UCI have lost this map.
Like, that was unexpected.
Wow.
Like, I mean, that's going to be odd for me to say, but Weird Squad goes up 1-0 in this best-of-3 matchup.
I'm in shock and awe right now. I mean, the Weird Squad just fired off on all cylinders there. They looked absolutely clean. Their ult engages were incredible. Their value that they were getting out of their ultimates was amazing. And UCI just could never get in a clean engage. And it just seemed like the Weird Squad had their number.
Yeah, like all of the numbers, not just the first number, but all 6 of them. But that's okay. They've got, like, UCI Esports can recover here. I mean, like, they got at least another game to play. I mean, I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but at the same time, it's like, man, like we saw such dominant play from UCI. It looked like they're just going to cruise into it. But again, it also could be a little. I don't want to say a sandbag, and I don't want to say collusion, but it could be a little bit of a sandbag as well. It's just say like, hey, if we come out in first, we got to dodge some other teams, but then let's let the Weird Squad deal with that, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going through their heads right now, but I'm hoping they can step it up and we'll at least have a little bit of an exciting finish to the group stages here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping so too. I mean, UCI did have a sub in there, I believe. I believe that the Mercy was a sub coming in for UCI. So maybe they'll bring in another sub. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on there, but UCI, who looked so dominant earlier on, I mean, dominant.
Yeah,
they
dominant.
were flexing on kids in this tournament. Just kind of got a little bit wiped there. I mean, a little bit uncharacteristic of that squad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, but this is how you have to work. Sometimes you can't win them all. You can't win every single map. You gotta just regroup, refresh, and get back into it. We've seen that from so many other squads. And again, I'm quite sure the UCI has the coaching staff and everybody to kind of work them through this. I'm sure this is not the first time they've been in this position, so we will see. But again, it is so nice to see. This is what's so nice about this tournament. These are teams that we don't know about. We have no clue like who they are or where they came from. And here they are coming into this tournament. They've banded together. I mean, I don't want to call them going ghost just yet, but at the same time, it's like it's just so nice to see. Like, yeah, we see this dominant play, and then here's another brick wall you have to deal with, right? So like you never know. You have no clue. And some of the teams we didn't expect to make it through are just pulverizing. It's just like, so again, you may have an SR, you may have a rank, but that doesn't matter. It's just like it's how you play in the tournament. It's how you play in the format. And so but again, it's been amazing so far, and I'm just happy to kind of see this competition. But we're gonna get into this next map here, which is gonna be on Hollywood. And again, we just saw Kaiser Corp pull out, or at least we saw opposite team pull off a matchup there. So we're looking towards what kind of compositions do you think we should do? Would do on Hollywood here, but just based on what we've seen so far.
I'm assuming that I think the Diva Ball is honestly probably the best tank line to be running into Hollywood. I think that the amount of space that you can create with Ball, while also being able to have the mobility that Diva has in order to contest sight lines of any sort of DPS that might be set up in various locations on Hollywood, because you can set up just about anywhere. I think it's going to be very imperative that there's at least a Diva on the team. But I expect Ball Diva to probably be the tank line that most people are running. It's just most likely that Ball Diva coming out, as well as like a Zen to just get the focus fire off. I think that's probably going to be the most meta comp right now. It's what we're seeing the most from the highest tier teams, is that synergistic dive coming out while also having the peel available from Diva to be able to protect your backline. And then if you want to complement that sort of backline peel, getting in a Brig is also possible, but Mercy seems to be the way to go. So
yeah. So again, we're just waiting to get into this next match here. But I mean, we can also talk about some of the other teams that have made it out. So I do know that our Zero made it out of their bracket, and they're awaiting the result of this match here to see who they're going to play. I'm not sure who else made it out, but I think also Attack Mode made it out as well. So I mean, there's just some quick updates. But here we go. We are going into Hollywood here, and look again. This has a lot of implications here. If the Weird Squad can pull this out, they'll come out in first, and I think they'll end up playing against DePaul University. So that's the other team that made it out that's waiting. So our Zero and DePaul University are waiting on the results of this match, and I'm assuming that the Weird Squad, if they win this, will end up playing against DePaul University in the first round of our match. But here we go. The Weird Squad will start off on attack. They switch sides. So they're going to start off on attack for this next map.
Yeah, and it looks like a little bit of substitutions actually came in for UCI. So like I said, that Ball Diva is kind of absolutely insane. I'm actually surprised that the Weird Squad, and it looks like the Weird Squad might be switching up their tank line. No, they're keeping it with the same. I'm actually so shocked that Super Gomez is getting as much value on Rhine as they are getting. I mean, Super Gomez has been putting on an absolute show with this Reinhardt, actually finding great shatters, just great neutral play in general. But UCI Esports are making adjustments to make sure that this is not their last map. They are not going out without a fight right now, Will. And as they emerge onto this point here, Emerin is going to try and force UCI off the point as quick as possible. And it's going to be imperative that UCI does their best to try and deal with this nuisance that is a Sombra. But with the only thing that you could possibly really peel for it with being your D.Va and maybe your Brig, it might be a little bit difficult.
It might be a little bit difficult here, but the Weird Squad starting off strong here and getting 2 picks. So like they're gonna get 4 picks off of UCI. I mean, oh my goodness! If they're gonna full hold here, is this how this is gonna go?
Oh, wow. I mean, the Weird Squad are just playing this so perfectly, playing off of the back of this Sombra that is off of Emerald. It seems like this is definitely the comp they want to stick with, and it looks like right now what they're doing is they're actually just playing a slow, very slow neutral game, waiting for Emerin to get the hack, and then as soon as the hack goes through, the D.Va jumps onto the hack, and then the rest of the squad just joins in later on, and they're running this hard rush comp. Fade, though, will end up finding a pick right off the bat. Super Gomez does end up falling just a little bit low, but it looks like UCI are going to be able to stabilize off of the back of a nice pick from Fade.
Oh, that's good. So UCI is like showing signs of life here, and at least wipes them off of the cart. And we're just gonna start over again. But I'm sure the Weird Squad this is expected. It's like, okay, we can't be that dominant that long.
We're getting back up into a good amount of ultimates here for the Weird Squad. The Weird Squad has 2 confirmed on point, but they're about to have 5 up. UCI running just a little bit behind. They're going to have to play this a little bit slower if they want to try and find the win here. The Weird Squad do have those ultimates, though. I'm surprised they're not aggressing, knowing that UCI might not have their ults up right now. Chris is going to look for a pulse bomb onto this Zen. They do find the stick onto Hell Judge, and that's going to spell disaster for UCI. Without that Zen, there's no more Discord order to be able to focus on targets.
None at all. So here we go again.
Oh, man. I mean, Weird Squad just absolutely cleaned up as well as they could. They have 3 or 4 ultimates coming back up online here, but UCI are going to be rolling out with this massive 6-pack coming out of ultimates. But it's imperative that they don't use all of these ultimates at once if they can avoid it. If they want to try and have for a street phase defense here, which is a little bit uncommon on Hollywood, but it's possible, then they need to save these ults. But the EMP comes through. Chris and Super Gomez are able to find the picks immediately off of the back of it. Hell Judge is just getting absolutely bullied right now, Will.
Yeah, they're getting, just getting shut down. I mean, at least UCI is pulling out the hero plays as well. They get 3 down, but that's not enough. But Fade on that McCree is just standing strong. It's just like he didn't even need to invest Deadeye either. He just clears people off this point, and looks like their Weird Squad is on their back foot, and they have to reset again.
I mean, that was really, really, really well done there from UCI. UCI, primarily Fade, actually. Fade is just kind of putting on a clinic right now in terms of this Kree, and they only ended up investing 2 ultimates too, so this is what you need. Oh no, the pressure is coming out from Danichi! Super Gomez doesn't end up falling though, so the pulse bomb is wasted. Super Gomez uses the shatter, gets a little bit of a tactical crouch in there after the fire strike does end up coming through. Fade will find the pick off onto Chris though, so now it is an even fight as of right now. And as of right now, I'm going to favor the team that has Fade.
Yeah, no, yeah, if Fade is on your team, you have a chance, right? And just going off on these folks. Just like still standing strong, he's not died yet, and still has that Deadeye for extra value. It doesn't matter though, he's just going to snipe shot people's heads and take people down, but he finally goes down. Man, what a ride! He was just still there. He's still standing. Actually, I'm sorry. He didn't go down. We switched off of him. He's still standing, and the Weird Squad gets cleared off at this point. So now we're seeing UCI. See, again, this is how champions are born. These are how champions are made. UCI just needed to regroup, and it looks like they're gonna hold off.
I love this switch coming out from Super Gomez. I don't think that the Ryan is going to find as much value on street phase as it did on first point, particularly because the streets are just so long that the spam damage that comes through onto the Reinhardt, by the time you get to point, you're not really able to have a full max HP or max shield Reinhardt going into it, and that's really what you want when you start initiating fights. But Real Boss Baby was kind of just in the sights of Fade, and got shot down immediately. Chris will end up finding the sticky bomb kill though onto the Zen, and it looks like the Weird Squad are able to stabilize here. Fade is still alive though. We're gonna see if some magic can happen, but the eat comes through, ends up eating the flashbang, and that's probably going to be street space completed for the Weird Squad.
Yeah, so the UCI Esports is like, I mean, they had like, it looks like the key is just taking down that Fade, and that's also what the star for the team was at the time. And so now the Weird Squad is moving on to the second point and looking to complete. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left of the clock here, and anything can happen.
Ooh, those stagger picks are not good. Those stagger picks are not good whatsoever. UCI Esports are now going to have to probably complete this phase with only about a fight left. They could probably get out about 2 fights, but it might be more like 1.5 now. And this second retake fight might just have to be a stagger fight. And look at the ultimates that are coming online for the Weird Squad. And Chris finds a pick immediately. This is going to be incredibly difficult now for UCI to be able to hold on to.
Yeah, so it looks like the Weird Squad is just going to try to hold all their ultimates here, and they're just moving towards the end of this point here. I don't know if UCI can contest. I mean, like the Weird Squad will have 5 ultimates ready to go in this last fight, and the UCI Esports is just scrapping for the rally comes out just to try to save their teammates as well. I mean, I'm not sure if that was a good move, but the EMP comes out from Everett as well. It gets 3, I think. No, 4. It got thrown with that blast. They're going to take down, try to take down members of UCI, but it's almost too little too late here. We saw a good hold for UCI, but it looks like as soon as that Weird Squad can clear off these players on the map, it's crazy.
Ooh, Chris does end up falling, which in the case of having spawn advantage might actually spell a little bit of danger here for the Weird Squad if they are not treating this cleanup carefully. And like I'm saying right now, Fade does end up finding a pick. They might not technically be up within this fight, but they are doing well. I'm surprised that Fade decided to hold that Deadeye instead of just using it as a reload. The hack comes through onto Danichi as well, who managed to find a pick onto the ball. Helljudge also finds a pick onto the D-Mech Diva. And I think UCI, with the help of a little bit of spawn advantage, are going to be able to stabilize here on this last point, and Weird Squad only have about 35 seconds left to be able to cap this point.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go, and again, UCI comes up with the last minute hold, the last minute play, and again, the snipe coming in from the Diva from PG1. But man, what a game! What a game!
Absolutely. So far, this is shaping out to be an incredible series. Fade does open up with a pick, though, onto Super Gomez. It's interesting to see that the Weird Squad aren't taking a full reset here. You would have liked to see them all try and move in at once, especially considering the fact that Emerin had EMP coming up for this next push. Might have been a little bit of a misplay coming out from the Weird Squad. It could cost them this. This EMP has to be massive. They have to find Helljudge immediately with this. But Emerin gets caught on the edge, wasn't able to climb back up. Oh, no. However,
hate to see it. Yeah,
Chris, I can't lose, and Basculus find the picks. I think the Weird Squad are going to be able to do this.
Maybe, but like there's 4 down for UCI, and it's just the ults are all coming out, and we're in overtime as we speak. But just these a couple more key kills here. Fate's still trying to save this team, and he cannot do so. And the Weird Squad will complete Hollywood, but nothing in the time bank. So they'll get a minute back. But now it's an opportunity for UCI to come in with a larger time back.
It is imperative here that the Weird Squad ended up finishing with nothing in the time bank. There is a clear win condition now coming out from UCI. And when you see that win condition in a team, it makes it so much easier to try and structure your offense or your defense to play around that. So UCI are going to have to structure their offense right now to try and at least cap with time. That is all that they have to do if they want to ensure that this goes over to a map 3. If they do not finish with time left in the time bank, the most that they can hope for, well, they could actually still win this. They could definitely still win this considering they finished with 0 seconds. However, if you're UCI, you want to finish this up right now.
Yeah, you want this game to end now, not now, but right now, as it were. So, and then at least have a fighting chance and push this to a map 3. But we have to see what UCI Esports can do on their attack, which will be started shortly.
I wonder if this hog pick is actually going to come into play. I think the hog pick could end up working here, maybe for some extra checking onto the ball, onto the Sombra. But the only thing about running hog into Sombra is if your Hog gets hacked, he is a walking ult battery. He will literally just charge up the enemy team so much with ultimates, especially on the Sombra. It might be, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how this Hog decide to play the Hog here. And oh my god! Don't do that in front of Fade, Chris! What are you doing?
You saw the tracking of that. He's just like, I saw where you faded out from. I saw where you teleported. And you just aimed right there and took him out. That is a high level play. I'm never gonna be able to do that. Holy crap.
Some extra picks come out here. It looks like UCI are cleaning up pretty well, actually. It looks like the Hog is actually getting a fair amount of value. They're literally just waiting for the Weird Squad to engage onto UCI. They know that the Weird Squad, UCI knows that the Weird Squad with their specific comp has to engage first onto them in order for it to make sense. So UCI just decided to make their comp a little bit more durable to tank those dives, and now they're finding a lot of success with this comp. But the Weird Squad did decide to switch off into a mirror here, and they think that they can take it on.
Yeah, for sure. So UCI does capture their point, and now we're moving into the streets phase of Hollywood. And again, like just like Tangerine mentioned, we hope that they can finish this map with extra time in the time bank. Yeah, it's gonna be a long road to get there.
Oh, speaking of road, it looks like the Road Hog on the side of UCI was able to find something. PG1 finds a nice hook off of the top, finds another hook onto the Diva. Super Gomez does get a pick on the Hell Judge, but the whole Hog is coming through, being able to force people back off the point. Super Gomez definitely has that hook, but wasn't able to quite get it off. So nice positioning there. PG1's Hog is actually going absolutely insane here when UCI needs it most.
Yeah, just congrats to him for stepping up here. And he almost emptied the full whole Hog into Super Gomez on the wall. He was just stuck on the wall and couldn't do anything. I mean, I just thought that was personal. But either way, UCI is just moving forward here. I mean, it's just like we all saw all the stalls from the last round here, and next, like the UCI just found their stride. They're moving forward.
Ooh, that's a really, really, really bad opening pick. If you're on the Weird Squad, that's not what you want to have happen. I mean, they're just crumbling apart. The stray picks that UCI is managing to find, just out of the back of seemingly nothing, they're taking these dry fights, and they're just completely winning them despite having the ultimate advantage. All they had to invest there was rally. That being said, Weird Squad did not invest anything themselves and are coming up on a nice, sweet six-pack here. But UCI Esports, they have 5 ultimates. They're not lacking.
No, they have not to invest anything, and just Fade on that McCree is the clutch player of this game.
Yeah.
He is just fighting pick after pick after pick. He is like, no way, I'm gonna will this team into winning this map here, and they're just marching forward. They got 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and they can finish this pretty quickly. And the Weird Squad is nowhere to be found. That's kind of odd, isn't it?
Yeah, no kidding. It looks like Chris tries to go for the sticky, isn't able to find anything. The Transcendence is forced out of Hell Judge, but it doesn't look like that UCI are going to be able to continue this fight anymore. The Weird Squad didn't end up investing 2 ultimates. However, they're 2 relatively low priority ultimates to invest for a very high priority ult when you're trading it out. So now UCI has 0 support ultimates. The Weird Squad are in a good position to hold for a while.
Yeah, for sure, and they got plenty of time to work with. But at the same time, again, I'm sure UCI did not want to wait, and they tried to get a pulse bomb value off, and did get nothing. And so it just continued forward, but just like that, again, Fade's just gonna stand here, and he will keep shooting until someone challenges him, and just gets unchallenged and keeps getting healed up as well. A Demon Bomb is gonna come out and see if he gets some value. He does not. He hides behind the wall, and and now he finally goes down. And now the Weird Squad is all just gonna jump in, and man, they just come in. Wait, but wait a minute. I'm sorry. Right as I say that, UCI Esports is still going on. They got 3 down for the side of Weird Squad, and Weird Squad has got the reset again, and that golden box of victory is staring right in front of them on the street space of Hollywood. We can see this right now. Go to map 3.
They are about to roll into this check-in zone. We're going to see exactly how the Weird Squad want to be able to initiate this fight. The Pulse Bomb does come out. The Deadeye also comes out. Pulse Bomb not able to find anything, nor is the Deadeye. No ultimates on the side of the Weird Squad actually gained any value. No picks were found.
And Fade still has his Deadeye.
And Fade has Deadeye. And the Pulse Bomb is coming on. And the rally is up. This is going to look like a swift finish here for UCI. The Weird Squad is just getting absolutely beat down right now. And they're going to finish with time. The Deadeye quick reload. Oh my god, what a high skill level play coming out there from Fade.
Fade with 3!
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. People need to stop peeking this guy. Like, I don't understand. Fade has taken heads off of people who have tried to challenge and peek him so many times. They just keep peeking him. I mean, Fade is just finding an absurd amount of value on this McCree. I
mean, can we call Fade MVP? Can we call Fade MVP? This man,
I think so.
This guy. This is just he just stands there and no one's gonna contest at all. So now UCI Esports with finishing with the larger time bank is now on the attack, and I think they can win this map if they kick the first tick, right?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. And I also want to highlight one more player on the side of UCI. That hog switch was an incredibly good switch. I was a little worried about it coming in to the front of it, because technically it doesn't look like it would work too well up against the Weird Squad's cop. It looked like it would be pretty neutral, actually. I thought that the D.Va might have been a little bit better in the long run. But UCI had a plan going into it. They had this plan. They're going to stay bunkered down, stay as still as possible, and just let the picks come to them.
Right.
And then from there, their ult advantage carried them the way through. Very well done from UCI.
I mean, Fade you got a player that's high. It's just like a hot goalie in hockey. You just support that man, support that player to the end of time. And it looks like the Weird Squad's going to stay on the high ground here. So yes, like UCI can win this if they get the first tick. So now they're going to hide in the high ground.
Oh no, this is interesting. We see the May come out. It's probably going to be some sort of rush dive coming out here, where as soon as UCI takes the point, the Weird Squad are going to try and rush onto point, and the rush does end up coming through very well coordinated. The wall comes through, but it doesn't really end up finding anything, and in fact, PG1 finds a pick on the Super Gomez, who seems to be comfortable on this Reinhardt almost to a fault. And UCI are cleaning up off of the back of Fade. That was a crazy 180 shot too, coming back on the blinking Tracer. And I think UCI are going to take this.
I think they are too. It's just a couple more kills coming in. Again, Fade just standing there. He could also play. Yeah, here comes the Deadeye. He gets one. Ooh. Finally, we finally get to see the Deadeye come through. And the UCI, the Weird Sweet Quad team falls, and they're just clearing off these last set of kills. And it looks like the UCI will take this. If I'm not mistaken, yes, I'm not. They're going to take this. And man, he's tied 1-1 in this last match. Okay, so the collusion thing goes out the window now. You know?
This match is starting to get emotionally draining, Will. This is actually just highlight clip after highlight clip after highlight clip coming out here.
And that last stand coming in for Fade as the play of the game here, that is more than deserving. This guy has stepped up. He has stepped up to play here. It's an invitational. It's just it's insane. I like when you talk about adjustments, like that's what I love to see. Adjustments, adaptability, and again, you know, he was hot, he was getting the kills, he was feeling confident. So support him. Just like, look, you know, like McCree is just a little bit weird, you know, but at the same time, like he's providing results. He didn't even use his Deadeye. He only used his Deadeye to reload. That was it, right? And then we finally saw the last Deadeye in the last part of the match. That's how good he was. That's how confident he was in his gameplay. And so congrats on that. So we are tied 1-1, and we got one more game to go.
I am incredibly excited to get to the thrilling conclusion of this match, honestly. It has been an absolute roller coaster ride of a match coming out so far, with the Weird Squad asserting dominance early on, UCI actually seeming to step off the back foot at the beginning of that Hollywood match, but then absolutely steamrolled on the attack when they realized that Hog was a playable character. So UCI doing really well to come back into this match, and honestly, this next map is anybody's map, but now UCI have the momentum.
And so we are going into Escort on Junkertown. And again, I mean, I didn't exactly schedule this, but if this is going to be the deciding map for which team that either squad's going to play in the challenger bracket. I mean, man, like you can't ask for a better map. But of course, Junkertown also is extremely hard. I mean, I'm not saying this about every map, but just like Junkertown as an escort map is extremely hard to complete as well. Most teams don't get past that second point, so it's going to be crazy to see what these teams come up with. I mean, like I'm hoping it's going to be dramatic, but we'll see what happens.
If I don't see a sniper duel on Junkertown, I'm gonna be a little bit upset. I think that when you see Junkertown, great thoughts come to your head of some of the best snipers in the world making clips and highlight reels on that map. It is such a sniper heavy map with long sight lines. It is so hard to shut people down unless you have a wrecking ball as well. So you can expect to see a wrecking ball most definitely, most likely coming through on both sides here, most likely with some snipers to back up. This is going to be a flashy finish, Will.
I'm quite sure. I mean, like look, if Fade is going to switch over to that Widow, I mean, maybe not. I mean, like he had just as effective of a sniper with the McCree in the 6-shooter. You know, like switching the Widow would almost be a downgrade, as it were. But man, I can't wait to see it. I mean, we'll hope for the snipers duel. I mean, I don't know if this meta works with the pirate ship because we're not in the goats meta, but I mean, like I always look for it. You know, like if somebody pulls out a Bastion, I'm gonna cry salty tears in the beginning of the phase of this. But again, a lot is at stake here. We're down to the best of one. It's one map tells you which team you're going to play against. And again, DePaul University and Hour Zero are both waiting for the results of this matchup here. So I'm sure they're watching and trying to get some research done here. So let's get into this map. We're going to see the Weird Squad versus UCI Esports final game, final map, all the championship cliches. And right as I said, I predicted it. I have a prediction has come true. Fade is on that Widowmaker. I am looking forward to this. But either way, UCI will be on the attack. And man, what a day, what a game. Here we go.
What? This comp that Weird Squad is rolling out with. What? I'm a little bit interested as to why Weird Squad are deciding to stick with this Reinhardt so much. Like, I understand. Super Gomez is obscenely good at Reinhardt. Like, they have taken tempo and matters into their own hands, and they play so well around the Sombra. But in order to do this, you have to play close. And if you don't get a first point hold here, this could be really difficult to be able to play the long game in. You could perhaps get some value out of it on second point, mostly value on third point. But for this first point here, if UCI are just able to storm through them immediately, then the ult advantage is going to go in their favor, and it could prove to be a little bit disastrous. Emerin gets forced out basically immediately, only about 28% up onto that EMP. However, Fade does end up getting picked out really quick. UCI saw how close up they were holding, and Fade immediately switched off of the Widowmaker. And Weird Squad are making me eat my words right now, Will. It looks like they're doing really well with this up-close fighting.
I mean, it's just, I mean, yeah, like I wouldn't have expected this composition either, but it looks like they're making it work. They're making it work, and it's just like, it almost like it looks like the Weird Squad is just using their comfort picks. They figure, okay, if we lose this first set of fights, we only have to give up 1 point here, and then make the swaps to some more meta comps. But just making it work. And again, Fade also switched off the Widowmaker, so that was a short amount of time, but he's switching back to his comfort pick as well. Danichi with the pulse bomb gets one with that blast. And right behind that bait, oh my god, he almost flicked on that. Oh my god, the Tracer, no way! He's tracking that Tracer, do you see this?
What is this? Tracking the blinks. This guy is absolutely obscene. Fade is putting on a show right now, but the Weird Squad have the ultimates to be able to hopefully hold over for this next fight. You see, UCI got themselves in a really good position there, where basically they all just took high ground and surrounded the Weird Squad. And the Weird Squad just couldn't move. They couldn't rush into anything. And now the EMP comes out from Emerin, but actually Helljudge with the crazy transcendence comes out before the EMP even starts.
Oh my goodness, it's just like the clutch play to save his team. I was going to say, get this man Fade a contract. Get this man on Overwatch League right now. I'm calling it as we speak. If you're going to track that kind of tracking, whatever else. But either way, we're still in the fight territory here, and it looks like that the Weird Squad is going to hold firm here, but like they're just throwing out ultimate after ultimate and just trying to keep the team alive here. And it looks like they're going to hold.
Ooh! What? What is this guy doing?
What?
I mean,
who is this guy?
I can't do anything but laugh right now, man. I mean, Fade is just putting on a show,
Well,
and
look at
UCI are playing around this so absolutely obscenely perfectly. The high new comes out, but a really, really good hack on the Emerin actually makes sure that that Deadeye does not find any value. It is now an even fight right now for Weird Squad up against UCI. Still even right now, only a meter point 13 left on this.
Oh, and they
point
finally
push.
contest the Fade.
The Fade does end up getting contested by Super Gomez. Super Gomez will end up finding that pick, but Danichi has done all the work that has been needed to be done already. And with off of the back of a couple of nice other picks coming out from Safrona and a go, that's going to be first point taken for UCI.
Yeah. Might be.
Just maybe. And now Weird Squad are down on their ultimates a little bit. All they have is this Coalescence, but a Transcendence with a Pulse Bomb from Danichi definitely has the ult advantage right now. And knowing Fade is going to get that Deadeye within 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, probably. It's like that's almost a prophecy at this point.
It has been foretold, and the stick comes through onto Basilisk. Oh my lord, the eat wasn't able to come through from I Can't Lose. It seems like they might be able to lose, as a matter of fact. Emerin ends up TPing out there, not able to build up any more on the EMP as UCI continue to push this cart through second point.
Absolutely. So again, this map tends to be very difficult to complete, but it almost looks like the UCI is making this look easy. Oh, and then the Roadhog gets the hook and the kill as well. And Super Gomez is just going to try to swing through and see if he can recover and get that Roadhog down. It does not. It's a good challenge though. Almost there.
I mean, PG1 just got absolutely bullied. There was no way around that, but it doesn't look like it's mattering. UCI are just finding the picks. It looks like they're almost using PG1 as kind of a scapegoat, while the rest of UCI just bum rushes onto random players on the side of the Weird Squad. PG1 is almost being used as bait within this comp. It's incredibly interesting to see the strategy that UCI are rolling out with here on this Hog Diva.
Right, and they're almost close to completing the second point here. And again, it's just like UCI is just making this look a little bit easier. But then the pulse bomb for Chris takes out Super Gomez also with the minefield as well. It's going to take down 2. And right as they say that, right as we say that, then the Weird Squad is going to step up as well. And they're going to clear UCI off this point and just halt their progress here just before the second point here.
Ooh, the stagger pick too, and they have the baby diva to stagger. Gets back the mech, but they might not be able to get out. Well, actually, no. Ago definitely communicated with the supports there, making sure that Ago could get back into the mech, so the extra stagger is actually not going to come out. You would have wished that Weird Squad would have gotten that pick just maybe a little bit sooner to make sure that the diva didn't get back into mech and that they had less of a chance even with this next fight. But Emerin has this EMP. Basilisk has the beat as well to prevent any sort of damage coming through, but look at UCI's ult bank. It is massive, and the rally is coming out before the EMP can really do anything.
So all the ultimates are coming out from the side of Weird Squad as well. I mean, like, the UCI is just, they're not going to have much punch. Here comes Fade with that Deadeye. It gets one! And it's just going to follow up as well. I mean, it's just the hero plays coming out at the last second here. Not that much invested on the side of UCI Esports, and the cart is still moving. The Diva Bomb is in Ego's hands. He probably will use that in this fight, but either way, another minefield comes out as well. And there it is. Here comes the Diva Bomb. And we'll see how much value it gets out of that. It gets nothing, but that's okay. But at least it clears out some of the proximity mines as well. And this cart is moving towards the next one. Wait, nope. Again, they're just going to stall a little bit here. And UCI has gotten to point 2, and now we're getting to the final phase here. 1 minute and 20 on the clock too. Not much time to complete this map, but it's gotten further than my expectations.
I am so obscenely astounded by Fade right now. I think that's something we might have missed. I think Fade dead-eyed Basilisk out of the beat there, and I'm 90% certain that is how UCI were able to win that fight. Mitigating that beat is absolutely huge, but Super Gomez finds a pick onto Danichi, who's just kind of perusing through the back line of the Weird Squad a little bit, and they are going to fall though. So right now, even trades coming out, Danichi's definitely going to be able to get back faster though, as Fade finds yet another pick. It looks like UCI are going to be able to steamroll through this point pretty quick, at least for this fight.
Yeah, at least for this fight. And again, Fade with that MVP title is earning it here, and the cart is moving. And 30 seconds left on the clock here, and it's just like there is no one here to contest. I'm not sure if the Weird Squad is just setting up for one last fight, but this is getting close. And the EMP does come out as well. It gets 3.
Very big EMP comes out. The Transcendence does come through, though, to be able to save the rest of their team. Great play there from Helljudge. Helljudge has silently been kind of the silent carry coming out of UCI, finding incredible picks on the first point, and now on third point is finding these Transcendences that are finding so much value. But Chris opens up this stagger fight out by picking off Safrona with the pulse bomb, but an extra pulse bomb comes through, tries to stick the Moira, but the Moira has the fade, not able to get out. Emerin finds a nice prediction icicle actually on the Danichi. And through the overtime dwindling down slowly, it looks like UCI are not going to be able to finish up here on Junkertown, but still had a pretty astounding push.
Yeah, it is insane here how just that last fight, like UCI had all the ultimates, they had the advantage going into it, but the Weird Squad found the right picks and found the right fights to take, and they're gonna hold them towards the end. So now we're in a situation here where the Weird Squad on their attack could win Junkertown, win the group stage, and come out in first place if they can push it further than UCI Esports on their attack.
What an absolute upset that would be, Will. What an absolute crazy, crazy upset that would be. I would have never expected in a million years for UCI to kind of be on the back foot as they are right now.
Yeah, for sure. So once again, we're just waiting on the Weird Squad. And it looks like we have a little bit. Oh, no, we're back. Okay,
We're back.
That was a little bit scary. Either way, the Weird Squad, UCI Esports. No matter what happens in this phase, it has been an awesome matchup between these two. It has gone the distance, and now we just have to find out who is going to be moving on into the challenger bracket and who is going to play who. Again, our Zero came out in first place, and I believe that DePaul is in second place. So therefore, whoever wins this is going to end up playing against DePaul, and whoever loses this is going to end up playing our Zero. Which our Zero's matchup, whoever wins this, will be on this broadcast immediately after this game. But here we go. It looks like that the Weird Squad is going to pull out a mirror cop. Everyone is going to pull out McCree as well, and Chris is gonna be on the Widowmaker. Let's see if we get some value out of it.
This is a different kind of sniper battle that I was envisioning, but honestly, I'll take it. As long as there's 2 snipers on the field trying to click heads, I mean, that's all that matters. And it looks like Chris is not even going to need a sniper to pressure him out. It looks like just a couple volleys coming out from Helljudge will do just fine as well. This Widow is set up over on that silo on the right side, a really good position. You can see the amount of ult charge that Chris already has. 30 seconds have passed and already 50% to their ultimate. So Chris is getting a lot of untouched damage coming out right here. However, UCI's primary goal is probably going to be to hold around this choke. Right around here where the cart is already. Either that or they're just going to try and force it into one fight territory already. It looks like a pick will be coming out though. D-Mex come out on both sides actually. And nobody's really able to clean up the baby diva that is just sitting on the field right now for both sides, but a go will fall, meaning UCI are at a disadvantage right now.
Oh my goodness.
Nasty shot coming out from Chris.
That's 4. Oh my goodness. The value that comes in for Chris on the Widowmaker and the Infraset as well. My goodness, right as we were saying that, it's just like, it's kind of, and he just wall hacks, you just pick people off. This is insane. This is the Widow battle you wanted, right?
Yeah, this is absolutely it. I mean, Chris is doing so well. Danichi has actually switched over to the Tracer to try and deal with that a little bit. They don't seem to want PG1 to actually go over to the Diva, which is interesting. You would think that that would be the first thing that you would try out, but they want this Hog. I think that I think the Hog is integral to their strategy right now on the side of UCI. But as I'm literally speaking, Chris just finds this pick onto Fade, who's just trying to cross. And, I mean, Chris is putting on a clinic right now. Somebody needs to shut Chris down.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, you talk about players stepping up. The Weird Squad, for UCI, it was Fate, and for the Weird Squad, it's Chris on the Widowmaker. I mean, if that's all, it's all they needed to kind of assert some dominance here. Why didn't we do this sooner? But either way, I mean, the Weird Squad looking pretty good here, and they're moving really fast to the second point. I mean, again, I don't want to make predictions here, but it looks like the Weird Squad might be able to pull this out.
I thought that Chris landed that headshot. I actually thought that Chris landed that headshot and that it was going to be over before it even began. But a Dragon comes through, able to just kind of stifle out this push just a little bit more. The Transcendence from Helljudge, though, will be popped just to make sure that they can touch point. PG1 actually finds a pick onto Chris. We'll see if the res is able to come off. The bomb comes through to make sure that it doesn't, though. Doesn't end up to seem to find anything, though, from I Can't Lose. And UCI are actually going to be able to stabilize here off of the back of a few picks coming out from Hell Judge and a nice Transcendence to touch the point.
I mean, UCI Esports didn't have to use a lot of ultimates to hold this point here, but man, look, things are looking like they need to step up a little bit more than that, because you got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock for Weird Squad. So all they need to do is push it further than UCI did. Oh my god, almost there in the pulse bomb as well. But Chris gets another pick off. The Real Ross baby is same drill, and it looks like we're gonna get to finish this point here, but we'll just need some more picks.
Yeah, Super Gomez is going to go ahead and try and sweep off this high ground to make sure that Fate gets dislodged. However, Danichi will find picks off in the back. The Transcendence is forced out now from Real Boss Baby to make sure that they can, in fact, win this fight. But Ago is just finding these picks with these minefields, actually. The Discord-focused minefield is not something that you usually hear about being a play. However, it is becoming a play as of right now. They're going to be swarming back onto this point. And some weird, tricky plays came out there from UCI with some Discord-focused mind kills to be able to somehow stabilize.
I mean, again, like they're just finding the right plays, finding the right picks, and just focusing down these tanks. And it looks like the Weird Squad, it just needs to regroup once again. I mean, they got some time to play with, so I'm sure that like it's not time's not clicking. But of course, the trade pulse bombs here is like, if you're gonna pulse bomb me, I'm gonna pulse bomb you right back. That's how this is gonna work. So either way, but again, the Weird Squad here just needs to regroup. They've got some time to play with. 2 minutes on the clock. Again, I'm not too worried just yet, but this card is stalled out in front of point 2.
Yeah, and Basilisk actually ended up investing Valkyrie right now, and that Valkyrie didn't seem to find too much value. Super Gomez will end up picking out his counterpart. However, PG1 and Danichi will be putting in some work as well. Emerin gets the res, though, so now it is a 1v1 fight. Actually, -1 now for UCI, and now back to 0. However, it looks like even through the scrappiness that is going on, Fade and Danichi are finding so much value on the respective DPS heroes. So much so that it's what a flashbang. So much so that it's forcing the Weird Squad to have to take a reset here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so now I'm getting into concern territory here. You got 1:20 on the clock, and again, we saw it almost looked too easy for the Weird Squad to just march in here, but at the same time, UCI Esports has kind of found their stride, and they're going to try to hold on here. Now, again, they could also win this too if they hold here for the Weird Squad before they complete the map here. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on, but just there seems to be a shift in energy here. I mean,
yeah,
what's
there's
going
definitely been a shift in energy going on. I don't think that the Weird Squad are finding the cleanup picks in the ends of these fights, primarily because UCI are playing around with such incredible positioning that their DPS are just kind of able to seal the deal on any fight. And if they leave PG1 standing, that's a hog they also got to deal with. But a nice initiation comes through from the Weird Squad and a bomb to top it off, as well as the minefield. When 3 picks come out in rapid succession like that, there's very, very little chance for UCI to be able to hold on.
All right, so we have some signs of life here. The Weird Squad has completed, but again, the time was really low. You have less than 2 minutes left to finish the map, and the golden box of victory you see in your screen is what separates them from moving on the challenger bracket in first place. But again, there were stalls all coming out, and this is the time to step up. We've seen every single member of the Weird Squad just rotate who's going to be that player, and Fate is still out there with that McCree just trying to make a difference here.
That's why you thank your mercies, everybody. Everybody thank your mercies right now, because Danichi was about to lose that, and then Safrona was able to just keep him up throughout that. They ended up running out of blinks, and Safrona saved them. But a couple picks come out here from the back of UCI, actually 3 picks, and they are going to be moving up into this fight. This defense is looking pretty solid right now. Oh, nice tracking coming out from Ago. Main tanks can indeed aim, Will.
I know it's a myth, right? That's a total myth. But either way, we have less than a minute to go, and it's looking pretty grim for the Weird Squad here. They got to pull out something. They have deal with the ultimate advantage into this fight here. But Emerid switching over to the McCree as well, just trying to find some value on their side as well. They have the Deadeye in place ready for this next fight, but man, I'm getting nervous now. That I went from concern to nervousness here because this last the Valkyrie has popped on the Weird Squad side as well.
The Valkyrie popped, comes out, not going to be able to find anything. Chris gets the stick, ends up finding Safrona. That's such an absolutely huge pick to be able to open up this defense here for the Weird Squad. The Transcendence is popped from Hell Judge to try and buy time as much as possible on the point. They're going to try and disengage and get a few more people back in, but Chris finds the pick.
Yeah,
it looks like the Weird Squad are finding picks right now. There
10
are
seconds
only
on the
10
clock, and we're
seconds.
going to final fight territory. Here we go. The Emerald stepping up huge, gets 2 down, and that cart is moving towards the victory. It's almost there. The Weird Squad could pull this out, and if Deadeye comes out for Emerald as well to push people away, oh, and it goes down. The overtime is down, is clicking, and the cart is just so close. Less than a meter to go, and the fights are coming. The desperation plays are coming out. It's almost over. Come on.
This is actually really close. Like, the fight is very close right now. It's a 3v3 on point with spawn advantages coming out on the side of UCI. This bomb has to be huge. The bomb is ending up finding a pick. Both tanks end up finding picks here from the side of the Weird Squad. They end up finding the triple, actually. This could be big.
Oh my god, but the minefield comes out.
The minefield comes out. That Sticky ends up landing. Danachi is putting on a hero play right now. If nobody is watching, somebody sign this man. The eat, though, from I Can't Lose. Make sure that that mech stays intact. Real boss maybe in overtime. The spawn advantages start to become less potent when you're in overtime.
This fight is lasting forever. And Chris gets another kill, but the boards are coming in huge. They're standing on top of this cart. And also another minefield. Oh my god. It's still 3 down, and it goes to the Weird Squad. They pull it out after the longest overtime hold that I've ever seen in my life. On Junkertown, the Weird Squad, in dramatic fashion, wins. And they will go on to face DePaul University Esports in the challenger bracket. Congratulations, but oh my god, the hero plays, the supports on top of the cart, the rotations, the ultimates, the focus fire, everything you could possibly want, and that was crazy, a crazy finish. And I mean, I don't want to say that the game didn't matter. I mean, it depended on who you ended up playing, but my goodness, what a way to go out, what a way to find out to that next match.
Yeah, no kidding. That was the best way to put a cap on the group stages that I've ever seen, with such a crazy upset coming out. The Weird Squad just ended up tapping into their potential there right around the end when they needed it most. And I mean, that was absolutely wonderful. Wonderfully well played from the Weird Squad. Definitely nothing taken away, though, from UCI. UCI played like monsters like they usually do, and the Weird Squad just ended up getting the edge on them in that last fight. It came down to literal seconds, Will.
Seconds and inches. Seconds and meters. Seconds and meters.
Wow.
That's all it came down to. Well, we need a break. We need a break from that action. So with the result we just had, so congratulations to the Weird Squad for pulling this out in dramatic fashion once again. And congratulations to UCI Esports. So like, again, the game didn't matter for positioning. So Hour Zero versus UCI Esports will be on this channel next, and then we'll have the Weird Squad ended up playing against DePaul University on another channel. We'll figure out what that is right after this break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. And it looks at our challenger bracket, and oh my god, Tangerine. I like somebody needs to record and clip from the draw show where I said there's a potential for Hour Zero and Attack Mode to end up beating each other in the grand finals. I was almost prophetic. I need to get a lottery ticket because here's the situation we are in, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna go in rank order here, and we're gonna talk about that Hour Zero Attack Mode potential grand finals. But we have PW versus Slugstacks in the first quarterfinal match. They're playing right now on the I believe they're on MI Blizzard. And then we're gonna do the Hour Zero versus UCI Esports match. You just saw UCI Esports lose to Weird Squad, and this is why they're in this position they're in. And now we have the Weird Squad versus DePaul, and that's going to be on Landlords. And then we finally have Attack Mode and Yeti, which I think is on the only Zoltan. And I hope I have all those right. But man, oh man, this could be a repeat of the Tranquility Open tournament, and I didn't even intend it. This was all random, ladies and gentlemen. This was random. If I wanted to plan this, right? If I wanted to plan this and seed this might be a result. But this is a random tournament. It was a random seedings for the groups, and here we are. Like they might end up pulling another W here, but dude, I don't want to count out anybody else. The surprising is the team that has surprised me the most that it's on this roster list right now is P&W. I did not expect them to make it out of groups, Tangerine, and neither did you.
No, I didn't really. I think based on the group bracket that they had, it made it a lot easier in my opinion. I think that Group A probably in terms of SR was probably the lowest SR bracket, and PW being the highest SR within that bracket kind of just swept it out pretty decently easy. But PW are showing up right now, actually up against the Slug Snacks squad, which is one of the UCals, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So they're putting on a pretty decent showing right now. I'm thoroughly impressed.
Yes, we have two University of California teams in the finals, and then we have DePaul University on the other side. None of the Kaiju Corp teams made it out of their bracket. And I'm sad and shocked by that. I didn't expect that at all. So congratulations to all the teams that made it so far. But again, we're focused on our match, which is going to be Hour Zero versus UCI. And now that we're into the challenger bracket, we have now moved on to the best of 5 format. So now things get interesting, right? Because now you have a game to give here. We're no longer best of 3 now, and also, as we mentioned, Assault. Assault is now part of the map rotation. So Volkswagen Industries is waiting in map 4 just in case we make it that far. But our first map will be Control, and it's going to be on Ilios. And then we'll be followed up with Numbani, Route 66, the aforementioned Volskaya, and finally Legion Tower if we get to a game 5. I mean, I know that everybody likes Assault, but I wanted it in there. These are like, I like Temple of Anubis. I'm not gonna lie, but apparently I'm the minority opinion here in that game type in that map.
So. Yeah, probably within the minority, just within that choice. I don't think a lot of people are big fans of Assault. I'm honestly not too bad of a fan of some of the certain Assault maps, but I mean, if somebody puts me on Hanamura, I will go down kicking and screaming most likely. So we got that put into the mix. We're gonna see if we end up getting to it. It should be an interesting matchup. UCI are coming off of a pretty hard loss to have to take. It was a pretty big upset, in my opinion, coming out of the group stages, losing that last match that we literally just casted. It was a big upset coming out. So now they're in a little bit of a difficult position. I'm hoping that they just completely wiped their mind clean of what happened last map and are going to take it into this next game, because this one is going to be really, really difficult for them.
So whereas the group stages you kind of had some room to think, right? Because you at least had 3 games. Now you don't. Now we're back into single elimination, and it is win or go home. And so this is not the time to sleep. So I hope they took the time to relax, get some meditation in, get some fluids, and be ready to sort this out. But again, Hour Zero's been waiting a long time to play, and then UCI Esports just got out of it. So we'll see what also about how much time to prepare. Is it hands being warm or just being sitting around? What's that's going to work? Cold hand Johnny's is a word. But either way, I mean, I'm looking forward to this. Again, Hour Zero, one of the 2 teams that well, unofficially we predicted that our zero and attack mode might be our two grand finalists, and this is the start of their run here. I'm just looking forward to seeing what they have to have in store. I don't think we have not covered it ourselves on the broadcast, but I know they've been wrecking shop on all the other all the teams in the group stages as
Yeah.
well.
It's been sweeps, like complete sweeps. There is basically not been a lot of competition coming out to oppose our zero, and this is kind of like gonna be probably the biggest opponent that they have had to go up against within this entire tournament so far is UCI. But UCI are coming off in the back of a loss right now. So, things are looking a little bit dicey right now. Of course, if I had to pick a winner, I would definitely go with my gut and say our zero, but I can definitely see a universe in which UCI, like, heavily prepared to go up against, like, these
Could you
crazy,
imagine the
crazy
story?
teams.
Could you imagine the story of this tournament if UCI pulls off the upset, right? And then
Can you imagine?
in the time that might be an upset, it would either have to be now or in the next round, right? And because the first seed comes out of their game in the top of the bracket, they would have to face off against our zero in the semis, right? So that would be so. Either way, just a quick also schedule update as well. So we're gonna play the round one. All the round one games are gonna get played today, but both semifinal matches will be played on this stream tomorrow. Right, so the idea is like you're playing to get some rest. You're playing just to see if you make it into like it is win or go home, but also you want to see if you make it into the spotlight matches tomorrow. But either way, like I said, if there was a time for an upset, the time is now, right? Like let's just see if UCI, just we're just edged out. But like I understand you're saying it was kind of a dominant and a loss, but honestly, it just edged out just a little bit, right? I feel like that was a very even matchup. We went the distance, and all we were looking for is just like one or two more picks would have made the difference in that final push on Junkertown. So I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. I'm just hoping that again maybe UCI comes up and surprises us. I mean, we already had a ton of surprises in this tournament just to begin with. This was not what I expected even when I started this freaking thing. So, but once again, we're down to 8 teams, and and also too, we still have the rookie bracket as well. We're still trying to formulate and see, how many teams we're gonna have in the losers bracket tomorrow, and so it's all gonna be played on Landlords Gaming as well. But either way, I mean, congratulations to the 8 teams that have made it so far. But again, you and I are both surprised about PNW. But man, what a tournament this has been! Just as far as results and what could potentially happen after we get this match started.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that I'm most shocked by is there are zero kaiju teams within this challenger bracket. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy to me. Those those 3 teams have such like a reputation.
I know.
And they perform so well, so consistently. I think that the group stages had something possibly to do with that, because they did get put into rather difficult brackets to go up against people with, but still shocking not to see them in the final in something that's hosted by you. I mean,
yeah,
it just feels like that makes sense.
I know. It's just unfortunate, but again, I'm quite sure this is not the last time we'll see any Kaiju Corp team in any kind of major tournament. And again, very secretly, I was rooting for them, and I tried with the ping pong balls to give them the best chances. I didn't want to seed the teams and then have a different result either. But either way, like I said, I'm quite sure that we will see their teams and other I'm sure they will accomplish great things, and I am not worried about that at all. But we're getting closer and closer to the start of this matchup here. I've heard from production that both teams are in and the match has started, so we're just waiting to see our observer feed. We'll get this thing started. But either way, outside of that, I mean, what has been the best moment for you so far, Tangerine? Like as far as the stuff we've casted today.
Oh, as far as the stuff that we have casted today, oh man, I mean that UCI match was intensely good. That UCI match just had me on the edge of my seat, and my hands were in my head out of just pure befuddlement that kind of upset could even happen. It went down to the wire. It was the only
every single game.
Yeah, it was the only game that we fully casted today too that went to a map 3.
Yes.
And I mean, it definitely left an impression on me. Absolutely. And I think that was probably some of the best Overwatch that I've seen in a long time. And we're only going to go up from here.
Yes, it only goes up from here. So no matter what happens in this matchup here, I mean, like I said, every team we've seen so much good Overwatch this, and I hope that they get to return to another tournament. I hope we get to see them again in some other format in some other tournament. I mean, heck, we might have to just separate ourselves and do like a college team tournament, you know, just to see, you know, it's just like, look, you know, like let's give you a shot. Let's not talk, you know, let's not have random teams out in the world. Let's just bring the college teams together and see how they do. You know, eat your heart out. That's not a prophecy, ladies and gentlemen. But either way, we're gonna get into this map, Ilios, on control, and man, I don't know what else to say. I'm just like, this was. If you can imagine the results that I was looking for, right? Like I just kind of had the secret like bracket in my head. I did White Hour Zero on the opposite sides of the bracket, but like this is better than I expected, and this is the first time doing it, and it was random. I couldn't ask for a better result here, but here we go. Hour Zero, UCI Esports, and the Symmetra tricks are already coming out.
All right, yep, you see the sim come out. Most likely it's going to be just for a nice little TP out. I doubt that they're going to be able to run a sim strat on well. Yeah, they're going to be switching off to the Tracer. Interesting, though. We don't see a Lucio. We usually see a little bit maybe more environmental kill potential come out from some comps when we go on to well. But it doesn't seem like teams are going to be playing in that kind of stylistic fashion. What?
What just happened?
What was that tracking? Somebody, vac? Anybody? Any vac out there? Like, that was crazy. That was disgustingly good. And just like that, UCI are going to probably be capping this point for. They are. What an incredible pickoff from Fade.
I mean, Fade must be on his revenge arc trip right now, because that was insane. But either way, UCI Esports is going to cap his first point here, and the percentage is increasing at 12% right now.
Percentage increasing as it continues to go on. A nice dive does come out though from Hour Zero, and that just basically shut down all of UCI. They managed to find 3 picks incredibly fast off of the back of a very swift dive that ended up coming out, and that's exactly what you want from a dive comp. You want to go fast and you want to go aggressive.
Right, and as we're saying that, as we're speaking of dives, now Hour Zero has reset the point here, so now they're going to go. Their percentage is up, increasing, climbing, and looks like UCI has to reset.
You can see my crazy cat looking for this pulse bomb. Brooks does end up finding a pick on the Fade, but the res will come off. Salty, though, gets Safrona right after that res is popped off, and that's already going to spell disaster here for UCI. However, they do find 2 picks, and the Nano onto Vita didn't seem to really do too much within the end. But Hour Zero are finding the picks that they need, and being in control of that point definitely gave them a little bit of an advantage in that fight.
Just a little bit of advantage. Now, I thought, well, Tensa is playing on support, I guess. So, but either way, here goes the copy in for Brooks. He's going to go copy the Diva and see if he can get some value out of his ultimate. Almost to the ultimate. Nope. And the other Diva bomb came out in response. He's just going to hold that here. There we go.
What is this? What is this Diva bomb? Wait.
He got
that
what?
Was slick.
Oh,
that
and
was
also, and my crazy cat comes out with 2 on the pulse bomb. Salty as well. And it's just going to shut down UCI Esports and then make them try again. 73%. We're almost at Final Fight territory on this first point.
Yeah, this is definitely Hour Zero. This is 100% Hour Zero. I mean, they're coming out with these crazy fast dives, and it's so hard for UCI with this comp where it's clear that they want to at least do a little bit of poke damage before they dive in, considering they have the Soldier and they have the Zen. It's not finding too much value when compared to this incredibly swift dive that's coming out from Hour Zero. But Fade pulls out 2 kills out of the blue off of the back of that tac visor, and they're going to be taking point. Tensa, the controller god, though, does end up getting that res off. But it looks like Hour Zero is still down in the fight. However, now they have just evened out, and the minefield comes out from Vita to try and block off that exit, so nobody can exit there. However, Helljudge does end up popping out the Transcendence to get rid of those mines and stall on point just a little bit. Hour Zero are at 99% here, though. UCI have to win this, but it looks like my crazy cat wins that Tracer duel, and the backline of UCI is practically non-existent anymore. So I believe that Hour Zero are indeed going to win this fight.
I mean, the UCI Esports is putting up a valid point, but the overtime ticks down, and Hour Zero gets this first point.
Fade is still putting on a show though. Fade is not definitely not depressing anybody here.
No, not at all.
Started off with a bang and then is continuing to go down with the ship up against a team like Hour Zero. UCI have these sparks of brilliance, and I am certainly excited to see if UCI can kind of tap back into that potential that they had when they were pocketing Fade as much as they did.
So here we go. I mean, like I'm hearing that we're gonna have a bracket update shortly here, but I mean, Hour Zero is gonna come out here. They're up 1-0, and they just need one more to complete this map.
Brooks blinks in, going over onto the right side. Gonna see if they can get some poke damage over on the right. It looks like they're taking a pretty aggressive kind of rush comp approach with a D.Va. Interesting that we're not even going to be seeing the Zarya basically ever come out when we run these rush comps. That's how prevalent D.Va is right now, with Tracer being so absolutely insane. But the collapse does end up coming through. Fade finds a pick throughout all of that, but it looks like Hour Zero are still coming out on top. They found a little bit more picks within that fight engage. A Go will drop off the map to make sure that they can get the reset, and that's all she wrote.
And just like that, Hour Zero cleans off the point, and they're going to capture the first point here, and also the percentage is going to increase, and they're at 8% right now.
The fight keeps going on. Sluggo ends up finding a pick on the Hell Judge, who was so highly remarked within our last series. Hell Judge put on a clinic with that Zenyatta, finding some crazy picks. Safrona's going to get the res off onto Hell Judge right before the respawn timer comes up, though. And now Brooks, with finding a pick onto a Go without a res, and finds the pulse bomb kill on the Fade. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for UCI to try and push in here.
Right as you say that, again, just like these kills are just coming in from the side of Hour Zero. They're not spawn camping just yet, but they're definitely playing very extremely far forward. And I don't know if UCI Esports is going to be able to even touch this point the way Hour Zero is playing right now.
I mean, there's a possibility that that does not happen. I mean, they got 12% off. It looks like a BAP cap was achieved from UCI right off of the beginning there, which stalled out percentage a little bit. My Crazy Cat's going to be dropping down here to see if they can get some poke damage, try and get their ult charge back up just a little bit. Going to be TPing for a nice little reposition. But Fade was under so much pressure pushing out through that choke. It's so hard to push through these chokes when you're running this comp that UCI is running, and you're running a McCree or any type of hero that doesn't have any movement abilities. You just can't get through the choke. But PG1 does find a pick off on the Sluggo, so now this is kind of an even fight territory. But Brooks was literally just allowed to blink into the backline and find a pick.
No way. No way. But then Fade is starting to wake up a little bit, takes out the Immortality field as well, and he's looking for more. But the D.Va bomb is going to come over his head. Can you get away in time? He does not. He gets knocked out by the D.Va bomb. And so here you're going to restart again. I mean, like, at the very least, they are on the point. They're going to try to contest here, but their numbers are very, very small. And it looks like the Hour Zero are going to hold on here just and clear them off the point.
But UCI took the point, and that is the most important part. Look at that percentage. I don't think the UCI have actually won, like outright won a fight yet, but they have been able to get the cap off, and that's all that matters. Look at how long this is going for. Considering the fact that UCI have not taken like a clear definitive fight win, this is definitely still looking pretty decent for UCI, considering the fact that they're at about 50%. This is getting up though to about final fight territory. This will be the last fight if Hour Zero can seal the deal off on this fight.
And considering the past experience we've had here, I mean, it looks like the Hour Zero is just cementing their lead here. They'll pop some. They'll have a little. Actually, I think UCI Esports will have a larger ult economy. But where the final phases here is 93%, and there is no one here to contest. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Playing it a little bit slow right now, realizing that they can take their time up against this comp because it is pretty much over to last fight territory. Salty does find a fight pick right away though on the Hell Judge, and the pulse bomb comes up to secure the DMAC on the PG1. Vita will end up cleaning up that pick as Salty and Brooks also follow up. Hour Zero comes out with the clutch plays in the end, and they will 2-0 UCI Esports in this map.
Absolutely, absolutely. So again, Hour Zero coming up on top. I mean, it wasn't 100% dominant, but it was definitely a statement to be made. It's like Hour Zero is here to play, and they're here to win, and just dominant in that first point, but then the second one is just man, like it almost looked too easy. It almost looked like, okay, we just made enough effort here. And I mentioned about that bracket update here. We're gonna see the bracket, and we have our first team already in the semifinals. It's going to be attack mode 3-0. So the prophecy has almost come true here. And on top of that, PW and Selectx have tied 1-1 in their matchup as well. But my goodness, I mean, attack mode on speed run time right now. It's like attack mode speed run. Uh, and they will be playing tomorrow in the semifinal, and they will be awaiting the winner of the Weird Squad and DePaul University, which I'm assuming hasn't started yet. But either way, back to our matchup, back to the match. Hour Zero, UCI Esports. Okay, again, I don't want to call it 100% dominant, because at the same time, like, we did see UCI set up, and again, the MVP of Fate on their team was putting in work and getting out the picks, but just not enough, right? Just not enough to be there. So I'm hoping again, that, like, we've seen the adjustments come in from UCI, and any player in that squad can step up and play. So I'm not too worried about that just yet. I mean, I will be worried once you get down to 2-0. If Hour Zero goes 2-0, then, like, yeah, then I'm going to be worried. Then the Phil Jackson rule comes into play. Whoever wins game 3, game 5. I'm surprised you know that. I love that. It's amazing you know that reference. Anyway, either way, I'm hoping to see some more out of UCI Esports, and that's, I'm still okay. Actually, you know what? My brain is back to the attack mode thing. There's just the problem. Like, my brain is blown right now, and I just can't really process any thoughts other than, oh my goodness, the prophecy is coming true, and they're already in the semifinals. It's just it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's coming. I mean, it's definitely getting there. Attack mode had a 3-0 dominant win. That's exactly how you want to move on here. Coming back even into this, I think that UCI definitely have a shot here, but they need to start enabling their best players a lot more. And it's so hard to enable your players when you're going up against a team like Hour Zero. They are putting on an absolute obscene amount of pressure. It is, they're suffocating them so much within these comps that they like to play. They're just swarming them completely, and UCI are doing good to make sure that they're playing the objective, and that they're, even if they're not taking like flat out fight wins, they're still playing it smart, playing according to the point. We noticed that especially within the Ruins map on Ilios, where they just kept literally backcapping and made that entire round so much more drawn out. So UCI have a shot here if they're able to enable Fade and Schwartzy to do what they were meant to do, and that's pop off.
Yeah, exactly. Do what they do best, and that is click heads, right clicks, dead eyes, transcendence, the whole 9 yards, the whole kicking of goals. So we're going to be moving on to our next map, which is going to be Numbani. And again, I mean, notoriously hard to finish even for the pros, but this is the time to step up. This is the time for UCI to show us what they got here and tie this up, and maybe and then force us to. Well, actually, I should say the reward for tying this up is that means we'll play a map 4 assault. But either way, you know, I'm still looking for UCI to kind of step up here in this next map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, and I think Numbani's a little bit of an odd map. I think that Numbani, the weird thing about it is that point A defense, you can definitely do. You can definitely do a full hold point A defense. You can always do a point C hold, and that's pretty characteristic of these hybrid maps. But the one thing that makes Numbani really odd is that second point, that streets phase. If you end up defending somehow on streets phase, you are probably one of the better teams. In general, it is so absurdly hard to do. So if UCI are starting out here on this offense, they need to at least take that first point if they want to get this momentum shift back in their favor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what kind of composition would you expect to see here? I mean, like, I've not seen a Larissa pick this entire tournament, but like I'm thinking about that, and then, like, just try to pull out the double shield one more time to defend that first point before the streets phase.
I'm expecting a Ball Diva most likely. I think that Numbani, even when it wasn't like in the meta that we're in now, was one of the maps where it was definitely viable still to try and run some form of dive, simply because of the fact that you have that elevated high ground up on the sides. You can also run a rush into it if you want to hold it a little bit differently, but dive is definitely the way to go to be able to access high ground the fastest, especially within that first point. Second point, doesn't really matter too much. But then third point, you can kind of see a little bit of everything come out. So it's a toss-up. I'm definitely expecting Ball Diva.
Okay, cool, awesome. Like again, that third point, you have a couple chokes you have to get through, and they're pretty wide and they're pretty fast. So here we go. Hour Zero, UCI Esports, Numbani, and we're gonna start off with UCI Esports on the attack. I'm assuming they picked that side because they lost the last map. So here we go. See what they can do.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I doubt that this is gonna be what they stick with. It could be what they stick with. This is actually something that we used to run at DePaul a lot. This was like our comp that we just used to run like all the time. But I mean, I'm not sure if it's exactly what they're going to be, what they stick with here. It would be definitely interesting. The Winston would provide a little bit of variability within this sort of tease dive comp that UCI are coming out with. So
actually, I believe the Hour Zero is actually on the attack. I'm sorry, they're on the right-hand side.
Oh, yes, you're correct. Yes, so Hour Zero are rolling out with this Winston Zarya comp. I mean, it could definitely work in their favor if they can get some good cleaves coming off here from Vita. But unless those cleaves come out, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get a full-fledged dive out on Hour Zero's comp unless you're going up against the supports.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're already seeing some early picks coming in from UCI, though. I mean, it's not over yet. It's definitely not over yet. They're just standing strong on top of this point and trying to pick off some of their takes as well.
No, when I said Schwartzy earlier, I was completely lying. Schwartzy is not the flag support. I'm living in some sort of past era. Hell Judge is in fact the flex support of UCI, and Hell Judge absolutely put on a show right there, finding 2 picks immediately off the bat, and a minute is already off the clock. This is looking pretty good for UCI. However, Brooks will find a pick on the Safrona, and you can't res yourself, Will.
You cannot. You cannot. You cannot res yourself. This is not, well, anyway. Either way, Hour Zero gets held on for a second here. I mean, this is the adjustment that you're looking for from UCI. I mean, that's what we saw also in their last match too. They just kind of needed a map to kind of figure out what their competition is, and then just adjust and get back here. So, I mean, it's good that they're holding Hour Zero to task here on their attack and just whittling away the clock.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit odd though, because as of right now, it looks like UCI are literally just winning these team fights by finding the pick first. If they could consistently be playing with this kind of aggression and this kind of like weird spam from all corners, if you can try to find a pick, they could win it. But it looks like Danichi got caught with their pants down. No recall on for that Tracer. The Nano comes out there on Vita to try and find that pick. Will jump right on the back line and take care of Hell Judge. So, Hour Zero are definitely looking good in this fight.
I mean, Hour Zero makes the copy onto the Diva. It has a Diva bomb to clear off this point as well, and it looks like they're going to cap it, though. So, again, a good hold coming in for UCI, but not enough, and now we're going to move on to the street stage of Numbani.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit odd, you know. I mean, Streets Phase goes by within the blink of an eye if you're able to get like literally any pick, and it's hard to try and set yourself up here for like a good defensive hold because of the way that the map geometry is designed, but we're going to see if UCI can try and take some time off the clock here. They do have 5 ultimates coming online. Hour Zero only have 2 right now, but with 2 others that are about to come online. My Crazy Cat, though, is going to be looking for a Pulse Bomb. If they can land this Pulse Bomb correctly, it does not look like it's going to be able to do it. It could have sealed Doom before the fight even began. Now, Danichi is going to be looking for a Pulse Bomb in the same way onto this Brig, who looks like they're just stocking up on Car right now. Transcendence forced out, as well as Primal. Vita gonna be trying to pummel some kids over into the back of that room. Not gonna be finding anything though, unfortunately. And now it just looks like a big stalemate, Will.
Yeah, it's totally a big stalemate. But while it's a stalemate though, the cart is still moving, and it's just oh, and that sticky bomb takes out Fate up top here. So I mean, just some key picks off coming up from Hour Zero. Then knowing what it like, just Brooks popping off, getting 5 kills on the side of Hour Zero for UCI. Man, what is going on? And we're just gonna stand in the car with no worries, no problems.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an absolutely incredible grab from Salty too. That grab actually I think ended up catching like about 3 people, and he just lobbed it up from the low ground, up onto the high ground, and caught 3 people within it. Great grab comes out there from Salty, and great follow-up comes out from Brooks. And now our Zero are at a huge ultimate advantage, with Safrona being the only ultimate on the field for UCI with that Val. But I don't think it's even going to matter. Brooks ends up diving on the fade. The hard dive comes out, and they're shutting down right now. Our Zero is shutting down the carry of UCI.
Oh my goodness. And so that payload is moving closer and closer towards the end. And again, it looks like we're just going to get another reset for UCI. But if they don't get somebody on this point, our Zero's just going to walk right into their house. Okay, they do contest at the last second, but it's just like I think they're just throwing bodies onto this cart. They're trying to stall for it, but I'm not getting a lot of value out of it. And that's okay, though. It seems they're just going to keep cleaning off these kills. And it looks like our Zero will move on and complete this map. But wait, as I say that, okay, I wasn't wrong. Our Zero has completed this map, and now we're going to see what UCI can do on their attack. 3 minutes and 22 seconds in the time bank, and I mean that's going to be a hard time to complete for UCI, considering what we've just seen so far.
Yeah, if I'm being quite frank, I think that UCI might have wanted to hold on to a little bit of ultimates coming into third point there. I think second point is, like I've been saying, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, second point is impossible to hold pretty much. So when they used a good chunk of their ultimates up on that top high ground and found no value, that is going to be really, really difficult now for you to be able to hold third point, which is the point that is more notorious for being able to defend on. So by UCI using those ultimates over on the street space, they used so many that they didn't have enough to stabilize out for point 3, while our Zero only invested in, like, I think the grab and a primal rage, and I'm pretty sure that's all they invested into that last fight. So would like to see a little bit more conservative ultimate play come out here from UCI, but their first point hold was very, very good. They're winning out here in the neutral fights.
Absolutely, absolutely. So once again, I mean, this is a chance for UCI to come back here and try, at least try to put a dent in the march forward of our Zero here. But they'll have much time left. We're gonna see what they can do on their attack. On the body.
Vita's still sticking on this Winston is interesting. It did end up finding a decent amount of value. It could just be a comfort pick as well. And they're doing, I mean, they got a pretty good time bank on it, but it's still interesting to see them stay on this Winston after we saw ball be so prevalent within the last few games that we've been casting all day today. It's been non-stop wrecking ball, not really a Winston in sight. But Vita is making this Winston work. Yeah, absolutely. And making it work well.
I mean, when your team is being this dominant, you can play in your comfort picks and not worry about it. Even if you're not getting as much value as the meta would dictate. I mean, you're still just putting a lot of value for your team, and just your team's going to support you in that pick. But either way, Fade is now on the Tracer. I'm not sure if that's just a swap to try to get some more value as opposed to sticking with McCree that we've seen him play all tournament. However, I mean, right now, it doesn't seem like that UCI Esports is still not going to touch this point. Our Zero is just going to stagger them away and just keep them from even touching it.
Yeah, as of right now, this defense is looking pretty strong. A Go is also about to fall. A Go does fall, actually. So now the staggers come out even more, and now it's starting to get into a little bit of scary territory. Because UCI have basically zero ults except for Hell Judge's Transcendence, and our Zero are starting to come up on a decent amount, and they're cycling their ults pretty well. And it's halfway done with this defense now, Will. UCI have to find a pick here. They have to find an early pick, and that's exactly what they do. Sluggo ends up falling, finding that support first. The Transcendence will pop out. As of right now, UCI are just aiming to out-heal our Zero, and the Pulse Bomb is eaten. So it's not going to be swung in their favor based off of that, but Salty does find a good pick.
Well, it looks like that it's turning it around a little bit, but right as I say that, our Zero is just taking each one down. They almost got the D.Va down as well. Oh my goodness! He escapes with his life. Oh my goodness! But no, he still actually Salty ended up taking down BG1 anyway. But that was a brave play from UCI. They're trying to make something happen here. With a minute 45 left of the clock, I mean, it's just like UCI has to make something happen here. Otherwise, they're going to lose this map, and they're going to be down 2-0 in this best of 5 matchup.
Yeah, something cool there too, Salty. If Salty would have, if Danichi would have been alive, Salty would have hit Danichi in mid-air while Danichi was trying to escape with a right click on Zarya, which is kind of absurd. Literally just absolutely absurd. The copy comes through from Danichi though. It's going to be diving in on the back lane on this Winston. The sleep does come through though. That's why you got to play around the bubble. That's why you got to play around the bubble, Danichi. And it looks like just off of the back of that, Hour Zero are going to be capitalizing
Oh my god.
off of the space that was left behind when a duplicated main tank went behind. However, the picks are coming through for UCI. Some individual plays are coming through, but that Zarya is so high charge right now. Salty doing work on the Zarya. The mines are going to be dropped down from a go onto this point. Gonna try and get rid of the Zarya as fast as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, like there are some individual picks coming in, and then Fade on that Tracer is trying to put in some work. He's trying to rescue for his team, but it's not enough. It's just like he needs the entire team surrounded with. The rally comes out as well, and it's just like it's just so close to just like you get some of the key picks, but then you just can't follow up with the rest of your team. And now, but wait, as we say that,
Ooh.
they are capping and getting 2 ticks at least off of this point. We might see a C phase here, we might not. Who knows? 23 seconds left on the clock, and it's Hour Zero is rolling back in. Brooks on that Echo is just clearing these players off the point, and also
No.
PG1, the Baby Diva is going to be staggered off to the corner here. Oh man, what a way to go out. 10 seconds left, and they're just finally killed them off, and that is the last stagger pick. I don't know if anybody for UCI is going to make it up to this point, and if they do, I'll be extremely surprised. There is one player on, but it's going to hold off for dear life. We are now into overtime, and this is desperation plays coming in. Brooks comes out, and overtime takes away. Oh, wait, no, another touch comes in. I'm not sure who's on, but this overtime take is going to go really fast. Whoever steps off of it. Safrana tries for the hero play. It goes down as well. The overtime takes away, and that is going to be the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Hour Zero is up 2-0 in this best of 5 matchup. And what a game. Full hold pretty much on Nubani on defense. What a way to go out, man. What a way to go.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's just sad to see when you see a Baby Diva staggered out like that right before the fight's about to finish up. I mean, it's just unfortunate. They're drinking champagne without the sham right now. I mean, that is just that's just so difficult to be able to deal with when your Baby Diva gets staggered out that much. You're not going to be able to come back in for another fight there. You basically just have to hope that they don't get picks off and you're able to stall the point for as long as it takes for a Diva to get back onto the point from Nepal, which is going to take forever. So they were kind of at a disadvantage from the very get-go as far as that last fight is concerned. Incredible play from Hour Zero though. I mean, they're showing up.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up. Well, now that we're in the best of 5 map, I think we're gonna have to take a quick break between now map 2 and map 3. We'll see what UCI Esports can do to come back in this matchup right after this. And welcome back. So now we're in the middle of our first quarterfinal match in the Challenger stage bracket. My name is Will Ingles IV, and I'm casting alongside with me Tangerine. Hour Zero is up 2-0 in this matchup, and we have one more map potentially for Hour Zero to go 3-0 and also join attack mode in the semifinals tomorrow. They won't be playing against them in the semifinals, but they will join them on the other side of the bracket. I mean, it's almost a prophecy at this point that like both like it would be interesting if both Hour Zero and Attack Mode go 3-0. That would be interesting. But on the other side of the bracket, though, I mean, Slug Snacks is up 2-1 against PW on that side of the bracket, and then we finally have the Weird Squad up 1-0 against DePaul University. So I mean, man, just like we fought so hard just to get here, and now both Chicago teams might go out, and so I might have to wear another flag here after this. I might have to get a California flag behind me tomorrow.
Maybe I'll have to make a very quick purchase, as it seems, but you know, we're rolling into it. Things are playing out pretty similarly to how I thought they were going to be playing out, if I'm being honest. I mean, if PW were going to take a map, in my opinion, it would have been the control map, most likely. I think that's right. Slug Snacks. I think that PW probably have a little bit more like individuality within their plays, and that's probably what helped them win that control map. I believe that control map also went 2-1. But now Slug Snacks are definitely starting to show up as well. As we continue to go into our game here, Hour Zero has been pretty dominant, actually. Like, they have been doing incredibly well up against this UCI squad, who has been notorious for being one of the best collegiate Overwatch teams ever to grace this planet. So
absolutely. I mean, like, well, college well supported, scholarships, the whole 9 yards. You see UCI in just a multitude of games, but here we go. Hour Zero, UCI Esports, and on to Route 66. And this will be probably the potentially match point for Hour Zero. They can win this and move on to the semifinals. UCI Esports is fighting for their tournament lives here. They have to win the next 3 straight to go out and do the upset of upsets in this bracket. But we're going to see what Hour Zero could do on their attack.
You know, I'm pulling out my telescope right now. And I'm seeing the reverse sweep right now. I am hoping that UCI end up bringing this back in from the brink. And I mean, I want to see it. I really want to see UCI to kind of make this Cinderella story and start coming back in. And that's exactly how you want to start it. Danichi gets the early pick right off of the back. And if UCI can do what they're good at, which is fragging out when they need to, I think they have a shot, and that anti-nade definitely proved it right there.
For sure. So again, Hour Zero just right back to where they started, and just moving this payload forward. Now again, we're on escorts, so I mean, like that, you know, you have to know what a payload is to complete.
Very true. I see too many people in my comp games that don't know what the payload is, so that definitely rings true. As we continue to keep going on here, Brooks is going to land a nice little volley into a go, but gets the health back and starts to roll away with this little hamster ball. Brooks and Salty with the double beam are able to do enough damage up on that high ground that it makes everything not matter anymore. The stick does not end up coming through, ends up getting the shield, but Fade will find a pick on the mid by Crazy Cat. But I think Hour Zero have this fight pretty much in their hand, and Fade is just kind of like an annoying mosquito at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So this cart is moving forward, and they're getting closer and closer to that first point. I mean, man, it is just, we would like to see something. We'd like to see something where Hour Zero can just not walk their way into the semifinal matchup here. I just want to see something. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what to say at this point, because it's just so dominant in the play. They're just shutting them down at whatever avenue they go to. I want to see something, man. Like I want to see that reverse sweep, but it's not looking good so far. Hour Zero has just completed the first point, and they're barreling forward here.
So this is interesting, actually. You see that they actually go off onto the mirror, almost the mirror. They have a little bit more healing on UCI side, and the nano does end up coming off. So, you know, it could definitely swing the way into UCI's favor. I like the choice, actually, to bring in the mirror. I think that UCI have a lot of individual talent on their team, and mechanically, they can definitely go to par with Hour Zero. But I think that the comp has been what's getting them. So I think that this is a smart change, but the grab ends up coming through, and the ult advantage is on the side of Hour Zero to begin. So it was kind of doomed from the start, at least on the first push when you start to switch over to a mirror comp. But this is, I think, a step in the right direction for UCI.
Yeah, for sure. So UCI, at the very least, will put up a fight, but our Zero will still march forward here, and they're almost halfway through to that second point, and we just haven't, like, UCI Esports will have the ultimate advantage in this next fight here, but it's like coordination, something's got to give. I mean, Fade is still in that Tracer, and we're looking for a hero place here, and it looks like we're going to start this next fight.
Wow, that was a smart copy from Brooks. That was absolutely so smart. Ends up copying that Winston so that they can get the bubble off and mitigate all the damage that was going into that grab. An incredible echo play coming out there from Brooks, and the Primal's going to be popped, and they're just going to kind of go into the back and do whatever they want. A split also comes out here. Vita splitting off the backline of UCI, and as that backline is split, a Go will end up falling, and everything else will be crumbling down like a house of cards.
Yeah, the UCI Esports is just going to go all the way down. They almost get wiped. It's a team wipe here. Again, at hour 0, uncontested. We'll move on to the second point. Now they're just going to play forward. It's like it doesn't even matter at this point. It's like we want to get this over. We want to go home. And UCI Esports is now in desperation plays. They just can, like, they'll get a chance in their attack as well, but this is not looking good for the side of UCI.
Hour 0, though, does have a... Yeah, 0 ultimates on the field. Just had to make sure. They have 0 ultimates on the field right now, and the Nano is coming out onto the Winston for UCI. I think that Hour 0, if they understand their condition here, are just going to try and take a dry fight and hope that UCI uses a ton of ultimates. And they do! To a fault, in my opinion. I don't think that using that many ultimates on the side of UCI was a great option. Sure, it brings you stability, but now in this next fight, look at the ult economy coming up for Hour 0 when compared to UCI.
I mean, showing signs of life, and it's with the play they go on the Winston, taking that Nano. I was hoping they would have popped the Primal Rage earlier in the Nano cycle, but at the same time, you know, it just provides some signs of life that they're like, hey, we're gonna release a token resistance. But again, Hour 0 is just gonna, as you mentioned, gonna have the ultimate advantage in this next fight and just can keep pushing forward, unless they're like, this is the time for UCI to wake up now at the last second, at the last push.
Tensa hit an absolutely critical whip shot there to save themselves from dying, and then actually just brought out the rally and is starting to swing this fight back in the favor of Hour 0. A massive anti-nade early on in that fight from Helljudge brought a lot of people pretty low on Hour 0, but when a Go tried to dive in there, a Go was met with a whip shot coming out from Tensa. Incredible play coming out there from the controller god, and it looks like they're about to cap this point pretty soon.
And again, it's just Hour 0 uncontested. UCI nowhere to be found in this, and Brooks is just going to copy Winston again just for kicks and giggles here, and just goes out. Well, just crazy. It gets the Primal Rage off as well, but it's just, what is going on here? Like, this is like, well, actually, there are some picks that are coming in from UCI, so maybe there's a hero play in them yet. I mean, Fade did get a couple of picks off onto Hour 0, but like, it's almost a little too late. Oh my goodness, it's 2? Maybe?
Tensa missed that bash. That was huge. Actually, Tensa missing that bash might actually cost him this fight. The Primal Rage is invested for Vita. I wouldn't actually be surprised here if maybe we saw a switch after this fight is done. It looks like it's pretty much just going to be cleanup for UCI at this point. Vita does get the Primal Rage kill off, but I'm expecting probably a switch if Vita's about to pop that Primal Rage so far into the back, and actually it looks like it's not going to be a switch. Just an interesting decision, and a very uncharacteristically interesting decision coming out from Vita and Hour 0.
I think Hour 0 got a little bit too confident. They thought they were just going to be uncontested towards the end here and just figured, hey, we can just invest our ultimates. It doesn't matter. But the UCI Esports smartly held on to theirs, and they're going to hold on this map. They're going to, but then, of course, going to empty their bank to finish this out. And, of course, the copy comes in on the Winston as well. And it looks like, I'm hoping we have it looks like we have a little bit of a technical difficulty here, so we'll see the rest of this fight after we get that fixed. But I mean, if I had to make a prediction, I would think that Hour 0 is probably going to complete. And it looks like we're going to get back to this matchup. We'll hopefully see the rest of this fight. But I'm just gonna make a bet that Hour 0 probably is completed by now. And no, I have not.
No!
Oh, my prediction was wrong.
There you go.
UCI Esports has held on to all the ultimates they passed out seeds of work for them. There's a minute on the clock, and wait a minute. Wait a minute. this might be good for UCI Esports if they can hold here. It's what happened? So like technical difficulties aside, what happened? That just like they came alive the last second, 40 seconds left the clock, and Arzo has nothing in the bank other than 2 support ultimates. Or no, sorry, DPS and support with the echo and the copy, but that's about it.
This is going to be the hardest fight probably though for UCI to win from here. I think that the rally is definitely going to prove to be a
oh my god, the
really,
sleep of the nano.
really difficult there. Oh, the sleep of the Tenzo with the stick! Oh, that is absolutely massive. Hell Judge might just be carrying this game right now. That was huge. Our Zero are getting a couple picks, but I don't think that they're going to matter actually in the end, considering the fact that spawn advantage is in the favor of UCI.
Look at this.
UCI
Look at this. 4 seconds on the clock, and it looks like that UCI is gonna. Oh wait, no. I say that as I say that. There's a couple team members of Our Zero on the card. They're gonna try to make this as a last-minute play. It looks like that UCI can hold it, but like. Look, there's no one here. What is going on?
They're waiting for the spawns to get back in. My Crazy Cat actually does end up finding a pick onto Danichi. The staggers might not actually matter. Split spawn is actually working in the favor of Our Zero right now. The overtime is going to complicate things a little bit. Fade finds a pick onto the Moira, which is actually huge. That is a great pick to get. A Go ends up living as well. The pulse bomb comes through. Doesn't. Wait, no! Capgun! Capgun just ran into that. No, you needed to bash out of that. My Crazy Cat is putting on an absolute clinic right now with this.
Oh my
Tracer
god,
gets the one clip. Oh my lord.
Oh no, you hate to see it like this. They were doing so well, and they were holding for so long, and the overtime is still in the card. They just can't, like UCI just cannot find the kills. The Crazy Cat is just still just wrecking people all across the map, and they finish the map. Oh my goodness, but at the very least, there's a 0 seconds on the time bank. So my goodness, what just happened? What just happened? It's just like it almost seems like UCI had it in their hands. All they needed to do was to finish the fight and finish the game, and it collapses at the last second. You hate to see it. You hate to see how it goes like that. But I can say for them to hold Our Zero off to a 0 second time bank bodes well for them, but that means that it's going to be harder for them. It's going to be more pressure on them on their attacking side to at least get a better time bank, to at least have an idea of winning this. But my goodness, what is going on here? What happened?
You know, I think that UCI just didn't take that reset as quickly as they should. I think that they thought that they were able to win that fight out by just cleaning up straggle picks. But my Crazy Cat just never ended up falling. Actually, I don't think anybody from Our Zero really ended up falling after those first initial picks from UCI were brought out. And when UCI started to get a few people down, they have spawn advantages. They didn't decide to just kind of back up into spawn and take advantage of the fact that they have spawn advantage, come back out as a full team of 6, and then just try their best to take that last fight. That ended up not happening, and I think it might have cost them the point there. And if I'm being honest, if we're going off of the patterns of what we've been seeing so far in this match, UCI have always looked better on defense than they have on offense.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just unfortunate, but either way, I think we're in another technical difficulty. I'm hoping not. I'm really hoping not. But it looks like UCI Esports. He was trying to set up on that. Wait, nope. Oh, we're back. Okay.
There we go.
No. Yep.
It's teasing us a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Sorry for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, but it is the nature of the internet, you know, that sometimes spikes happen. Either way, we're back, and UCI looks like they're pushing forward here, and not being contested. But as I say that, it looks like Our Zero is clearing off the point as well.
Yeah, my Crazy Cat just kind of going into the back here, trying to see if they can get any chip damage off on those tanks. Fade will find a pick, actually wins that Tracer duel outright. You know, Fade has been so incredibly good on these Tracers. The fact that Fade is able to keep up with the tempo that is being set by Our Zero right now is phenomenal. And off of the back of that pick from Fade, actually, it looks like UCI are going to be able to win that fight. And possibly even cap first, but from the sounds of it, Fade did fall, in fact. So.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He was doing so well, but at the very least, though, this bodes well for Our Zero that the card's being pushed this far forward here. I mean, they're just close to the end, and all I have to do is just push a little bit further.
Yeah, right. Right now, a stalemate coming out. The Sticky the sticky not ending up landing anywhere. Our Zero does look like they're going to be winning this fight. We're having still a little bit more technical difficulties. We're trying to get those solved over on the back end. But it looks like, from the looks of it, Our Zero are still coming out on top within this game.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like the Our Zero's going to come out on top. But it's just very slow. Very, very, very slow.
Ultimates banking up right now on the side of Our Zero, but also banking up on the side of UCI. In fact, it looks like there's going to be about 3 ults for Our Zero, 4 for UCI. That rally from Tensa needs to get up fast. If Tensa can get that rally up in time, it's going to spell disaster for UCI. A great grab, though, came out from Salty. Caught about 6 people within the grab, and they just ended up winning that fight almost immediately. Now UCI are going to be scrambling to try and get to this point.
I mean, it's coming in for desperation times here for UCI. I mean, they got a minute and 44 left on the clock, and it looks like the Our Zeros just said, nah, we're not going to wait till the end of this. We're just going to try to end this now. And I'm not sure what's going through UCI's head, but they have to do something here. This is their last chance, their last opportunity to do something. They're going to try to boot the Zarya off the left side, but then, of course, predictably, might be going off the ledge himself. And Brooks is going to, well, again, we're trying to, as much as humanly possible, predict stuff along with some of the technical difficulties. So we can only imagine that UCI is probably making a comeback here. I'm not sure. We'll see when it all comes back. Another boop off comes up from Our Zero as well, and the team's nowhere to be found. There's 30 seconds left of the clock here, and it's just desperation time for UCI Esports. It looks like they have nothing left in the tank other than Tracer Pulse Bomb. It's just for this final fight.
You know, these Primal Rages are not being kind to these Zaryas whatsoever. A Primal Rage has taken out a Zarya from each side of the team here, and it's definitely worth it because Zarya can definitely get enough charge to just kind of carry you a fight. But right now, Our Zero sitting on gonna be coming up here to about both support ultimates, getting close to that grab.
But
yet
not
again
even that. That's not even important. It's 5 seconds left of the clock, and there's no one here on this payload. This might end not with a bang, but a whipper. The overtime comes into play. There's somebody on the cart, but I'm not sure who. It's going to be the final stand here for UCI, and they have to do something here because their overtime. The grab is going to keep the entire team away. But who's on this cart? I'm not sure. It's just but the kills are coming in from Our Zero. They're clearing teammates off this point. Now they're going to get to this last person. It's probably Fade. He's trying to be a hero here, and he cannot. The overtime is ticking away, but it's looking desperate for UCI, and that is going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Our Zero will be moving on into the semifinals with a 3-0 win over UCI Esports. And what a dominant performance coming in from Our Zero. So, man, I mean, sorry for the wait, guys, but I guess it didn't really matter in the end. 3-0 for Our Zero. That's where my brain is at right now.
Yeah. I mean, that was, of all the teams that I thought that would be getting semi-dominated within the challenger bracket, UCI was probably the last team that I expected to be like dominated. Our Zero just put on a show for us and put UCI in their place. I mean, that was an absolute storm of aggression that was coming out from Our Zero. UCI had a lot of good moments coming out of them, though, particularly in their defenses. Their defenses always looked incredibly solid, especially on Route 66 there. I think that was probably the best chance that they had, but unfortunately just couldn't get the cart past first point. It's so hard to cap when the cart is so far up through first point there that you have to make a bum rush over the cart. It's difficult to do, and it just didn't seem like they were able to do it today.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Yeah, so we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here to see the rest of our teams. But we have to also say goodbye to UCI Esports. Thank you for participating, and they go out pretty much in 8th place on our side, tied for 7th. But either way, I mean, thank you guys so much for participating, and we'll hopefully see you in another bracket. But now we can look at the updates, and okay.
Wow, that was fast.
Whoa.
That was fast.
All right, so joining attack mode on the bottom side of the bracket is going to be the Weird Squad. The Weird Squad, yet again, coming up huge and just 3-0ing to Paul University. And now we have a battle of the 1 seeds in the semifinal. So I mean, the only other team that like the other team that may have a chance at being the 2nd seed is going to be Slug Snacks, and they're up 2-1 right now. And I'm not sure what's going on. We'll sure we'll get an update on their progress as we go forward here. But man, I did not. Okay, now I didn't expect any of this. I didn't expect the Weird Squad to make it this far, and now they get to go up against attack mode. Now that might be a battle of the Titans if we ever seen one here,
Yeah.
right? They can see if they can upset their chances. But the best part for both the Weird Squad and attack mode is at least they're in the money now. So, or at least they have a temp for the money, so like they can play, like they'll be able to play. Whichever team wins will go on to the grand finals, and whoever team loses will have a 3rd place match on Sunday. But my goodness, I mean. Like I don't think we should stick around long enough to see what happens on the Slug Snacks idea, but at the same time, it's just, man, what a tournament, and what a lineup here that we're gonna have for Sunday. I'm almost too excited.
It's going to be incredible, honestly. The Weird Squad put on a show when they went up against UCI, probably giving us the best match that we had of the day. And I mean, I'm excited to see what they do against the Titans that are attack mode, and I'm also excited to see who out of the two of PW and Slug Snacks are going to be able to try and take the crown that our Zero hold right now.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I think that's going to do it for us today. I mean, I don't think we should stick around. We'll just let I think that the Slug Snacks game is on. Well, I'm not sure which stream it is on, but so it's actually on the MI Blizzard stream, so we can see the final result of that. But barring that, I think that's going to do it for us tonight. So here's the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start our winners round match tomorrow at I say 11 because that's 11 for us, but it's 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. We'll have the first semifinal match, and then we'll have the second semifinal match right behind that. We're not going to sure who's going to go first, but we'll figure that out as after the broadcast tonight. And then we're going to have our 3rd place match, depending on which teams lose, and then finally to our grand finals, which will be no matter what the result of it is. So with the 3 teams that are already in, it's going to be a barn burner no matter which side they play in. So I'm excited. I'm super excited. Tangerine, any final thoughts? Anything at all?
Oh my lord, I mean, just what a day of Overwatch, honestly. If you missed any of the games that happened earlier, make sure that you go over to the respective streams, show them some love. They put in a lot of effort to be able to bring you all of the action that we saw today. So go ahead, watch the VODs, see exactly what you missed, see what you are expecting to get out of some of these teams. I think that it was just an incredible day of Overwatch. If I'm being completely honest, I could not have asked for more.
Absolutely. So with that being said, I mean, like I said, thank you to all the staff members, to Great Root Bear, to Univeth, and to Star and Heart and Beth, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to maintain the backups and keep us all sane, and allow me to cast as well and stay sane as well. Thank you, Tangerine, for sticking with me this entire afternoon. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow at 12 noon CST for the rest of the bracket. It has been an exciting day of Overwatch, and it's going to get even better tomorrow. Thank you for all the people that are watching and tuning in, and I hope you guys had a good experience and a good show, and I hope we're going to do even better tomorrow. Thank you very much. Actually, wait a minute. Did I just see? I think the last game just finished, or maybe it did. I don't know.
Don't think so.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say like production was in my ear, but either way, thank you and good night. We will see you tomorrow on this channel, 12 noon Central. Thank you once again. See you tonight, and welcome once again to the Invitational.